The final in the Airthings Masters 2022 will see a repetition of the World Championship match from Dubai between Magnus Carlsen and his challenger Jan-Krzysztof. The Russian says that revenge is not on his mind, but he will be eager to give a better performance than he did in Dubai. So welcome everyone to the final in the Airthings Masters.
Maybe has he tricked the world champion? This is going to be checkmate on the board. Magnus Carlsen blundered his queen again. Second game in a row. He's just played a losing blunder, Artemiev. It's completely changed in one move.
3 seconds, 3 seconds.
Levon, he's pre-moving everything. He's down to less than 1 second. Oh no, surely not.
We've seen a mouse slip, Kaja.
No! Oh! We have some anger. Wow! Whoa! Wow, look at that! Magnus Carlsen in Armageddon. Oh.
Look at this from Nakamura, a massive blunder. Aguirre celebrates, takes the win.
Magnus, congratulations so much on winning the tour overall. Can Magnus Carlsen also win the first event in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022? To guide us through the first match in the final, we have International Master Houska, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and Grandmaster David Howell. And well, Ivanka, first final of the season, and we get the match between the world champion and his challenger. How exciting is that?
I mean, this is the match, quite frankly, that we've all been waiting for. I mean, this potentially could be the start of an extremely big rival between these two grandmasters, and we're all dying to see whether Jan Nepomniachtchi will take his revenge for all those world championship defeats. I can't wait.
Definitely. Now, yesterday was, of course, a difficult day for many. We had 3 Russian players in the semi-finals who had tweeted their devastation for Russia invading Ukraine. And David, could we sense it in the play yesterday that they were definitely affected?
Yeah, nobody wants war, and the players, they clearly had their minds slightly distracted, slightly elsewhere. That being said, they did a great effort. They were very brave, putting things to a side just for the games. And yeah, let's hope that Jan, for example, today is able to focus on the chess and at least take his mind off things.
Yeah. Simon, I know you've been very impressed with how the 3 Russians that we did have in the semi-finals and Russian players have dealt and handled the tough situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrendous time at the moment for, especially if you're over there, and for everyone. So we pass our love on, of course. But I've been very impressed, and I think there was a tweet that Peter Wells, Grandmaster Peter Wells here, put up, which kind of sums up the way I'm feeling. Obviously, about the last bit, the bravery of the Russian chess players to basically post what they've been posting on social media, or the majority of the Russian chess players. And it really does require a lot of, to be very strong and brave just to do what they've done. And, we all just wish everything gets better.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is also breaking news. FIDE has stripped Russia of the Chess Olympiad that was supposed to be played in Russia. You can read more on this and how the chess world is reacting to the events in Ukraine on chess24.com. There definitely was a special encounter yesterday between the 2 Russians, Jan Nepomniachtchi and the 19-year-old Andrei Yesipenko.
Oof,
With 2 minutes left on the clock, look at this. Yesipenko, he is feeling the nerves.
Definitely heating up now. It's winning for black, as you guys mentioned. This pawn is just going to make a new queen and win the game. But first, you have to defend. Oh, which way is he going with the king?
He's put his king on the bad square.
But now the knight comes in, and white is completely winning. Now this knight move, sacrificing the knight, wins for Nepomniachtchi. Wow. Because after pawn takes knight, this is just going to end in checkmate. The rook's swinging across this way. And there we see the evaluation bar not liking what Jan's done, actually.
Yeah.
Black found the only move. We see the stockfish moves there, 3 suggestions. Black found the only move to keep the game alive. He goes for the draw. No way out for the white king. Both sides shaking their head.
Yeah.
Fair result in the end, but what a fight. What's he doing? He's just given up a pawn. Is this necessary?
He's showing off now.
Yeah. It should still be a draw, but why go for this? Oof, this one is hanging by a thread for Artemiev.
Yeah, he's made it so tricky here.
Now black's king. Oh, is this just genius by Magnus. Has he found the Zugzwang? Now the white knight's still stuck. If the white king moves away, the black king goes towards the white knight.
It's incredible to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
running out of
incredible
moves.
to watch, just the understanding.
Zugzwang, no matter what white does, you will lose the white knight. It's
Yeah.
game over, and Artemiev, I think, has just resigned.
So impressive.
In that game, it was just a case of being really patient, since there's clearly no way to win immediately, so you just have to probe a little bit here and there and hope that your opponent makes a mistake. And yeah, fortunately, he did.
Magnus Carlsen won 2 games against Vladislav Artemiev to win that semi-final. And David, yesterday you praised some genius endgame play by Magnus in the quarterfinals. You praised him for sacrificing a pawn in a situation you only needed a draw. What do you think of Magnus so far in the knockouts?
I've been impressed in the knockouts. Magnus, it feels like he's stepping up gear by gear. He's getting better every day. In the prelims, we saw him still suffering the side effects from COVID, but now he looks like he's back to his best.
Perfect. And then Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen is ready, but Jan Nepomniachtchi, as we know, knocked out Andrei Esipenko. This is the bracket in the tournament. Jan Nepomniachtchi knocked out Vincent Keimer in the quarterfinals, Esipenko in the semifinals. And Magnus, he started out against Liam Le in the quarterfinals, knocked out Vladislav Artemiev yesterday. And that means we will have that big final between the two players from the World Championship match in Dubai. And I'm eager, David, to see if Jan will have a different strategy in this match than he did in Dubai.
Yeah, he just has to trust his natural instincts, Jan. He's a very aggressive player, very dynamic player. In the World Championship, we saw him go against all of those instincts and try to become someone else, but it didn't work. That led to blunders, that led to his defeat. So Jan, he needs to play with a bit of fire in his belly and try to attack Magnus. If he does, he's got a chance.
You are eager to see a different, you're asking to see basically a different Jan than you did in Dubai.
Yeah, obviously he's a bit distracted with the world situation right now, but he was playing quickly yesterday, trusting his instinct, and it's paid off.
Definitely. And the schedule for the final, it will be a 2-day match, so best of 4 rapid games today, and a new match to be played tomorrow. Again, best of 4 rapid games, and if they are tied after these 2 matches, then we will head into tie breaks with Blitz and possibly Armageddon. And David, obviously, after playing the World Championship match, so much opening preparation. They spent maybe 6 months with big teams preparing against each other. Will that opening prep be relevant in this match as well?
I think the opening is going to be a huge battleground. Both players clearly have a lot of ideas left over from the World Championship. In the preliminaries of the Airthings Masters, we saw Magnus try something that he had saved up from the World Championship against Jan. It didn't quite work out, but either way, the opening is going to be the big focus, at least today, in their battle.
And it's going to be interesting to see if Jan Nepomniachtchi is focused and ready to play today. He was, of course, affected by the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine yesterday, but nevertheless was able to win the match against Andrei Esipenko.
Play is very, very bad, so I can't think. I just make, I only rely on intuition and I can't calculate any lines, but yeah, so far it brings me some good results, but yeah, I'm afraid it can't last forever.
Has it been challenging to play chess today, Jan?
Well, every day is challenging, and today, yeah, I would say was especially.
Many people will maybe wonder if you will feel some hunger for revenge after the World Championship match. Is that at all in your head?
I think the revenge for the World Championship match can be only, satisfied in another World Championship match.
Mm. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, at his best, what kind of chess player is he?
You're looking at a very fierce chess player.
Yeah.
He's quick, he's confident, he's also good at calculations, and he's sharp. So he's really certainly one of the most dangerous opponents out there for Magnus, who perhaps is not that strong when it comes to facing those attacks against his king.
But in Dubai, Jan Nepomniachtchi was not able to bring out his very best. Magnus Carlsen won the World Championship match after 11 games.
This one has reached boiling point now. He's just given up a pawn for free. He's still got his pen in his hand. He's trying to figure out what the point is.
After 22 minutes, the move is on the board.
He's finding all these moves so quickly, Jan. Very impressive.
I'm also very surprised by Jan Nepomniachtchi's last move. He's gone for a queen trade.
Oh, he's retreated it. I think he's missed a great opportunity there. In these World Championship matches, you do not get many chances.
4-3. He made that move with just over 3 seconds left.
Look at the bar. What's happening? Is Magnus winning?
He's winning. The computer says checkmate in 38.
The first decided game, and we hear applause from Dubai.
There we go. The White Queen going as close to the White King as possible. And resignation.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen is up by 2 points. Look at this, you guys. This is what happened. Did Magnus touch that piece? And then he made that move.
Hold on, that is an insanely important moment.
We had a huge blunder. Game 9 is over. A terrible blunder by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Fire on the board.
Yay!
Completely different than everything we expected there.
This is quite rare in chess.
Yeah, he's putting pressure.
Wow, we do have G3. Is G3 really being played?
Jan has chosen to fall on his sword. This is just a blunder, and Magnus is going to win.
And he finishes it. Wow. Magnus Carlsen, he wins game 11. He defends his title, the Norwegian winning his 5th World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen eventually won the match 7.5 to 3.5 points for Jan Nepomniachtchi. After 11 games in Dubai, now they will have 4 rapid games today, 4 rapid games tomorrow to decide the final in the Airthings Masters. And if it's tied, David, as we see Magnus sitting in Oslo, Jan Nepomniachtchi in Moscow, and if it's tied, if we do have tie breaks, who's going to be a favorite?
I think that the quicker the time control becomes, the more Nepomniachtchi will fancy his chances. We saw in the World Championship match, that was a long tournament, long time control, that favoured Magnus. Nepomniachtchi actually knocked out Magnus from one of the tour events last year, the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, in the Blitz. So he would fancy his chances if it goes to Blitz.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see if we do head to Blitz. And I've sneaked over to Askild in the corner, and we do have 2 of the best players in the world, Askild. And do we also have the 2 best tour-rated players left in the final here?
That's correct, Kaja. Magnus is on top of the tour ranking list, as we can see, but he's actually lost 27 points. But it just goes to show how difficult it is to be on the top of the rankings, while Jan Nepomniachtchi, on the other hand, has had a great tournament. He's gained 43 points, and he's at 28-16 currently. Great rating.
Could Jan Nepomniachtchi actually overtake the #1 spot in the final here?
Absolutely. If he wins a couple of games, they will be tied, I guess, on the rankings. And if he has a one-sided final match against Magnus, he will be #1 on the rankings.
And we do remember both from last season and from the World Championship match that these 2 can definitely give us some entertaining games. And if we look at the Fighting Chess Index, are they 2 of the most fighting players?
Well, not really, to be honest. Jan is currently at 7th place with close to 68 on the Fighting Chess Index, while Magnus, on the other hand, is down to 62.73 at 11th place. But as he mentioned the other day, he wants to be higher up on that ranking as well. So hopefully he will bring out his fighting chess spirit in the finals.
There is a quick draw, isn't there? That's kind of haunting him.
He's being haunted by the early draw he made against Ding in the prelims, and I'm sure he's fighting all the way through the finals.
Yeah. You never make those quick draws anymore, you guys. They will haunt you. Now, let's also take a look at the Aim Chess head-to-head stats between Magnus and Jan. These are from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour last season, and it's hard to call a big favorite, I guess.
I agree with you, Kaja. I mean, they're both great in the opening. Advantage capitalization is equal. One thing I want to mention, though, is that in the endgame, we do see that Magnus is at 65% compared to Jan Nepomniachtchi's 55%, and Magnus is actually struggling when he's being attacked. So if Jan Nepomniachtchi is able to play aggressively and go for Magnus's king, I think that's where his chance lies.
So basically, if the bar is not liking the situation for Jan Nepomniachtchi, his fans should probably not be very stressed out, because he is resourceful to make comebacks from that.
He is resourceful, and we have seen in the past that Magnus, he doesn't like being attacked. Dubov has checkmated him a couple of times last season, And if Jan manages to get some aggressive play going, I think Magnus might be feeling a bit stressed out and not able to defend.
And here they are, two finalists getting ready. Jan Nepomniachtchi was the winner of the preliminaries. He could choose colors, and he chose to start with the black pieces here in the final. That means Magnus will start with the white pieces. And David, what do you expect then from the opening?
I think Magnus has to go for it from the start as white. As white, we saw in the World Championship match, both players were pressing for an advantage, testing their opponent's opening knowledge, and I expect Magnus to do the same today. Jan, it means he'll start tomorrow with white. That's why he chose black in the first game, but Magnus could stamp his authority on this match with a win, with the white pieces. So I'm not sure exactly what opening he'll go for. He goes for the English opening. We're happy here on the panel, and okay. Both sides big experts on this opening.
And did we see this one in the World Championship match?
We did.
I think in just one game, but that varied very quickly. This is a brand new position between these two, at least in recent history. And okay, right now, will Magnus bring out the white knight from the king side? Will he just push a pawn? This position is still relatively well known. And Simon, you're a big English opening expert.
Yes, the first opening I ever played was the English, and I guess it kind of suits us, doesn't it, being from England? And it's I think it's a really good opening nowadays at top level because E4, the King's Pawn opening, it runs into the Berlin, which is incredibly well analysed and is pretty equal. If you push the Queen's Pawn on move 1, again, it's so well analysed. But when you play the English, you're going for maybe not a big advantage, but you're keeping the pieces on the board, and nothing hasn't been as analysed as much as the other openings. So you keep better winning chances alive, I feel. And what we're actually seeing occur on the board now is a reverse Sicilian. So this often occurs in this line in the English where white actually is playing the Sicilian defense, which is an opening you play with the black pieces, but you have an extra tempo. And that cuts out a lot of the dangerous lines which you may well face with the black pieces. Already, I guess, black should be equal, but we've got a position with a lot of play, which is good.
Yeah, and Magnus, especially in the last couple of years, tends to like these types of openings just because they are so flexible. Pawn structure tends to be very mobile. White can, I assume, capture this knight back with a pawn and then push forward in the centre. Meanwhile, black will be aiming for quick piece development. Black next move is pretty much guaranteed now. He's going to move the dark squared bishop out the way and get the black king to safety. He's going to castle. OK, he does take with the queen, white here.
It's the second choice in my database. It's much more common to capture with the B pawn.
Yeah, and the reason I'm surprised is because Magnus has won many great victories with that pawn structure, including against Anish Giri, by taking with the pawn towards the centre. Instead, the white queen on a decent square, but might get hit and attacked later on. So black did indeed bring the bishop out, white gaining some space, pushing some pawns forward on the queen side. I'm expecting black to castle, and the reason I'm slightly scared to play these positions as white and also to play the Sicilian defence, as you mentioned, Simon, from the black side is because look at those pieces still asleep next to white's king.
Yeah, I mean...
It's going to take a while to get organised.
That's right. I mean, what they generally say about the Sicilian, which is what Magnus is really playing here, is that white has the better pawn structure because white has more pawns in the centre of the board, the centre being the most important part of the board. But white's pieces can be very, very bad. And black has a space advantage and black has the better development. So there's kind of some short-term dangers to white's position. But if you get into an ending, then white generally will always be better because he has that better structure. So that's really what Magnus will be trying to do here, get some pieces off, I guess, get into an ending.
But actually, he's breathing life maybe into a line that isn't actually traditionally considered to be the best one for white, because here in my database, there's maybe 10 games, and there are already 4 victories for the black side. So I don't know, I'm kind of curious to see what Magnus Carlsen has up his sleeve.
Yeah, it is a very risky strategy, what white's doing, just delaying piece development, pushing pawns instead. Jan's last move as black, bringing the bishop out. I mean, that's surprising to me. I would have just castled the black king away without really thinking. But then again, I guess possibly one of the ideas as black is to actually play on the side that white has been advancing. Maybe black at some point will start pushing pawns. The black A pawn can come down the board, undermining the white pawns that have just pushed forward. So flexible play by both sides. It feels like they're both going to be freestyling over the next few moves, and it will come down to who can just place their pieces on the best squares. So I'm expecting Magnus as a matter of urgency to start developing some of those white pieces we see in the corner there. Because if he doesn't, it might be too late. As Jovanka mentioned, black has a great score from this type of position. And that's just because black's plans are much easier than white's, maybe.
Yeah, and I can tell you that just checking the database, no one has ever played the move that Nepomniachtchi has played. Wow. So that's it. You know, you kind of hit it spot on when you said they're freestyling, and now they most certainly will be. And, wow, interesting position here. And if you guys at home want to be involved in the conversation, in all the action, then don't hesitate to tweet us your chess questions using the hashtag #ChessChamps. We also really like to see your selfies. Show us where you're watching the show from, how you're watching it, and we will feature them.
Definitely.
Okay, meanwhile, Magnus just bringing his knight out. Very sensible move, finally starting to focus on his piece development. And Simon, whose position would you prefer here? It's already imbalanced. It's likely we're going to get a big fight in this one with both sides trying to attack.
Yeah, generally, I always like playing the side which has the more space. I find it easier to find the right plan when I've got more space to manoeuvre. And in this position, actually, black has more space because white's kind of really huddled on the first 3 rows there, and black has that 4th row. Black can very easily castle here, has a little bit better development. So I would actually take black in this position because it's easier to play. I'm wondering, I don't think he's going to do it. I really hope he does. I really hope Jan is going to go queenside, which looks kind of suicidal when white's already advanced his pawns up the board. But when you have castling on opposite sides of the board, it makes the position extremely interesting. I don't think he's going to do it, but I would love it if he did, because it would be, you know, really dynamic and interesting move. I mean, the other thing you can do as black is try to connect your pawn in the centre with another pawn. So you can move Freddy up the board, maybe even 2 squares at some stage, castle kingside, and try to start an attack with those 2 pawns. Also, this idea black has of moving the knight into the centre in some positions is what white needs to watch out for in this kind of Sicilian structure.
Yeah, I was actually going to show this because on the last move, Magnus decided to focus on bringing his pieces out, which is very wise. Some players at home might have been thinking, OK, I can push this pawn even further forward, gain even more space, kicking away the black knight. But this would have run into a really thematic, typical type of sacrifice here. Black could bring his knight into the middle, as Simon mentioned. And due to tension along this line, white cannot actually capture this knight. If you take with a pawn, then suddenly, whoops, that's a discover check, and the white queen next move will fall. And likewise, if the white knight had captured, then after this trade, still a pin on this line, and after white's queen takes this pawn, there would have been a nasty pin and a bit of a skewer along this line. The white queen moving out the way would drop the white rook. So Magnus bringing out his bishop on the last turn instead. Very sensible. Develop your pieces first and then push pawns later. And Jan just pushes this pawn to solidify his stronghold in the centre. Actually, Simon, I think you're right. I think he's gearing up at some point, if he can, to castle this way and then maybe launch these pawns down the board. I'm hoping that. I'm hoping,
yeah, because I love it when you have opposite side castling, because I love attacking chess, and opposite side castling always leads to, well, material becomes less relevant. You just have to throw all your pawns and pieces at your opponent's king, and you get this really exciting game. So fingers crossed Jan is going to go queenside here in the position. It does seem so risky with white having an open file towards the black king, and also that pawn sort of on already ready to pounce over there. But, you know, what do you reckon?
I would be very nervous to do that, precisely because of the reasons that you mentioned, and also because I would be afraid, if I were to focus on the right side, I would be afraid that black's attack is a little bit too slow, because yes, you can push the pawns forward, but how long would it take before I even get into contact with the white pawn?
It does seem slow, and tempo is so important in these positions, because if you're slower than your opponent, you're going to lose, generally. It's the kind of thing Jan should be going for, as we discussed earlier on, that Jan wants to get a dynamic position. This move that Magnus played is probably... Oh, hello, he's come in.
Wow, OK. What a move by Jan Nepomniachtchi, jumping in. I don't think it's a pawn sacrifice because now, again, if pawn takes knight, this is check, a discovered check, and the white queen will drop on the next move. And as you mentioned, Ivanka, white can take this knight with his own knight, but this pawn is now poisoned. If white gets tempted to take it with his queen, then again, this idea of the skewer along this diagonal. The queen will move out of the way, but the white bishop will drop behind it. So really sneaky from Jan Nepomniachtchi. And maybe he's just set a trap for Magnus, and Magnus has walked right into it, because now it's a bit uncomfortable for white. Maybe white just ignores it, or maybe white trades a set of knights and then just moves the queen out the way. OK, I think this is going to happen. He's not going to take this pawn. He's just going to move his queen. But the problem is, where do you move it to? You could drop it back and argue that, OK, it was just a fair trade. But somehow it feels like maybe the momentum is in black's favour, despite what the evaluation bar says. Let's go back to the players. It's heating up with this flurry of tactics already starting early in the game.
Are we seeing what you sort of asked from Jan in this game? His style, is he bringing his style to this game?
Feels like he's definitely trying.
Yeah.
Magnus so far just trying to neutralise him after this kind of flashy knight move into the centre. Magnus just saying, OK, I'm just going to trade off pieces, going to retreat, going to just be super solid and try and lock things down. But Jan, as black, you can't really ask for a more dynamic position from the opening, right?
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's kind of strange that all the knights have been exchanged off already. So in some ways, that's also going towards what Magnus probably wants with his structure, like those extra pawns in the middle. He wants to exchange pieces off, but only bishops on the boards is really quite interesting. And I think it's going to come down to, if white can get castled, I expect white's going to be better here. White wants to castle kingside because he's got a nice structure, he's got some nice advanced pawns, slightly better bishops. Is there any way that Jan, he's got 2 moves to do that. White just wants to move his bishop, that hasn't been developed, move his king. Can Jan stop Magnus from castling? Because if you can, then you keep this kind of initiative going. Is there any way you can do that, do you think, David, here? Yeah,
I mean, that's the key question, right? And I'm struggling to find a way immediately, unless you start pushing pawns as black, but that involves some risk as well. Any pawns that black pushes forward will leave weak squares behind. So that's the decision Jan has to make. That's why he kind of looked off to the side and frowned a bit. He knows if he doesn't seize the moment now, then white will be very, very comfortable at the minimum.
Yeah. The only way, in response to your question, that I see is like picking up the c-pawn and moving it 1 square. Just activate the light squared bishop, if possible.
If you can, yeah, that would be very nice to try and just improve your pieces as black here after this move. It makes a lot of sense, because also the queen the white queen could be a target to a black rook coming in. Oh, here we go. That's more like it.
Simon is happy because
I'm not happy though.
Get in there.
This is too razor sharp, this position. Now it's going to be a get nervous moment.
I love positions like this, and you got to. I mean, he's doing the right thing, isn't he? Because we said he's got to go for it. He's got to try to attack, but castling into that open line. It's incredibly risky.
Queenside castle, that's usually very entertaining, right?
It's always very entertaining, especially if the kings both end up on opposite sides. And just before white gets a chance to castle on this flank, Jan's played a very surprising move, I must admit, retreating his queen. I thought maybe the king would tuck away to safety. He stepped back with his queen, hitting this pawn with help from the black bishop.
Now, is there the first thing that springs to mind here? OK, he's gone for the queen exchange. Boo! Boo! Boo!
Sorry. I was surprised. Why didn't he flick in a check?
I know, that's what I thought, because if the bishop blocks, you have this maybe queen coming in the middle as well, and I don't know if that works. But
coming to the centre, and now it's a double pin. You're pinning this way, pinning this way. It's really complicated. I guess white could have just defended his bishop here. The other move, very tempting in this position, would be now to offer the queen trade, as Jan has done. And now there's a big trick in the position. If white trades queens, you don't actually capture back yet. You flick in what we call a Zwischenzug, an in-between move. You play bishop takes bishop check first, and when the king moves, only then you take back the queen, and black would have won a bishop in the meantime. So Jan may be missing a small opportunity to disturb Magnus. It's just surprising he rushed that last move. Instead of giving a really annoying check to white's king, he offers the queen trade. And remember, we saw the aim chess stats. Magnus is ahead in the endgames, and we're headed towards that endgame now. The queen trade and Harry marching up the board.
But didn't you say he shouldn't take the queen back right away?
In this position, it was fine, but that's why we thought maybe Jan should have flicked in a check first, and then Magnus couldn't have taken the queens off. So, very surprising that Jan rushed to get the queens off, because that seems to favour Magnus's style. And notice how quickly Magnus has played these last couple of moves. He's happier now.
It's still maybe a little bit tricky for White to decide where his king goes here, even though the queens are off and we're getting to a safer position. Where does White put his king here? Because does he go queen side or king side? Leave it in the middle? I wouldn't be sure what to do here with the White king.
Leave it in the middle.
Leave it in the middle, yeah. But then your rook's
is that an advantage? Because then Magnus has used to move to castle. Would sort of Jan save a move if he decides not to castle?
Yeah, if Magnus decides not to castle, he could well save a move. And
Magnus.
Yeah. I mean, if White's king, just for example, if the white light squared bishop moves out of the way in front of White's king, then the king could just step up one square. It's well protected by pawns. You have to be a bit careful about the diagonals, but if all the rooks disappear, White's king might well be better placed than the black king later.
And this is the reason why I said put it in the middle, because I felt that there would be a check.
He has to put it in the middle because he's got no choice,
So White's king, very safe despite the fact there are still heavy pieces like rooks on the board. I expect the white bishops to try and cover any entry squares that the black rooks want to use to get into White's position.
Well, what a first game in the final. Super intense and interesting.
Exactly, and a brand new position already on move 8, as Jovanka mentioned. That shows the players they're not scared of just going down these new avenues and trying to surprise each other.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of play in this position as well. I mean, do you find it easier playing with knights or bishops, or does it kind of make any difference to you? I mean, I think I have certain positions I play better, and I like it when it's actually more closed. And I think I prefer playing with knights. I don't know what it is, but is there any preference, or not really?
I prefer playing closed positions, but ironically, between the knight and the bishop, I would choose the bishop.
Right.
Just because they're easier to kind of get a grip on. You know, one colour complex, they just move diagonally, backwards, forwards. And knights are tricky, you know, they jump all over the place.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's strange. I mean, this level, the way the top players use the bishops is quite incredible when you know, they really do value the bishop pair so much. I think lower down, the bishop pair is a little bit overrated. I got crucified for saying that once before. I said the bishop pair is overrated, and I think I got, like, you know, so many messages saying, no, you're wrong. But I kind of do. But at top level, the bishop pair is just so important. Yeah. But I mean, it looks fairly even at the moment, this, to me.
The position looks very even, and it'll be fascinating to see who manoeuvres their bishop pair later in more kind of effective ways. So, yeah, I'm inclined to agree with both of you in a way. I like playing against knights, actually. They're easier to dominate. Bishops are so tricky to kind of... Either they're just great attacking pieces or they're great defenders. And, OK, Jan, meanwhile, pushing pawns on the side, he's stronger. It's not just the fact that there's a bit of an imbalance between the kings, but also black has a 3 versus 2 advantage on this side. White has a 4 versus 3 pawn advantage on the other flank. And maybe it's easier for black to push his pawns right now. If white pushes any pawns near the white king, that will leave some weaknesses. So, OK, interesting move by Jan. And en passant is possible here. White can actually capture that pawn as if it just moved 1 square, but that would just be a trade. Maybe we can just show this on the board.
And it happens.
En passant does happen.
Yeah.
Yay!
So the black pawn pushing forward, and en passant means in passing, and white has captured this pawn in passing as if it just moved 1 square.
I had a funny story about the en passant brawl. It was one of the only, I think, Mickey Adams, like England's top player really of this last 10, 20 years. He lost the game to Neil MacDonald, who's another grandmaster, but much lower rated, because he forgot about the en passant rule. I'm amazed by that last move, but Mickey Adams, one of the best players, he forgot about en passant and the ending, which is quite surprising.
Yeah, and you said you're surprised by this last move. I'm speechless almost.
This last move, yeah.
It looks logical to take with the bishop. You keep these 2 pawns connected. You open up your bishop on a nice diagonal. You open up your rook on a nice line. Instead, Jan capturing back with a pawn. He's isolated his own pawns. And if knights were on the board, this would be a fatal mistake. Maybe without knights on the board, it's not so bad having isolated pawns because they can't be blockaded, they can't be targeted so easily. But still, it looks very surprising, very counterintuitive to me. What do you think about that decision?
I hate it so much, primarily because, you know, I take a look at black's king. It's not safe anymore. I mean, you know, you can just see a scenario where if black tries to, like David is highlighting, check certainly all going to be an idea that Magnus is going to be thinking about. I'm also going to be thinking about targeting that isolated C pawn and just moving the rook to open line. And if it steps forward, well, then black will try to initiate a trade of dark squared bishops. It's a bold move.
White would go for the trade, right?
Yeah, white will go for the trade, yeah. And
he's got a pass pawn, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the one plus.
That is the one thing. That's why I think it's a brave.
Yeah, brave
decision.
Well, we know he's a brave chap already, don't we?
I don't like it, though.
I would never play that move, ever. I mean, but maybe that's why he's sitting there and I'm sitting here, right? I mean, it's quite an incredible idea because the other move, it looks so natural, doesn't it? Just to play the bishop to a better square. I mean, what about you, David? I mean, would you?
I think I would have captured this way automatically, to be honest. The one downside behind this one, we've talked about the downsides to the other move, but the one downside to taking with the bishop is, I guess, white is able to install a bishop on an outpost, and it's hard to challenge this piece now. This piece stares off at black's pawns, but also completely blocks the open file. So, OK, pros and cons, but that's why, as you mentioned, Simon, these players are sitting there. They're the best in the world because they know when to follow kind of conventional wisdom, but also when to break the rules, when to do something a bit different, a bit surprising. And Jan's capture with the pawn. Maybe, you never know, maybe this pawn will just run through and promote and we'll say, OK, this was strategic genius. But, yeah, that's yet to be seen so far. Really tense, this endgame position still.
Yeah. Bar is saying 0.0. What are you saying? Is it very drawish or is anything possible?
I would say both sides have chances, but neither side has the advantage. So still far, far away from a draw. But, yeah, I think 0.0 is fair here, as long as we're not thinking it's a draw, as long as we're thinking, OK, chances for both sides.
And will the kings sort of join the attack quite soon, or do we need more pieces off the board before that happens?
I think blacks might well step up the board, kind of support its pawns. You've got to be careful of checks. If the rooks come off, the kings will definitely play a major role in the game. But I would be uncomfortable with Magnus having the king in the way of connecting the two white rooks.
Yeah, but I actually think you're right, Kaja. The kings will probably play a very crucial role in this stage of the game. The white king will play the role because if you take a look at the rook on the right side, it's kind of trapped in by its king. So that white king has to find a safe house. Not be easy because the position is super open. Black's king is looking a little bit shaky as well. And remember, bishop pair is what I wanted to say. I mean, they are going to start putting pressure, and you combine that with a pair of rooks, then OK, who knows what could be happening? You might even see checkmate.
Wow. And on the bottom of the screen right now, you can actually see what the players are fighting for. In addition to $25,000, the winner will take home that NFT trophy, and actually exists in two versions. Also one that will be available or that is available for auction to the highest bidder on chesschamps.io. And there comes a bunch of perks with that NFT trophy that you can buy. Among others, I know there's a lifetime of Chess24 Premium, lifetime of Chessable Pro, and last time I checked, the highest bid was only around $70.
Really? Can I bid, Kaja?
Yeah, well, you can get a lot of stuff if you run into chesschamps.io and bid for that special NFT trophy.
Does it come as a hologram? I mean, could we put it on our table, like Star Wars, kind of like, you know, because then I'm interested, so I quite like that. I could put it on my desk and it'd be like, I'll just stare at it all day.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, just for those perks alone, it's one of the bargains.
Yeah, I know, it's a bargain of a lifetime.
I was reading through the list of things that you get along with the trophy, and it's
loads,
It's incredible.
I mean, the Chess24, the Chessable Pro, all these things are really useful if you want to improve your chess. So, certainly.
Exactly. And also, I mean, in, what do I know, 5 years, 10 years, that NFT trophy, which will also, it will exist in the version that you own, one for Airthings, the sponsor, and one for the winner of the tournament. So you can sort of share very unique stuff, and maybe it will be worth so much money in 5 years or 10 years.
One thing that I've been reading about NFTs, because they've kind of exploded all over the internet and everyone is talking about them, is that they have this concept of Easter eggs. So, you know, you think it's just a normal picture or something, but hidden within it, there's something.
Something special.
Something very special, and that this will later become known, and you can kind of collect those special things.
Exactly.
So, exciting.
Exciting. All right, moves.
Yeah, meanwhile, moves, and really exciting now on the board. White has just given up a piece for a pawn, but he's going to get the piece back. Look at this. White is a piece down, but he's brought his rook across, and that's a pin. That black dark square bishop is about to drop off the board. Really surprising. Jan actually went for this. I guess his idea at some point over the next couple of turns is to take White's pawn on the side of the board with the black light squared bishop. And it will be level pawns, but look how open the black king is. If White's rook in the corner was somehow able to jump into the action as well, black's king would be in mortal danger. But, OK, really risky strategy from Nepomniachtchi. Is he going to take this pawn, or is he going to try and trade a set of rooks? Either way, black is a pawn down right now, having fallen victim to that pin, and he needs to justify it.
Trade rooks.
Trade rooks.
Trade rooks, because I'm a scaredy cat.
I thought you loved grabbing pawns. What's happened? OK, he's gone for the trade of rooks. I would have...
Would you have...
I would have thought about grabbing the pawn, because if I can get away with it, then I would like to play it. But OK, he's gone for this way to activate, and activate those pieces. Maybe that pawn's just going to drop anyway in the position.
Black can take that pawn now.
Yeah.
I think you should take it before it gets defended.
But this looks all right for black, doesn't it? I mean, because all of a sudden, he's got a very nice pass pawn.
We talked about the kings as well. Black's king is going to be a great supporter of the black pawn once it starts rolling down the board. Yeah,
looks good. I mean, pass pawn in the ending is very useful, with that king you mentioned, David, and your rook's all right. I mean, I'd probably take black here,
I would take
if anything.
Black every time. I'm surprised the computer still says 0.0 slightly on black's side now, because it just looks easier for black to play, and black has no risk at all once you capture that white pawn. That black pawn, as we mentioned, it's going to run down the board. The black A pawn, it will act as a distraction. And maybe if White's pieces get too carried away, there we go, White's pawn dropping off. If White's pieces get too carried away trying to stop that remaining black pawn on the left side, then maybe black will switch his attention with his rook towards the white pawns on the other flank. So, OK, level pawns now. We saw a check there, a block by black's bishop. That's quite rare in chess, meeting a check with a check. So White gave a check, then black blocked with his bishop, giving a check. But now, where is the white king going to go? OK, both kings activating Kaja. It's as if you got your magic ball and spotted the future, because the kings are marching up the board now. I would love to see black's king advance even further right now as well, to maybe step in front of, next to the black bishop, so there's a bit of opposition between the two kings. Maybe black could give another check with his rook, black could push a pawn, lots of choice. It's
quite a funny line, isn't it? If you check with a rook and the white king steps up again. I mean, I was thinking on the third rank there that it would actually be checkmate with a pawn, which is just a... I mean, there's been some cases where someone's tried to use their king too much in the ending, and this is one case where you don't bring your king forwards, because you always, even in the ending, have to be careful of king's safety, and that'd be quite embarrassing.
And this checkmate has a name. We know it now.
David and Goliath checkmate.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh,
it's for Simon, David.
Sorry.
Oh, let me just have a think what it's called, Is it David and Goliath checkmate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well done, Simon.
Well done, Simon.
Why is it called David and Goliath then?
Because David...
Did you make that up, or...?
No.
No? Right.
It's the truth.
Did David claim it?
David is always the underdog. It's a pawn against a giant, like a king.
Ah, OK.
Yes.
That sounds like it's not a real thing to me. I reckon you made that up. I don't believe it.
Meanwhile, let's catch up with the play. There have been a few moves. So black checking the white king back away from an active post. This white king not as well placed now, and black's rook came down, attacking this white pawn, and Magnus has chosen to defend it with the white rook. Slightly surprising, but then again, I think Magnus's idea is to get active with this rook somehow, and to do that, he might push this pawn forward. For example, if black starts pushing on the side he's stronger, OK, he brings his bishop to the side, then white would push forward, and if we see a trade, then this white rook at least activates. It can maybe threaten some stuff along the fifth rank. It can go towards black's pawns as well. So in this position, instead, Jan brought his bishop to the side. He's threatening a really annoying check. He's trying to break through onto the second rank, not just checking the king, but also trying to snack on the white pawns. There's lots of targets on the second row.
So what is now the goal for both black and white? Is it to promote pawns?
Most likely long-term. While the rooks remain, there's targets for the rooks to try and pick up pawns, like this black rook coming to the second rank. But if the rooks disappear, especially, then black has this pawn, which will run down the board and maybe promote, or at least act as a distraction. And meanwhile, white, it's harder for white, because these four, how do you create a passed pawn against black's three over here? it's very, very difficult. Anytime you push a pawn as white, it will just get traded off. So if anything, black is a bit faster with his pawn.
Is actually the double pawns for black kind of good right now?
Yeah, and it's all about knights. We talked about knights having left the board very early in this game. Doubled pawns can be easily targeted by knights, but against bishops, much more difficult to target them. And look at this, Magnus just going for it, trying to open up his rook. We see a trade, and white's rook has activated. Black may well try and win a pawn, though. This is a check. The white king does not want to get cut off on its bottom row, because now this king is in just a terrible position, completely stranded along this line. So it steps forward, gaining time against the black bishop. And black's bishop, once it retreats, not sure where it's going to, but say it takes a step back, then black has targets. Also, some kind of outline of a mating attack. For example, if white gets greedy and goes for the black pawn, we could see a situation where black maybe brings the bishop to the side, this capture, and then, it looks like checkmate may be coming against the white king. You've got to be a bit careful here with white.
What's that one called then?
Jan-Krzysztof, checkmate expert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to keep asking you now.
No, this one doesn't have a name.
Make one up then. You could have tricked me. That would have
the Jan-Krzysztof checkmate.
The Yovi checkmate.
The Yovi checkmate. Yeah, I like that one actually.
Yeah.
The Yovi checkmate. There you go.
Okay, good. Yeah, you got checkmate. There you go.
We're learning something.
Good.
It's like having a star.
Yeah.
Having a checkmate.
And, well, the skeleton of that checkmate is on the board.
Yeah. Black just needs 2 moves. Just maybe push the pawn forward to cover the dark squares, and then you bring the bishop forward to close the cage around the white king. So Magnus has to be super careful. We've seen him get checkmated before on last season's Champions Chess Tour several times. In an endgame, though, he tends to be quite alert. So, this is really scary. Magnus ignoring black's plans and just going for the pawns instead.
So, yeah, it's a bit scary, isn't it? So if you go for the checkmate you mentioned, I guess he can get a check in, can he?
Yeah, but I'm just looking at which is the most correct move order, and I think David's got the right one up there.
It's not clear at all. If you move the bishop, then after rook takes pawn, it looks like you're closing the door and about to checkmate white. But as Simon said, you can flick in a check with white, and wherever the king goes, the white rook, it can't step back, actually.
Yeah.
No, it can't step back, because this way you get checkmated too. Oof.
Well,
suddenly Magnus playing with fire.
Well, you win the rook, don't you, that way? Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Actually, that's not so clear, is it?
Actually, yeah. It's complicated after this check.
E2,
I thought the white rook would drop here, but suddenly there's a pin at the very end, and still very, very complicated position, this endgame. Has Magnus calculated this all? Has Jan calculated this all? This is the question. In the current position, Magnus has to decide, can he take this pawn, or is he going to get checkmated if that happens? I would hate to be white right now.
I checked the computer options, and guess what? There's only one move to survive in the game, and it's actually not capturing the pawn.
So this capture would lose.
Yeah, that would lose. The best move is actually to attack the rook with the bishop.
Wow, this is not easy. Moving this bishop off a very safe square and moving it to the centre to destabilise the black rook. It looks like you simply lose time. But I guess the idea is after the black rook moves, captures a pawn, for example, white's king is free to run out of the corner. Magnus.
Got to find this move, though. He's got to find this move.
Yeah, there we see Stockfish, the computer confirms only one move, and it's this one. Everything else gives black a big, big advantage.
Wow, what is Magnus then doing now? He finds it. Impressive.
He always finds it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Always.
Just when you think you've got your hopes up and you're about to checkmate the world champion, he goes, well, no.
Yeah, not going to happen today. So
No.
That's the thing. Maybe he was just forced to find good moves. I think we've mentioned this theme before. Sometimes, no matter what the strength, if you force your opponent to find the only moves, they most likely will, just by process of elimination. Though, still, to me, it looks hard to defend with white. It feels like black will be the favourite once that black pawn starts pushing. But then again, Napoleon actually shaking his head, maybe just frustrated that he underestimated this defence, or that he was maybe banking on Magnus missing it.
You don't really need a computer when you've got Jan, do you? I mean, you can just look at his face, and it will tell you the assessment of the position, right? So it's the Jan bar. So I like it, you know. And you can see he missed. I don't know if he missed that move, but the position's not as strong as he thought it was. I think, yeah. So okay.
But yeah, fair play to Magnus finding that one.
Yeah.
And there we go. The white king, before it's too late, before it gets completely trapped, has run away and gains time against the black bishop. That's the justification behind white's previous move.
I've noticed that Jan very rarely, I don't know if I've ever heard him speak, nice about his own chess playing. He's always very negative about his own games.
Yeah,
is he a perfectionist, basically?
He's definitely a perfectionist. He holds himself to high standards. Yeah. He's his own fiercest critic. And actually, I think that's the same for lots of sportsmen. You very rarely hear Magnus as well praise his own play, despite the fact Magnus often plays great games where he controls it all. Often later they're saying, oh, I lost control for one move, or this one slip, maybe it was only the third best move, not the top. I mean, I wish I was as harsh on myself. Maybe that's why I'm not at their level. But either way, it's just about finding that balance between enjoying chess, but also pushing yourself to be better every time.
It's kind of what we heard from young Pragnananda as well, right? When we talked to him after he won against Magnus Carlsen, the whole world has been praising him. But he was a little bit annoyed about that game because there were some moves he didn't like, and he was more happy about his win against Levon Aronian.
Exactly. I was surprised at that because I thought he would just be, absolutely overwhelmed with happiness. But no, he was just simply, these are the things I did wrong. Now I need to go back to the board and fix them. So, I mean, I was really impressed by his kind of learning mindset that he obtained. And also just not to have these big swings of emotion, because when you do have those kind of emotional thoughts on the board, they do affect your play. You either get stressed, you get happy, you let like happy thoughts run away, and then you think you're winning, but then you're not, and then and then just affects on how resourceful you can be.
Yeah. And I guess emotions was what got in the way for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match. Very emotional there.
Yeah, exactly. You often saw him leaving the board, maybe just because he was struggling to control his nerves. Clearly, between the games, maybe at night, in the morning, he just wasn't able to get in a rhythm, be himself, and fully relax. And it's difficult. World Championship, it's like a pressure cooker where everything is heightened 100 times. So it's understandable that nerves got in the way, or that
He seems a much more emotional player, doesn't he, Jan, than not just Magnus Carlsen, but a lot of the players playing this tournament. Maybe he's the most emotional. Him and Esipienko, they're both very show a lot of emotion when they're playing, which can be good and bad, I guess. You get quite excited, your energy levels can go up, but they can also fade very quickly.
Nice for the fans.
Yes, nice for us watching. Meanwhile, some checks forcing the Black King potentially to a worse square, where it will continue to get targeted. The Black King now in the middle of the board, but once White's bishop steps away from this attack, I'm expecting it to just take a step back. OK, in this direction is fine too. Now the problem is for Black that his pieces aren't coordinating to support that Black pawn on the A file. Next move, for example, if Black goes and gets greedy and takes one of the White pawns with his rook, then White's rook is just going to step back and gobble up that Black A pawn. And this one might be heading towards a draw in the next few moves. Looks like great defense by Magnus Carlsen. Yeah,
but now we can sort of see that Jan's move, which I don't think any of us were going to play, taking on C6 of the pawn, it worked out incredibly well, because if anyone had chances after that, it was actually Jan. Magnus had to find that quite tough defensive move, which he did obviously find. And well, OK, Black is a pawn up here, but White's so active.
Not even a pawn up.
No. Oh, no, it's not. OK, right, yeah. So it's,
we're racing towards a draw now. We're about to see it any second. We're just going to see checks. The position's about to repeat itself. The first game of the final ends in a draw.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. It is a draw, this first game. In the first match in the final, Magnus logging off, Jan Nepomniachtchi shaking his head. Should Jan be happy with a draw with the black pieces here?
Yeah, as we know, he's never happy, but I think he has reason to at least be slightly optimistic about the rest of the match. He was the one putting the pressure on, as Simon mentioned. As Black, he was in charge. He set some traps for Magnus. Magnus managed to escape them, but Black was pressing, and if Jan does that with the white pieces as well, then he's definitely starting the day well. And
is there a moment in the game that we should take a closer look at?
Maybe just that one moment again where Magnus found the only move to survive, and Jovanka called it just as it was about to happen. But it's not obvious at all. For humans, we would get very tempted to grab a pawn. It looks like it's a free pawn, but then the white king would be in huge danger. For example, after Black pushes forward, this checkmate threat is almost deadly. Still complicated, but Black is doing well there. Meanwhile, Magnus brought his bishop to destabilize the black rook. Very clever. If you can't capture, then why not go for a threat instead? And once the black rook moved, now the white king is out of the cage. Later on, we saw this pawn disappear, all the pawns disappear, and it was a draw. But great play by both sides. High-quality chess.
we'll have the white pieces in game 2 starting in about 13 or 14 minutes. And after that game, we're going to challenge Ivanka to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. Ooh, are you getting nervous, Ivanka?
A little bit. I had conveniently forgotten about it.
Oh, sorry.
I might not play, but no, I'm ready.
You can rehearse a little bit now because we're going to take a very quick commercial break, but we'll be back in 2 minutes.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rousen. We are looking at the first sin, thinking. Now, thinking might not sound like a sin, but if you're thinking in positions that don't actually require thinking, or if you're overthinking, that might lead to blunders. But here Magnus tried to be a bit too clever. He actually sacrificed his queen for the rook. The reason for this blunder was that after queen takes rook, he had forgotten a simple check. If you want to find out more about the 7 deadly chess sins, go to chessboard.com/sins to enjoy the exclusive video course by Jonathan Rousen.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football, I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer, but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 in the final between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof will start in about 8 minutes. Before that, right now, I am joined by Zubair from our tour partner, Meltwater. Hi, Zubair. How are you?
Hi, Kaja. Well, it's a pleasure to join you live from Dubai.
Fantastic. And I want to ask you, first of all, first tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Has it been entertaining for you?
Absolutely. I mean, what a week, right? I can't wait to dig deep into the social media analysis that's taking place. But I think we couldn't have asked for a better start, both in terms of the drama, the quality of the matches, and obviously the online engagement that's taking place as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. We're going to now dig deep into social media leaderboard for this first tournament. So first of all, can you just explain to us what it is that Meltwater does?
Yeah, sure. So as the sport of chess continues to grow globally, providing access and excitement to viewers across the world, Meltwater feels really privileged to collaborate with the Play Magnus Group as we seek to communicate the sporting and community benefits of chess. So Meltwater is a company that originated in Oslo, Norway, and is now a major global player in the field of online and social media monitoring. So we help our clients across a variety of sectors to monitor, analyze, and act upon digital insights. Similar to chess, which is based on information available to both players, we help businesses make better decisions based on data provided, enabling real-time strategy and decision-making to take place.
Fantastic. So very exciting now for the first time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. Let's bring up the social media leaderboard. And Zubair, explain to us what we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, we're super excited to present this to the forum at large. The first time we have a competitive ranking of how the players are performing in terms of social media. So let's take a deep dive into the social conversations happening around us. Well, it will come as no surprise that this week's huge news story and conversation was the 16-year-old phenom, Praggnanandha's victory over Magnus Carlsen. Praggnanandha was the most popular player as he dominated the social media leaderboard with a staggering 91,000 mentions across Twitter, blogs, Reddit, and other sources too. I'm sure you agree, that's quite staggering, right?
That's incredible. Wow.
That's quite something. So typically when we see any type of sporting interaction take place, you know, it's fans, it's those that are involved in it. But this time it was actually quite different. There was a number of notable mentions, such as the legendary cricketer Sachin Tendulkar, so widely known as one of the best cricketers of all time, and the Prime Minister of India himself, Narendra Modi, joined the chorus of congratulations via tweets. The Prime Minister's tweet alone produced over 7,000 retweets. Can you believe that?
Wow. Wow, that's incredible.
That's quite something. So Praggnanandha's victory captured the hearts and minds and the imagination of the public as the young dynamo clinches victory over Magnus. Looking at the top 8 itself, Magnus himself was mentioned over 88,000 times. Wow. What was interesting about his mentions was that it was a combination of sporting and business coverage based on recent collaborations. Jan finishes in the top 3 with over 5,000 mentions. And it's also cool to see Alexandra feature in the top 5.
Yeah.
As the sole female competitor, she ended her losing streak and created a huge online buzz as fans responded to her tweet, showing lots of support. So her tweet alone, when she announced her victory, got over 5,000 likes. So it's great to see the support coming from the wider chess community.
Fantastic. And we also have another graphics we want to bring up and show to the viewers, and I'm super excited about this one. It's so colorful and exciting. And you have to explain what we're seeing here, Zubair. I mean, top emojis, that is so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So we thought we wanted to get a little bit creative. We wanted to give you a little insight in terms of what does this social data mean. So first and foremost, when we look at the middle of this here, what we find amongst the countries talking about chess is a clear leader in India. So it will come as no surprise that this share of voice has dominated the social media landscape. However, what was really interesting about Praggnanandha's victory is that the audience covered both chess and non-chess people. So what that means is that it was a popular culture moment, which created a feel-good effect across multiple online platforms. So I guess for us, analyzing it at its core, chess has the ability to unite and also to offer opportunities to people of all backgrounds and ages. So it's encouraging to see these patterns emerge. And I'm sure you've also probably felt that in terms of the tournament and the games that have taken place so far.
Definitely. And we see on this one as well, right, that it is Praggnanandha and the 16-year-old's huge performance winning against Magnus that is dominating.
Absolutely. So I think that the US, Germany, the UK, Norway completed the country leaderboard with lots of interesting people. The word cloud itself to the left doesn't provide any real surprises other than interesting to see the word experience that jumps out. So whether that's in relation to the player's age or in relation to the chess experience itself. And it's also encouraging to see women feature prominently as well as a key word.
Yeah.
However, what's not on the word cloud, and we saw this in the commercial break just before this, is the Puma collaboration with Magnus Carlsen. This also received significant traction as the first partnership of its kind. And it's great to see that on a light-hearted note, the emoji analysis really provided an insight into how the audience was feeling about the tournament today, with clapping hands, the movie sign, it was somewhat Hollywood, various country flags. Now, what this actually means and what's interesting for the audience is that the volume of emojis being used hit an all-time high, and also what they express is positive sentiment. So that means the emojis could be an indication of a shared experience as digital communities come together watching the tournament as a collective. And I don't know about you, but for me, that's a really fulfilling aspect of chess, right? People gathering together, watching it, and then interacting online.
Absolutely. Wow. That is such a cool analysis made by Meltwater Zubair. Thank you so much for bringing that insight to us.
It was a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing how the data and patterns develop over the season.
Definitely. We will follow it throughout the season. Thank you so much for joining us from Dubai.
Thank you.
All right. Well, how cool is that, you guys? Now we know top emojis, among others, from the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour first tournament this season. And something else that is really cool with social media is all of you sharing your selfies. Peter from Finland enjoying the show. Finland reminds me of sauna, David, and that's coming up tomorrow.
That is. Everybody will be seeing my dad bods as we tried some sauna and, testing the air quality and what will be the optimum conditions for playing chess.
Yeah, that's such a cool video coming up tomorrow, you guys. But game 2 in the final between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen is starting in a few seconds. Jan Nepomniachtchi now with the white pieces. What do you think he has planned for this one, David?
I think he'll be quite direct, and he starts with e4, the king's pawn opening. And okay, the Sicilian defense from Magnus, we never saw this in the World Championship match, Magnus playing the Sicilian. Every time there, he just played solid by replying with the black king's pawn. So now we will see surely some World Championship preparation on show. Look at Nepomniachtchi, he was just looking off to the side there, now looking down, sipping his tea. He's just trying to remember what he had planned for the World Championship match in this opening. This is something Magnus rarely actually employs these days, pushing this pawn. Usually we see him do something else. But of course, Magnus has been here before, Jan has also been here before. And okay, jumping into the centre with the black knight.
It's actually funny because Magnus's first 3 moves in this game are the same 3 moves that he played with white in the last game. He played exactly the same setup with the white pieces. So he often does this. He goes the similar kind of positions, but moving the knight in there is the first kind of unique idea, I guess, David.
Okay, and what's he having for his dinner there, Magnus? Looks like some kind of takeaway.
Is it noodles?
I don't think it's noodles, but it does look like maybe some kind of Asian cuisine. Meanwhile, a trade of knights in the centre of the board and white's bishop getting kicked back. This is still relatively well known, I think. Black's bishop coming out, and this pawn push gaining time against the black bishop. Black is struggling for development, as Simon mentioned. It's a bit of a mirror image almost of the last game between these two. Magnus with white was struggling to get his pieces out, now with black as well. Still a couple of moves away from castling his king. To me, this feels like a strategy that might backfire. Nepomniachtchi will see the enemy king in the middle of the board, and he'll try and go for it if he can.
This still is such a cool image to me. These two top sportsmen, top chess players in the world, sitting here fighting in a big final with $25,000 for the winner. It's a trophy, and they're eating takeaway. It's just you don't see that in any other sport. I think must be some sort of other e-sport.
Actually, it'll be interesting for followers out there of other esports. Does this happen regularly?
Yeah.
Do they just whip out some noodles halfway through the game?
I guess you can't. I guess you're so occupied with
the mouse, I guess.
The mouse and whatever it is they play with.
He's diving in there.
Yeah.
He's deep diving into his noodles.
And
something with rice. It looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like it. He's shoveling it in there. So needs the energy.
This is where chess players differ, because I mentioned yesterday on the show, I hate playing when I've got a full belly. I just can't focus. I feel a bit lethargic, a bit tired, a bit bloated. But Magnus, we've seen it. He loves eating during the games.
Plus, it must be so nice to celebrate with a nice meal after you played.
Exactly. Gives you something to look forward to.
Yeah.
But no, Magnus, we saw actually on last season of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, his eating habits, they did distract him slightly. Often blunders came immediately after he'd started eating. He just takes his eye off the ball for 1 second.
Because they would happen about 15 minutes or so after he'd eaten, like maybe they kind of got that sugar rush and then it kind of crashed. Talking about deep diving into the position, Nepomniachtchi's move where he developed the knight to the side of the board, that was new. I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a rare line, but that was new. And now the players are completely in new territory. And Nepomniachtchi's plan is clear. He just wants to put pressure on that pawn sitting in the central square, and he wants Magnus to take a decision to kind of exchange the pawns, preferably.
Yeah, let's jump in just to show what is happening. It's all about this pawn, as Jovanka mentioned. Black wants to keep it there as long as possible because it actually blocks up white's position. It's in white's half. It's very strong. It controls a lot of space, but there's pressure on it. White's pawn threatens to take it, and the white knight also threatens to take it. So two decisions here that Magnus could really go for. He could capture a set of pawns and trade, but now white's bishop gets open and gets access to a nice diagonal. It just frees up the white position. So this will be a last resort for Magnus. Or, OK, he does play it. I was going to say he could back it up with his knight just to defend this pawn, but there will be some consequences there too, maybe some downsides. So Magnus deciding, OK, keeping things simple is the best option for now. And after this trade, instead of castling, which he needs to do very soon, he brings his queen out, attacking this pawn and maybe just stopping the white bishop from using a diagonal it wanted to use. The white bishop wanted to develop to this square, now no longer possible because of the black queen. Also some hinting of an idea of checkmate later in the game. Maybe we'll see this one. The black queen and bishop teaming up towards the white king.
And David, I just wanted to put a question to you, and there we see white push up his pawn. Because I have a question from Siddhant Kumar, who asks, why aren't there any more Chess 960 World Championships? If there was one, would you play?
Oh, Siddhant, I would love to play. I love Chess 960. Actually, earlier in 2021, I think for 6 months, I played a lot of online chess, but I never played the chess as we know it. I only played Chess 960 and a variant called King of the Hill. So Chess 960, it just teaches you a lot about pawn structures, where to put pieces. It's all about understanding rather than memorization with the opening. So yeah, I would love to play. I'm not sure I could compete with these guys. And Wesley So, of course, the current Chess 960 world champion. But I hope there's another championship at some point.
I think there's a World Championships in Iceland, isn't there, at the end of this year?
Okay. Yeah, I think so.
Is that right? So
November time.
Yeah.
960?
Yeah.
960, yeah.
Okay.
Because it was in Norway before, was it?
It was in Norway, and
Wesley So beat Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love 960 as well. I mean, I think trying out these different games is actually quite good for your chess. I play this one called Free Check, where you have to get 3 checks in a row, and it teaches you have to just attack, basically. So it's nice to have a little change down again. And the good thing about 960 is you don't have to learn the openings, so it's great. But I've never worked out how to castle with 960. I'm still struggling with that rule. It's very strange.
It's easy, Simon. You end up with your king and rook on the same squares you would in normal chess.
Yeah.
Still can't do it.
But you have to move maybe a lot more pieces, of course, depending on where on the board the king.
Yeah, sometimes your king actually travels 5 or 6 squares rather than just... in standard chess, the king starts in the middle and it goes either 2 squares to the right or 2 squares to the left. In chess 960, you need nothing in between your king and rook, but sometimes your king goes 6 squares across the board. And often it's really, really late in the game when your opponent has forgotten it's possible.
You can also castle and move 1. I remember I had a position where, you can literally castle on your first move, and that was just like, oh, this is too much. This is too much for me.
You'll master it someday, Simon.
But this is why everyone turns up early when the round is announced. It's fantastic. Normally everyone's late, but this time, 5 minutes before, they're like, yep, you got your pairings, here's the board, here's the position you're going to play. And everyone is running to their boards and kind of like, what can I play? What can I play? What's the plan?
You can checkmate in 2 moves as well, can't you?
You can
you have the scholar's
strange.
mate in a 960 variant.
Really weird things.
I think Magnus once lost a game in, what was it, 3 or 4 moves? What? Chess 960, just because he'd forgotten that one of the opponent's pieces was attacking something. And maybe it was when he just forgot his opponent could castle, actually, and he lost a piece or a rook just with 1 move. It's so tricky, chess 960, to even survive past the first few moves. And definitely, I think, one of the variants of chess which will teach you actually the most about general chess understanding. Lots of crossover there. Meanwhile, if we catch up with the game, not too much has changed. We saw the dark squared bishops get traded, and now a set of pawns have left the board as well. So black has this open file with his rook on the A line. And
it's quite similar to the first game, David, I think, isn't it? As in the pawn structure, Magnus, again, has that extra pawn in the centre of the board. So, typically, if you can last a bit longer, that pawn could be very useful in the ending. It's a bit solid, quite solid, but white has maybe more attacking chances here. I mean, I would love to be pushing my f-pawn forwards if I was white and trying to storm the black king. And we talked about how Jan should win this match, and we said his best chance is probably by attacking. So I really hope we see him just throwing that pawn forwards, trying to get it all the way up the board as far as it can go, maybe, to open up the black king. I mean, that's a very typical idea here if you can play it. But Magnus has obviously good development and a very sound position, so it's not going to be easy to break through.
Yeah, this pawn push would love to be played by white, but he maybe needs to just prepare it a bit longer first. And I mean, for example, if he'd pushed it now, a lot of weaknesses now for white to defend as well. So that would have been very, very risky, but maybe desirable at some point in the next few moves. Instead, he just brings his queen up, covering some squares that the black rook might want to use. And it's unclear what exactly white's aiming for. Maybe centralizing his rook, maybe pushing this pawn, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, black is very flexible, very solid.
I have a question for you both. It was always my understanding that these kind of pawn structures with that big pawn on the e4 square and the other pawn on the c4 square, they're quite good, but when the light squared bishop is trapped behind them and black gets a lot of activity, the position changes in black's favor because of this bad bishop.
Personally, I would take black here just because white has pushed and gained so much space, but there are so many holes behind these pawns, and we have already seen an exchange, a trade of 2 sets of minor pieces. If the bishops and knights which had left the board, if they were back on the board, I would take white every time just because these pawns clamp down, black is struggling, all of the pieces want to occupy the same squares. But here, it feels like black is the one with more ideas. I was going to say black can jump in with the queen to one of these squares. He does that. He could also jump in with his knight to one of these squares. Black is very flexible with his rooks. Black could infiltrate with his own rook. Lots of ideas. White maybe a bit more stuck. And after Magnus did jump in with the black queen, Jan reacted instantly, surprising because he has options. He brought his knight to the side. There's actually the potential of a trap in this position.
Well, I was wondering what would happen if white threw his knight into the middle of the board. And again, this is following the same pattern as the first game. You can remember in the first game that this knight also jumped in. So can he even play it here, possibly?
Yeah,
I mean,
good question, Simon.
Try and liquidate some bits off the board.
Yeah, so this knight jumping in, the whole idea is that you are now opening up this tension between the queens. If black's queen takes the white queen, then again, another Zwischenzug, not capturing the black queen, instead flicking in a check first. Knight takes knight is a check. The king will move. Now you take the queen. And this position after black recaptures the knight. It's level pawns, level material, but I slightly prefer black here just because white's pawns are a bit weak.
We got to the ending and we said that black wants to get to the ending in these kind of positions. So actually that exchange has probably just helped black out, get the queens off the board, better pawn structure.
Yeah, also the question after the knight jumps in is whether black can capture with his own knight, defending the queen in the process, and after the knight is recaptured, only now go for the trade. And again, we end up in an endgame. It's not clear who's better here. For example, it looks like black's about to win a pawn, but white could flick in another check. And just showing off some tactics here, but a discovered attack against the black bishop, and it will just fizzle out. It would all become level. So in the current position, it doesn't look likely that Jan will try and copy the same strategy he used last time, but he does have to deal with this pressure against this pawn. Now his central pawn is under fire twice, and it's only defended once. So Jan needs to defend this pawn, and he needs to do it quickly. Maybe with his own pawn, but that would be loose as well. I'm slightly surprised the evaluation is in white's favour because black looks completely fine here to me.
Okay. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is up on the clock. First game ended in a draw. This is game 2, and there is a total of 4 rapid games today. This is to decide the winner in the first match. They can, of course, tie the first match as well. And it's still possible also to end it in 3 games. First player to reach 2.5 points will be the winner of the first match. But is this a game that can end up with a winner? Is it too early to call?
It's still early days. All 3 results definitely possible. I think Jan would love to press and gain some advantage.
I think this is a great move that Jan's played, and this is why maybe the computer likes white. It's a kind of a normal move, but we talked about white's pawns being weaknesses. Black's got this horrible pawn on the queen side, on the dark square, and I think white's just trying to aim to take that pawn. And I quite like white's position, actually, to be honest.
This is a really clever move, as you mentioned. Let's explain the point behind it, because the bishop's dropped back. It looks like you're leaving a pawn, kind of blundering a pawn in a way. But now, as you mentioned, white has ideas. For example, you could step up the board with the queen. Actually, this is a pin now, hitting the black bishop and the queen behind it. But also, this pawn, lonely and vulnerable. It might just drop off the board at some point. I don't think black can really go for this. Because now it's actually also hard to defend this bishop. So it feels like things would be turning in white's favour here. But if black doesn't capture this pawn in the centre of the board, what else do you do after the white's bishop retreats? If black just takes a time out, for example, pushes a pawn, creates some space for his king, then, as Simon mentions, the queen can come up, target this guy. You could also think about maybe bringing the queen up the hallway, trading off. I'm not sure this might backfire, but after a trade here, at least you have a strong square for the rook. You're still attacking this pawn. And yeah, maybe you're right, Simon. Very clever move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. These are the hardest moves to see in chess sometimes, just quiet retreating moves, especially when it looks like your opponent has a threat. So yeah, very nice move. And black has to be wary of this idea, attacking the isolated pawn.
It just shows how fickle we as the commentators can be, because I was like loving black's position, and now suddenly after this bishop retreat, I'm
changes,
like, yeah, Simon, good point. I mean,
I would still take black, to be honest, but some immediate problems to solve, maybe.
I would definitely take the white side at the moment, but I mean, I suppose if you can get over this pawn, then it's black who's got the pros. But it can change quickly in chess, can't it? You miss one move and it can be brutal when it happens. You think you're doing really well and you just miss a very slight tactic and you're suddenly losing. But obviously it's still in the balance, I'd say here. Seems pretty even. But white's got an idea. How does black stop this idea? So maybe at the moment, at least, it's easier for Jan to play this position. So how does he stop this? Bring his knight to c6, stop the queen coming in, maybe?
Feels like at some point the black knight has to mobilise. He's not really doing too much right now. You would want to normally bring it towards the king side, just as a defensive piece and attacking piece. Okay, Magnus does just push a pawn. I actually showed this on the board, but pushing Harry 2 squares up. I think I'm affected by you, Simon.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering what you're doing there. It's like,
he pushes it 1 square instead, and the evaluation bar does react. It goes off in white's favour.
But yeah, exactly. It's like almost...
It doesn't seem to stop white's idea. That's
no, I know. You could just...
I mean, you know, the queen has 2 very tempting squares to go into, as David pointed out now. Yeah. So, and that is the obvious one. The other square was also, I feel, quite, you know, quite tempting.
Yeah, and Magnus simply retreating the queen, so kind of admitting that, you know, this queen foray into the right side of the board didn't work.
No.
Waste of time. Ooh, that's a bad sign.
But should White have put the queen right into the middle? I mean, he's got it in the middle square, but, I mean, should he have gone for the exchange of queens, which you generally don't want to do? But, again, as David pointed out, this scraggling pawn of Black's on the queen side is very weak. I mean, even here, you could play it in this position and force the exchange of queens off. I mean, if it works, it works. That's the thing. It's one of those moves. If it's good, it's going to be very, very good. But Black can always bring the knight back, I guess, to defend, but it's very passive. Yeah. OK, now, I wanted to play this move, but I thought it lost the pawn, because I want to open up my bishop and go for checkmate. Does it lose? Oh, no, because the queen steps back. Ah, OK.
This is really, really aggressive by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He clearly wants to win this game.
Yeah.
He's going on the attack now. Even though there have been some trades, he's going for it. Let's show what's happening. Let's keep an eye on the players as well, because we might see some reactions. And Simon, you mentioned, does it lose a pawn? Black's knight now, after this pawn push, can just jump to the side and attack the white queen, attack the pawn at the same time. But I'm trying to work out exactly what's happening here, because you mentioned the queen maybe stepping away from the attack, maybe retreating, for example, lining up with her bishop and trying to get to the black king.
Maybe you still grab the pawn.
Yeah.
I mean, but it is dangerous.
Scary.
I mean, it looks scary, but is it actually scary?
Yeah, the white queen will jump in with a check. The king has to move. I mean, here there's tactics all over the place. For example, the white knight could jump in.
One way,
Other, that I was thinking that one, or the other one as well.
The other one looks tempting. They both look very tempting. Same idea, yeah.
Similar idea.
This is what Jan wants, though, isn't it? He wants this kind of position. He wants to get the attack, and he's got to go for it. So
just to explain why this knight jump or the other knight jump is attractive, because you take away the only escape square from the black king, and now if the pawn captures, suddenly the white rook will sidestep, also cutting off this entire line, and if the queen moves out the way, this would be checkmate. So definitely some scary ideas for Magnus. This is four or five moves down the line, but suddenly Black is the one having to calculate things. That's why Magnus is burning time on the clock now, because he's about to come under a serious attack. And after this pawn push, as mentioned, this bishop opening up, and also this idea still in the bank. If Jan wants to bail out at any time, still maybe with an advantage, he can bring his queen up and swap it off for Black's queen.
And also, if White gets another move, you've got this queen idea of penetrating into the position with the queen, but you can bring other pieces in attack. Your knight can swing over to the king side, and we know what other pieces can come over. This is one of the common themes we've seen. The rooks can also, if given time, come across and attack. So there's many white pieces which are sort of able to come towards Black's king. And if you look at Black's pieces, they're all on the queen's side. So you have to be very careful as Black here, because if you give a couple of moves, you're just going to get checkmated.
Yeah, and this is a common pattern, right? This pawn on the e5 square, we see it in all sorts of openings. It often cuts the board in half. So this pawn alone prevents the black queen from kind of sneaking over to protect her king, and it just cuts any potential pawn pushes by Black. This pawn push, there'll no longer be defensive resources because this guy is so strong. And Magnus, I think he wants to play this move. He wants to go and attack the queen, attack the pawn, but he's calculating right now, can he get away with it? And he decides no.
He hasn't played it. Wow.
He brings his rook into the game, but it feels like he's going after a pawn which isn't too relevant right now.
Well, the other thing you could do here, I mean, it's anti-positional, but what if you just push that pawn on? Then you're kind of all in, meaning that you give away a tremendous square for Black next to that pawn. So you're not supposed to give away squares, but you stop Black's manoeuvre and you just get ready to throw all of your pieces towards Black's king. And this is what Nepo needs to do to beat Magnus. He needs to go straight for the king. I think some simple move like this makes a lot of sense. And then you load up and fire with your next couple of moves.
Yeah, very scary for Black, and the evaluation bar agrees. With best play, White is doing great. And just instinct-wise, something just feels wrong for Black. This rook not coordinated with the rest of its army, only attacking a pawn, the Black king, no defenders around it. It just looks like Jan has somehow set up a perfect attack.
This is really dangerous for Magnus.
It's given me kind of memories of Magnus's game against Esipenko. You know, first Magnus wasted time, and then Magnus went on the offensive with a rook somewhere and started chasing pawns. And then, of course, he got into serious trouble with his own king. Exciting stuff, yeah.
I have to be honest. When we started the commentaries today, I was like, okay, it's going to be really tough for Jan today for all the circumstances. He's also playing Magnus Carlsen, and now I'm like, this is what I wanted to see. Come on, he played a very good first game, interesting ideas, and he's going for it, and he's put the pressure right onto Magnus. We've got a real match now, all of a sudden, and I'm think Jan is not going to get a better chance than this at the moment.
If he got these types of positions in the World Championship match, I think he might have won it.
Yeah.
It's just he wasn't able to get this type of attacking position. We never saw Jan really on the offensive, going for the opponent's king, going for Magnus's king. Magnus just didn't let him. But this opening, it looked quite innocuous. It looked very innocent, not much happening. But Jan's last 3 moves have opened up this potential attack. And now, I mean, there's so many tempting options. As you mentioned, Simon, that pawn push is so attractive, at least dynamically. Maybe position needs some drawbacks. White's knight could even start making a route for the black king immediately.
If you wanted to go really all in, you just throw the knight in now and just go, right, OK, you have my pawn, I'm going to checkmate you. And you certainly could think about playing this move, moving the knight towards black's king.
But could you be also quite clinical as well? Can you just kind of go, hang on a second, my position is overwhelmingly dominant. I don't even need to do anything.
Was this a blunder?
Yeah. I'm not sure about a blunder, but a bit of a strange one. He brings his queen across to attack the black knight, so white's queen on the diagonal hitting the black knight, but the queen wanted to use a different path into the position, right? The white queen in the centre of the board looked great. OK, that being said, black now has only 1 move to keep the balance and actually give himself the advantage, and that is not obvious, right? Bringing the black king to defend the knight.
Right.
That is not obvious at all.
That's incredible.
I guess White's idea is he has this hook. Black has moved a pawn in front of his king, and when you move a pawn in front of your king, it becomes a target, and White has a target that he can capture with his knight. The knight can come bang, bang, as I'm sure David will show here, and just destroy Black's king side. So this is actually a very brutal plan that White has. So, I mean, this move, it does look very scary for Magnus, but he's only got 1 reply.
Yeah.
Now, he found it in the last game, but this moving your king here, really? I mean, you don't normally move your king.
Exactly. It looks bizarre in a way, just moving your king kind of towards the danger zone, but that is the best move, and the computer says black has the advantage, and maybe that's just because white is too slow now. White's queen temporarily on the side of the board, and if no sacrifices work, if no breakthroughs work towards the black king, actually suddenly this pawn is under fire and this pawn is under fire. You can't defend them both. So maybe that's why the computer says black is +1 up, because white will lose a pawn in this manner.
I mean, this still looks fascinating if you go knight to g4 here and you just sacrifice it next move. I mean, I'd still be very scared if I was black in this position, even if the computer says that black is doing well here. I mean, it still looks terrifying to me.
Yeah. So I guess after rook takes pawn, for example, you sacrifice and...
Maybe you take...
I think you can take the pawn.
Yeah, maybe.
To defend.
Just taking the centre here.
Yeah,
calm
and
defence.
And rely on counter-attacks.
He finds the best move,
always. Always.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Always. This is why he's the world champion, I guess. I mean, knight g8 there?
Yeah, I was about to say some sneaky moves.
Yes.
The white knight could creep into the position and utilising some pins here. I'm not sure this fully works, though, after, for example, black pushes with his... Oh, but then now there's a check. Maybe it works.
Oh, this is crazy lines here.
Crazy stuff coming towards the black king. It's all about the black king. Either white is going to deliver checkmate, or he'll just be a pawn down for nothing. And I'm just looking back as well, and there's chances that in the current position, if white does go all out on the attack with his knight, for example, going for this pawn, then after rook takes, maybe we just eliminate some attackers first. Maybe, for example, we can take this bishop, getting rid of an attacking piece, and then now we take the knight, and it looks super scary still, to be honest, but at least the knight can block any potential checks. Black does have some counter-attacking ideas of his own to take this pawn, or maybe even to go for checkmate himself. And
scary, doesn't it?
Anything can happen here.
Yeah,
it's just all 3 results on the cards.
Yeah. So this is what we wanted, though. We wanted a lot of action. We wanted to see Jan going for it, and he's going for it.
I think he should just play this and hope for the best, right?
Roll the dice. I mean, he's a little bit up on the clock as well. He's got a bit of time to think here. Maybe he doesn't have so much choice as well, because he's dropping a pawn, right? He's going to lose a pawn. He's 2 pawns on pre. He can't go safe now.
Yeah, and between those 2 pawns, you kind of want to hold on to the central pawn because, like David mentioned earlier, he cuts the board in half. And as we saw, black has a bit of a fine line to walk.
Yep.
So...
Yeah, I mean, maybe after you move the knight, you could even, you don't have to sacrifice straight away. Maybe you could try to bring the rook around.
Done it.
He's going for it.
Going for the attack, Jan.
Yeah.
He's all in, right?
He's all in, yeah.
If this was poker, his chips would all be in the middle.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's all about this sacrifice, trying to open up diagonals.
I was also thinking, sorry, Dave, I was also thinking that you could go rook d4, maybe after the next move, try to get one more piece in before you go for it. This might be a little bit slow, but, you know, we're going to see it. Will he capture that pawn, or that hook on h6 now? Will he go for it?
Okay, so current position is this one. This is an idea Simon mentioned, lifting the rook up, trying to swing it across towards the black king. But the critical move, the acid test of everything black is doing, is to play knight takes pawn. And the reason this is so tempting is because if the knight is captured, then this is a deadly check. If the king marches to the centre, then there's going to be more deadly checks. And if the king goes to the side of the board, then suddenly, look at this bishop. It's been doing nothing for the last few moves, but now it's going to pounce. And this is actually one checkmating pattern to remember. Bishop check. He's played it.
Okay.
Wow. Check. And the king would move, another check, and this would actually end in checkmate. This pattern. Oof.
The bishy.
The bishy. You're making things up, Simon.
The bishy, I heard, but I was going to try to blag you guys, but I can't pull it off this time.
You've done it before, but in the current position, wow, it is completely crazy. This position now, the knight cannot be touched. It's poisoned. And look at this.
Yeah.
The computer suggesting moves again. It does suggest giving up the rook for this bishop, as we showed in that line. The bishop potentially strong. But then again, black could go for queen takes pawn. That looks fine for black as well. And the other move would be very, very sneaky. The third choice of the computer is to lift the queen up the board, 1 square, and threaten checkmate on this diagonal. Both sides now going for the opponent's kings. This is just crazy. Let's ignore the evaluation bar because it's just wild.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy the fireworks that are about to happen.
Wow, but what about the clock for Magnus? He is down by, is it 4 minutes on the clock? How crucial is that in this position?
It could be crucial, and I think that was one of the factors behind Jan gambling and going for this attack. Maybe in the back of his mind he knows it's not going to be successful if black defends perfectly, but how do you defend a crazy position like this perfectly with 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Maybe Magnus can do it. I mean, we've seen him play the best moves several times already.
He's played the best move, of course. I mean, how do you beat this guy if he just plays the best move every time? It's really hard.
That's why he's world champion, Simon.
I know. There is a reason for these things. And, I mean, the way he lost to Dubov in one of the previous tours was the same kind of way. It was Dubov playing these kind of very aggressive, maybe unsound sacrifices, but Magnus couldn't quite defend properly in those ones. But here, this is a lovely move, actually.
Move, yeah.
Just bringing a piece over to attack the queen and defend. This
knight jump was not possible on the last turn because white's bishop was actually staring down at this square. It would have captured off the black knight, but now black's going to get exactly what I showed, but with an extra move. So Magnus improving on the line I showed earlier. No matter where the white queen goes now, the white queen attacked by the black knight, then black will capture this white knight. And a quick material count shows that black has a bishop and a knight for one of the white rooks. White has a pawn. If we do a quick count, white does have a pawn extra in return, but that's not really a factor right now. It's not about pawns, it's about pieces. Black's knight and black's bishop should be more powerful than one of the white rooks. And black's king, for now at least, safe in the centre.
It's
crazy.
It's very easy, isn't it, with a valuation bar to know what's going on. But even here, I would be like, I wouldn't know what actually the evaluation is in a real game because it's just so unclear.
I agree, and I think for Nepomniachtchi, the pressing issue is he has to cover those potential weaknesses on those light squares, because Magnus has a bishop and a knight. That's one extra attacker because white just has a rook. So the thing that I'm kind of concerned about is that Magnus could, in the next move, just simply line his bishop and queen on the same diagonal. And that's a tricky checkmating idea that's difficult to handle. And if white is forced on the defensive, then the black knight will spring forward, and suddenly there's 3 pieces attacking that one point. So I would think about reinforcing that defensive strategy and then think about, in the future, of maybe advancing the kingside pawns for white.
Yeah, white also has 2 pawns under fire right now, the central pawn and the pawn on the c-file. Can't defend them both. There's no checks. Black's knight is covering all the checks. Black's knight really is the king's best friend in this position, and I'm struggling. White would love to push Harry the h-pawn forward, but just a bit slow. It does take a few moves to get motoring. And yeah, maybe for now, for the first time, I start to agree with the evaluation bar. That being said, Nepomniachtchi actually trying. He's throwing all the...
He doesn't like going backwards, does he? He likes going forwards. And, I mean, why not? You've got to keep going. Once you do an attack like this, as soon as you start defending, it normally goes horribly wrong.
That rook's on a very nice square as well.
Yeah.
And it stops 2 of the ideas we've mentioned. Yeah, what do we think Black should be playing here? Because just to show, after this rook move, Black cannot capture this pawn in the centre, because now there would be a check and a double attack. When the king moves, the knight drops off. Although, actually, this rook is hanging. It's not so clear. It's such a complicated position.
Every position is
full of poison.
Yeah, I was going to advocate for the second option, greed.
So I was going to say also, this rook move stops the black queen lining up against this pawn. Meanwhile, we do see a couple of moves. Queen takes pawn was played, and after white's rook captured, attacking the black bishop now attacking the white rook, and white has to be a bit careful here. This theme has cropped up so many times in this tournament. The white king has no breathing space, so you have to be careful later about lifting the white rook off the first rank, because later there might be checkmating patterns against the white king. For now, it should be okay. White's rook can move. For example, you can just sidestep, attacking the black queen, because this rook is defended by white's queen, but still crazy position. And right now, the black queen would move, I guess, somewhere to the center of the board. And it's just attack followed by counterattack. Now hitting the white rook, hitting the pawn in the center. Who's better? I don't know. The evaluation bar thinks black, but it's all about who can handle the complications better.
And I just want to mention one thing, because I see it on the bottom of the screen. Tour badges is a new thing this season. You can collect tour badges from every single of the 9 tournaments. And if you use the code tour badge, you can get a 50% discount on Chess24 Premium. And there is also a leaderboard that you can play to win these badges. Very cool. All right. But who's going to win this game? Is this going to be a game with a winner?
Yes. Looking that way. A draw, I think, is by far the least likely result right now. And what's Jan thinking about? He has to move that rook.
Yeah, I mean, they're both now under shortly going to be under 4 minutes each, so it's heating up very quickly. I feel it's going to be Magnus's turn to attack soon. You know, he's been kind of playing, I wouldn't say defensively, but he's been on the back foot, and often in these situations the tide will change when you have the extra or the more active material. So can he start attacking very shortly? We will find out.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he drops this rook back, attacking the black queen, attacking the bishop behind it. Black's queen has to move and protect her bishop. Yeah, this game feels like Jan's been cycling so fast on his bicycle for the whole game, but it feels like the momentum slowed. He's going to stop pedaling, and that might let Magnus overtake and, as you mentioned, go for the attack. I think this is something Ivanka said a few days ago. It was a game, was it between Duda and Anish Giri, where it was the same material balance. White in that situation had a bishop and knight and a queen, and the opponent was the one with the rook, and the queen, knight, bishop combined for a deadly attack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so right now it's looking definitely in Magnus's favour, but white's rook on the first row, once it moves from the attack of black's bishop, black still has some work to do, at least, to create some direct threats.
Does that white king need some lift? Does it need some air?
Very urgently, yes. And, OK, white's rook did move out of the eye line of the black bishop. I think if white gets an extra move, we would see Harry the h-pawn just shuffle up 1 or 2 squares just to let the white king breathe. The air quality around that white king, the CO2 levels are too high. He needs to open that window.
Yeah.
It's very close to being just winning for black here if you could threaten checkmate your queen, but it doesn't quite work in the position. But you have got 3 black pieces quite near to that king. Is there any way we can get them working there?
Possibly. I would love to get the black rook in at some point as well. Yeah, it feels like white won't be able to stir up any threats over the next couple of moves. The only issue is that if the black knight ever moves, there will be some checks from the white queen to the black king.
I must admit, I'm a bit surprised by Magnus's play, because I kind of thought that he would be going for that weak pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
Grab that one And
Maybe he can.
Maybe he can do it. Just
maybe
step
just
back
moves the bishop.
Move the bishop away somewhere safe, somewhere protected, and then
just grab it.
Grab it.
Yeah, if he gets rid of that, and he has done, if he gets rid of that pawn, it does seem like, okay, you know, black's really going to be so comfortable there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Because then the king is safe. Everything is okay. If you step the king forward, the rook can suddenly transfer between both sides. Yeah, love it.
There's no way for white to defend the central pawn now. White's central pawn is about to drop off.
But you know what you do in desperate situations, don't you? There's only one pawn you push.
In every situation, Simon.
In every situation, push that man up the board, cross your fingers, and just punt him.
Yeah.
And he's off.
That's exactly what Jan is doing, crossing his fingers now, because on material terms, black is ahead. And now this knight jumping away from any attack. Note how the black queen covers the corner square.
I mean, you have to be so confident in this position still. I mean, like, you know, and...
Still some threats, potentially. White's rook trying to join the action. Also acting as a defensive piece. The white rook defending the white king from the front. No immediate threats, but that white rook, if it comes up to the 7th rank, then the white queen might threaten some checks. Still, Jan fighting hard. Yep. This is, still not easy for Magnus, despite what the evaluation bar says.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that Magnus's best approach is probably to be patient, because white's pieces look very impressive, very scary, but you can't actually get that far. I think they've kind of reached their maximum there, and so I think take some time out.
He's only got under a minute now.
Yeah, I know. It's not easy.
Got to be patient under a minute.
Okay, so he's put his rook on a protected square. This is good. Yeah. Good strategy.
Yeah, Peter doesn't like it, surprisingly, because it looks very natural. Black does have some idea as well of bringing his rook down to the 1st rank, trading off a set of rooks, trying to get through to the white king. If you can swap pieces here, then black maybe pretty happy, just because he has a material advantage. Also, black's king now does have an escape square. It can just shuffle off to the side and run over to the left side of the board at some point. Oof,
that's a nice idea, David.
Not immediately, but at some point over the next few moves, depending on what white does. And this one, as that tweet says, this one heating up. And
very exciting game.
Yeah.
Really good game, this one. And now...
Deadly threat on the board.
Deadly threat, bring the queen in, blocking the black's queen route to the corner. So he's running.
The king does run.
That didn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because rook takes bishop.
Yeah,
rook takes...
What's happening?
Has been played. This one is super complicated right now. White has just taken a pawn, and black's king cannot run, because now the knight is under fire. And actually,
what's he done?
There's some huge threats. White's queen is trying to come up to the top of the board. Then the black rook in the corner would be taken.
You can check, you can take the rook, you can check, take the knight, you've got the H-pawn. I think this has happened before with Magnus, even though the computer says he's winning. As soon as he gets a bit of pressure, he doesn't find the right defence. Is Jan winning now?
I think he might be winning. Also, look, that white H-pawn, Harry might decide this game. Might become a queen.
Does that really surprise you?
Ever since you were right, Simon, that keeps happening.
Shouldn't really surprise you.
But it doesn't look that Magnus is reacting to this. It looks like Jan has been reacting to this. Magnus making a move with 50 seconds left on the clock.
I think he just panicked, maybe because of the clock situation. He had to make a hasty decision, and it just wasn't the right one. I think maybe the black king could have run in a different way. And now this check clears the path for that white H-pawn to continue marching up the board.
Wow.
Still not easy, despite... things are switching and changing and twists and turns. I think one slip and it might go back in black's favour, so white has to be careful now. But Harry does advance, and look at this.
It's now back to being equal again. This is like a very human game. You forget about the valuation bar. If this game was played like 60 years ago and written about in a book, then it would be like, oh, yeah, this is actually just a great game, because people don't know the evaluation, because it's like bang, 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 bang. It's like, everything's going on all the time in this game.
Talking about that, one move. There's only one move, and that's to give a check.
Centralise that queen. Yeah. So will he find it?
That's one of the first moves you look for, but any check, for example, queen to e5 here, which the computer suggests, bring the queen back with a check, it's just going to get blocked by a white pawn. So it's easy to see the first move, but the follow-up is going to be difficult for Magnus.
15 seconds to find it.
I'm not sure he's going to play it, because the follow-up is, he does find it.
Every time.
Why do you doubt him? This is crazy.
But it's all about the follow-up, right? This move is obvious, the first one, but after the white pawn pushes, maybe attacking the black queen, what next? That is the big question.
And with 24 seconds left. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi still has more than 3 minutes, and that must be crucial in this position.
Yeah.
Well, I'm surprised by Nepomniachtchi thinking, because he cannot push the other pawn, because that would just be a terminal weaknesses on the light square. So he has to attack the queen.
What's wrong with pushing the pawn? Is there anything? What would black play there?
Attacking the queen.
Yeah, attacking the queen here.
Yeah.
We're expecting white's F pawn to push forward now 2 squares.
Because tempo is so important, right? Yeah. So you've got to meet an attack with a counter attack in such sharp positions.
We've seen some adventurous kings. Is Jan really contemplating pushing the white king forward 1 square?
Whoa.
That just looks unnecessarily brave.
Yeah.
Just push that pawn forward and the game would go on. I don't really understand the thinking here either. Maybe Jan trying to look ahead 3 or 4 moves.
He's gone with a king.
He does push his king forward.
Gone with a king.
Both sides playing with fire now. Both kings vulnerable.
15 seconds for Magnus Carlsen here, and Jan is just threatening to queen the h-pawn. So Magnus needs to find some counterplay quickly
7 seconds.
Against that h-pawn. 5. He's got to find something, or he's just going to lose.
2, 1. Okay, with 2 seconds on the clock.
Back down.
Okay, and that's a silent draw offer from Magnus, because now he's trying to get the black queen across to check the white king from behind. But if the white king steps back, we've seen that position before. Okay, Jan does not want the draw.
Playing for the win.
He's playing for the win.
Good man.
Wow, and the bar is definitely alive in this game.
Yeah, and that check from the white queen was blocked by black's knight. I'm surprised by that one. Black's knight pinning itself, and now the black knight cannot move on this diagonal. But then again, white does have to reply to some threats. Black's queen wants to come the whole way across the board with a check to the white king. That would be really scary. Also, black's pawn in the centre of the board can step down, attacking the white queen.
Whoa,
wow.
what a move by Jan.
He blocks this check with his queen, and the white queen now forced to the side of the board. Are things turning? Suddenly, white has to... Look at that white queen. What is she doing behind her king? She's hiding. Normally, the king should be the one cowering and hiding.
Any results possible, and it has been for the last 40 moves or something. It seems it's been very, very tense, this one. Very tense. And with the time situation, Jan doesn't have a great deal of time either here.
You have to defend your pawn now. There's a huge threat. Black's queen trying to go back on the diagonal and take white's pawn, take Harry off the board. That would end the game. So white needs to defend that pawn. How do you do it? You either have to move your rook or you have to move your king and advance the king. Is he going to do that? That looks...
Well,
he does
there
it.
Goes. You can't... You can't... I mean, the guy is just fearless in this game. You've got to give him so much...
both of them.
Both of them, yeah. But, I mean, Jan turning down these draws and going for it, I mean, really impressive.
It's incredible. I've never seen anyone be as brave.
What's going on here? You block with a queen now. Your queen comes into the game. If you get the queens off, you're winning. I mean, is that... You know, I mean, maybe this brave king move's going to work. Maybe it's just going to work from Jan.
Makes great sense.
Yeah.
There's options, though, Simon. What about pushing the king even further up the board? That's too brave.
I mean, because the black knight is pinned. The black knight can't join in any attack against the white king. But I love the idea of getting my white queen to a more centralised square.
Okay.
And I just want to queen my favourite pawn here.
Yeah, it's all about Harry. Will that pawn become a queen? Now, this is another check, this time on the diagonal. Diagonal queen checks are always the most effective. Now, white has to choose a square for his king. Which square is safest?
Are you tempted to run up the board?
Super tempted, especially in light of what he's done previously. But now the king retreats, and black finally blocks this pin. So black's knight now is finally free to move. The white queen has to run away. And where's she going? A queen trade would benefit white here for sure. He offers it.
Going for the exchange.
And it looks like Jan is happy with his position right now. He is nodding. Oh, but the bar is reacting again.
Yeah. I mean, neither of these two players can relax because there will be more twists and turns ahead for sure. It's so imbalanced. This one, miles away from a draw. This one should end with a decisive result. Look at that white pawn, one square away from promoting now.
Wow. And that's why Magnus gives a check. And now the big question is, does he have any follow-throughs after the king steps back?
Okay,
check again.
Well, there was actually only one queen.
Queen h3 played. White. Wow. Is this a... Well...
is he going to go queen takes rook and play 2 queens?
So black's queen under fire. Once she moves, white's pawn is about to promote, but she gives a check. The white rook can block. Magnus shaking his head. Oh, maybe he missed this last move. If the black queen had taken the white rook, white would have made a new queen. 2 queens against 1. Black's knight and bishop not able to fight. He's just got to retreat here. move that rook back? Or do you block with the white queen, gain a bit of time on the clock, repeat the position?
Yeah.
Anything could still happen. This is crazy.
Yeah, the only way to win, though, is to move the rook back. Otherwise, we're just repeating the position, I guess. So you have to, if you want to try and win. And then I guess black, and he has played it. I mean, Jan really wants to win this. This is the only way to stop the H-pawn as well. And that knight is doing a good job, though, now.
Yeah, that knight is ready to give itself up if white makes a new queen now. There's nothing else for it. That white pawn is too strong. So black's knight on a suicide mission, but it will eliminate that white pawn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and here we see Harriet.
Briefly. Before she was eliminated, and now it's still a creative position, still all results possible. This is so reminiscent of their Game 6 from the World Championship match, where white was better, black was better, white was better, and it's still crazy. Anything could still happen. White's king, though, not too happy. The white rook also pinned.
Well, suddenly black's pawns have become very strong, and in this situation, the black king can hide behind those pawns. I mean, often your pawns are like your personal bodyguards. That's why you castle. You have your pawns in front of your king. But in these strange situations as well, you use those pawns to block the files. And this pin that David pointed out, on the white rook, if white can't get that rook into the game, maybe I'm starting to take Magnus's side here. You know, maybe I'm starting to think I actually like black's position.
Nepomniachtchi might try and get the draw here just by continuing to check the black king.
He's shaking his head, isn't he?
Yeah,
this is the sign. This is the sign that he's...
Both sides shaking their head. Magnus.
I think a draw is quite fair here, to be fair. Again, I mean, they both had their chances.
But we've seen that head shake.
He's playing for the win.
He's playing for the win.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So brave.
Brave man.
Magnus's head shake, though, was relief. He knows he's escaped the worst.
Yeah.
We've seen different types of head shakes from him.
I like that, Divin. We know what they're doing on the way they shake their head now.
We've seen it too many times already on the tour.
But I love the way Jan's going for it. He could have taken the draw in a position that seems to me very dangerous for white.
He's unpinned his rook. The white king temporarily safe. So the white rook is finally free to roam again. And black's queen lines herself up with the black bishop, keeping an eye on that remaining white pawn, just in case the white rook gets careless and moves away.
I must admit, I'm a little bit concerned for Nepomniachtchi's position, because I think Jan might be taking it too far.
I mean, it's concerning for both positions here, isn't it? I mean, it really is. I mean, he's the one who's playing for the win. And, of course, does fortune favour the brave? We said this is what you should do when you're playing chess. You should always try to play for the win. But, you know, it is Magnus. And sometimes you have to think, I've missed my chance. Let's take the draw and get on with the next game.
I just have a feeling both players have stopped caring about the result. They're both just focused on the process, trying to find tricks, trying to keep the game going as long as possible.
I mean, if Jan can get his rook into the game with a timely check, then he does have two, and he's going for it. So he's trying to, weave a net around the black king. It again seems like black's king is actually weaker, now that the rook's in play.
I think things are slightly more in white's favour than they were a few moves ago, partly because black is a bit stuck. The black bishop can't move without allowing any deadly checks from the white queen. The black queen can't move without allowing any checks, so the pawn has to push. But this pawn, if it doesn't come through and become a new queen itself, then it might just drop off the board. So, OK, a check to the black king. You have to be really careful where you go with the king now. Only 2 safe squares.
It's impossible for humans to work out this position. I mean, the computer's very good with queens and queen checks, but for a human to find the right check, it's really, really hard. Both these guys fantastic with their queens, though, aren't they? The best two. Well, they're fantastic with every piece, but they're the queens especially. They're two of the best players in the world.
Magnus said this in an interview, actually. He said Nepomniachtchi is the best in the world when it's queens and heavy pieces, queens and rooks on the board.
I was thinking there's some nice tricks. King went to the dark square, rook g4 would have won, I think. But OK, I mean, even here, this king is really walking dangerously at the moment.
Yeah, more checks.
Yeah.
White's king went on an adventure earlier, then it kind of got scared and ran away. Now black's king is the one going walkabouts. Is that black king going to run back to safety, or is it going to continue its journey?
It's going forward.
Stepping forward again.
Wow.
I mean, who's the bodyguard? Is the king the bodyguard of the pawn, or is the pawn the bodyguard of the king?
It seems like on Jan, the advantage that Jan's got here is he's always got the draw, because there's no way that black king can hide from the check. So Jan can always take a perpetual check, but can he do better? And the only way he's going to do better is to get that rook again into a better position somehow.
Yeah. But he has to do it with tempo, right? Because that black pawn is so advanced. You know, it's 2 squares away from queening. I wouldn't blame Nepomniachtchi for just bailing out, repeating moves.
Yeah, I mean, at some point he's got to. Surely he can't keep rolling the dice.
If the black king goes back now, that will be the second time we've seen this position. But can Magnus play for the win? Can Magnus just kind of zigzag his king towards the white king and kind of bring his king the other way and then use the black pawn as shelter from the checks? He's trying to play for the win.
You can get mated here, though. I mean, you go queen b1, queen f1, queen f2,
so
checkmate.
Yeah.
Maybe we can show that, David. It's that if you try and bring your queen around the other way, you actually get checkmated. I mean, this is... You know, okay, let's run away. Oh, no, hello, checkmate, all of a sudden. So it's
a death.
That is the kiss of death, yeah.
Yeah, so Magnus has to be super careful, but he is the one playing for the win. He could have taken the draw by just putting the black king back, retreating it, but no, he's coming in now. Also, there are ideas such as bring the rook across, sliding it back with checkmate. This looks super scary. I think if the rook comes across, black has to maybe even sacrifice the queen. Or you could capture here, white's queen will take, and are these pawns quick enough? I think they are, but this one still...
Probably just a boring draw.
I mean, if it ends in a boring draw...
Well, we're going to see it.
We're going to see it. The current position, checkmate, is threatened. White's rook coming back to trap the black king. I think black has to give up the queen. You have to do this, or you have to give a check.
Will he find it this time, David? He will find it this time. He's found it every other time. I mean, he has to find... It's the only move. It's the only move, so you have to. I mean, you have to find this move, otherwise you resign.
Yeah, if the queen checks, for example, white's rook will come back and block, and actually still checkmating ideas against
30
the black king.
30 seconds to find it.
Go back to the players. Will he find this move? Queen takes pawn on this square. This would save the game.
22. It's going quick, ticking down. Does he look nervous?
No.
Nope. Magnus looks super calm. I think he's spotted that he can bail out with a draw.
15.
If queen takes pawn. He's looking for better. But he has to go for it.
He can't play for a win here.
Maybe he can try to... OK, he's gone for it.
Oof.
OK, and after all those fireworks...
I mean, I guess this is just a draw, isn't it?
Well, he's still playing for more, actually, Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, he's King E2 is like, OK, I'm still trying to win this position.
So the reason we think it will be a draw is because one of the black pawns will cost white his rook. And one of the other black pawns will just drop off the board. So white's rook does have time to go and win both of the black pawns, but will have to give itself up in the process. Especially that black d pawn. It's 2 squares away from promoting. The only way to stop it is to give up your rook.
This to me is like one of the games, not just of the knockout stage, but of the tournament. It's been so up and down. I mean, it might not be the best game according to computer, but for drama, it's been great because they've both missed wins, they've both been attacking, they've both turned down draws. It's got everything that you'd want in a game.
This is going to look good on the Fighting Chess Index.
I was about to say the same, Kaja. Their fighting index scores are going to go through the roof after this game. And, yeah, I mean, fair play to both players. Now the game will, I think, finally reach its conclusion. We saw a couple of checks from white, but no progress to be made. Black's pawn just simply too strong. White has to keep checking. Otherwise, black will win. And here we go. We're about to see the second draw of the final, but what a dramatic draw it's been.
I bet you they both shake their head, right? You know, when they had the draw, I bet you they both like, oh no, that's it. Yeah, started.
You're correct, Simon.
We just want to see if will Magnus shake his head.
Give us a head shake, Magnus. Probably now. Jan is definitely shaking his head. Game of the tournament. That is what Simon Williams called the second game in the first match in the final in the Airthings Masters. What a game! But it did end in a draw. They are still tied after 2 games. We have to deep dive into this game, David.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to even choose a moment. There's so many moments from this game, maybe just towards the end, just to show the final, the finale of that game, how it ended, because we were about to claim it was going to be a draw. We thought the black king would retreat and a check and another check, and we would just see the position fizzle out. But instead, Magnus went for it in this position. Instead of going back, he went into the heart of white's position, actually using the square that the white queen started the game on, black deep into white's camp now. And after white slid the rook across, tried to sneak back with some checkmating ideas, this was the key move. Queen takes pawn, trading off the queens, and Magnus working out that this endgame was a draw because his pawn is just too strong. After the king stepped back, just a repetition of moves. A check, nothing else to do. The pawn otherwise will push, another check, and so on. The game fizzled out here, but I think we all need to recover after that one. I don't know how the players are going to calm down their heartbeat.
It's brilliant.
A brilliant game by our two finalists in Game 2. Game 3, Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces, and that is starting in about 13 minutes. Will we have more fireworks in that game? Now, his opponent, Jan-Krzysztof, Magnus Carlsen has called him, among all of the top chess players in the world right now, the biggest genius. And before the World Championship match in Dubai, we went to Russia to visit some of the people close to Jan-Krzysztof.
Я узнала Яна, когда он учился в первом классе, я вела предмет шахматы. Это, конечно, был очень уникальный ребенок, который на фоне всех детей очень сильно выделялся. Ян в первом классе уже был играющий, глубоко думающий.
I was like 4 years or maybe 4.5 when I was introduced to chess rules because my grandpa and my uncle used to play a lot, and of course it was like curious, what are you guys doing?
His hand always was raised because he had a lot of questions.
He was very curious during all school. He was very attentive, very serious, and of course, his favorite subject in primary school was a chess lesson because he could play chess very well at this moment. And he explained his classmates some chess combinations, helped them to solve chess puzzles, and helped the teacher in chess.
Наверное, с самого первого дня нашего знакомства можно было сразу понять, что он не такой, как все. Но у меня много-то было, он учился все свое сознательное время у нас в гимназии. Он ходил и на волейбол ко мне занимался. Естественно, все, что было связано со спортом, не совсем ему легко давалось, да, но мы четко понимали и знали его сильную сторону, это шахматы. И там, конечно, он был гениален, бесподобен, превосходен.
When Jan became the winner of World Chess Championship, when he was only 11, I realized that he would become one of the best in the world because his tremendous willpower, his hard work, and of course his chess talent helped him to achieve such success.
I think there are a lot of brilliant players, but I think the one who sticks out to me as a genius the most is probably Jan-Krzysztof, who, as I think most people will know, my opponent for the World Championship match.
I don't believe in genius, to tell the truth. I believe in work, as I said. I believe in talent. In his private life, he's, again, liveful guy. He loves partying, he loves social stuff, he loves sports. He's both talented and hardworking, and I really think that it's a great example for all the kids and all the teens in the world that success never comes alone.
Well, probably more time you spend, more motivated you get. Yeah, because I believe even after I entered, let's say, the elite group of players, yeah, I believe I crossed this 2700 in 2010 or something. I can't say that I did a lot of chess work. I did a lot of different stuff, and as well like this, video games and so on. So I was almost you know, a semi-pro in Dota, and I had a lot of other hobbies. But you know, quite recently, maybe like for the last few years, I just try to focus my attention and my energy on chess work and try to improve.
If we speak about his qualities that have made him to become the greatest in the world, I think the first is, of course, chess talent, then hard work, then extraordinary memory, extraordinary logic, of course, extraordinary thinking, extraordinary train of thought, non-standard problem solving, and his ability to focus on the main thing, his ability to calculate situation a few steps forward.
Очень было интересно с ним ездить на соревнования и наблюдать, когда этот маленький ребенок играет уже со взрослыми детьми, когда он сидит за столом, когда одна голова видна из-под парты, и он потирает руки и говорит, ну все, пора поднимать руки и сдаваться. В свободное от игры время решал сканворды, то есть ребенок был на тот момент очень уникальный и очень-очень сильно отличающийся.
I mean, in general, in life and especially in sports, you shouldn't be satisfied with what you have at the moment. You should aim for more.
Of course, I am proud of him and see him fulfill his potential and see now how he fight to become the champion of the world.
Jan Pomniachi, what a player. And this video was recorded before he played the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. Now he's fighting against Magnus in the final in the Airthings Masters. They are tied after 2 games. And now it's Jovanka's turn to try her luck against world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
Getting nervous?
Yeah, a little bit, actually. I'm a bit fidgety. I'm kind of like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to do.
It's going to be exciting. So this is the Play Magnus Challenge. We challenge all the guests in the studio and also our regular experts to play Magnus at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. David has already played him. He lasted, what was it? If we can get the standings up, I think 72 moves. And then you lost, David. A big shock. Simon Williams is on top of our Play Magnus Challenge list. He won against Magnus. And how many moves was that, Simon?
About 5, I think.
Yeah. Brilliant game, brilliant game. So where do you aim, Jovanka, to place yourself?
I kind of would like to win.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Magnus has taken the scalps of 2 grandmasters. So we'll see. We'll see, you know.
Here we see it. In 50 moves, Simon Williams won his game. David lost in 72. We also had Grandmaster Evgeny Romano try his luck. He lost in 36 moves. And now it's Jovanka's turn. I know you've been practicing. I'm super excited to see how this will go. And here we go. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so when I make my move, the time starts.
Yes.
Okay, right. I'm going to stick to my trusted favorites. Okay, you want to play aggressively? Okay. What do I play against this? I think I'm going to do this.
Looks like a strange opening with those black balls.
Yeah, it is a little bit strange, but it's fine. Oh, he throws in a check.
Wow.
That's a bit unusual. I think I might attack the queen.
Yeah.
And then let's defend my pawn in the center. I quite like that. Oh, Magnus, you're playing unusual things.
Yeah. Ooh. This looks very strange. We have to remember this is Magnus at 10 years old.
Yeah. It is at 10 years old, but he is a tricky customer.
Super strong at 10 years old.
Okay, what am I going to do?
What do you think of this so far, David?
Yeah, both sides playing really well. It looks like Jovanka's just tricked Magnus, though, about to win some material.
I am going to win some material, but I'm a little bit worried about this. Okay, he didn't grab material.
Don't be worried, Jovanka, you got this.
Okay.
You tricked him.
Okay, I did trick him.
Now,
okay, let's get back with that bishop, back home.
Nice.
Okay, now
solid.
let's keep it solid.
Simon, do you think your record is going to be broken?
I think Jovanka's playing brilliantly, but I'm quietly confident.
So, you want her to win just in more than 50 moves, right?
Yeah, 51 moves is
but
fine.
But he's tricky, you know. Look at this. He's got my pieces in a little bit of clumsy. Okay, is he doing anything there? Okay.
Knight on the rim.
Okay, it's right, and the clock is going down.
Look at that, yeah, but still 1 minute and 10 seconds. Plenty of time.
Okay, let's try to exchange of. Oh,
so tricky, Magnus.
No,
such a trick.
That's bad.
Oh no.
Why is this bad? Explain.
It's a trick.
If that pawn captures the bishop now, if that black bishop
everything's
disappears,
gone wrong, guys.
What a disaster.
This is bad, and I've only got 56 seconds. Okay, what to do? What to do?
Wow, I'm trying to work it out as well. It's so complicated, so hard.
Yeah, that's a nasty move.
That's
that last
a nasty
one.
move, and I can't untangle myself.
It's incredible how strong Magnus, 10 years old, is.
Okay, I need to just make some moves now.
I would love to help if I could, but it's so complicated, so sharp. I think that's a good move, Jovanka.
Yeah, only try, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Got to be played, but...
And of course, Jovanka can also lose on time.
Yeah, I can lose on time. I only have 35 seconds left. Okay, oh no, I'm going to... Okay, where should I go here?
Yeah, defend that rook.
30 seconds left. Get those moves in.
32 seconds. Okay. Magnus, what are you doing to me? Don't do these things. You're meant to be nice.
Magnus could have taken the rook, though. I think he was being quite nice.
You're still got the extra rook.
Still alive. Still complicated.
Yeah, okay, but I only have 20 seconds left. Move, queen. How do you...
So tricky, Magnus.
Okay.
Stressful game.
It is stressful.
Come on, Jovanka.
Take it. 20 seconds.
Those moves in. Come
20
on.
seconds. Yes. Okay. Let's go this way.
Speed. It's
Yes.
all about speed. You got
19
this.
seconds.
Good move.
Ooh, sneaky check there.
Okay, it is sneaky, but the knight can come in to defend. He's going to find it.
15 seconds left
He
on the
goes
clock.
backwards. Look at my pieces. They're so awful.
Okay, it's been a lot of moves as well, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it possible for Jovanka to win this?
No, because I have 12 seconds left on the clock.
So little time.
Still
So little
possible.
On position, it would definitely be possible, but it's just the clock.
Yep.
Well, now these pawns are coming forward. And 9 seconds. Oh no, this is a disaster, guys.
Wow, but how many moves?
Okay, it's going to be less than anybody's.
Calm.
And now he's going to go knight takes pawn. It's all going to go wrong.
3 seconds. Get those moves in.
Can't pre-move.
I can't pre-move. Okay, 2 seconds. How many moves can I fit in?
He's thinking, Magnus.
And
time's up. Uh-oh. Ooh, and let's see.
I lost in 37 moves.
You're gonna go above Grandmaster Yevgeny Romanov. That's nice.
Yes. But he gave me a rook in the beginning.
But Jovanka, explain to the viewers. This is Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old, the world champion. How tough is he at this age?
He's tricky.
Yeah.
And suddenly he found a move and I had to burn a lot of time to try to find a way out. Well, what can I say? Who's next?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Askill, we have to challenge Askill as well, of course. And we do have
challenge you, Kaja.
Yeah, I know. You're going to beat me, Jovanka. No worries about that. And, well, incredible stuff. Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. He is incredible, but so is Jan-Krzysztof, who is fighting for in the final of the Airthings Masters right now. And one thing you need, Jovanka, correct, for playing good chess is air quality. Great air quality.
Definitely.
Yes. And tomorrow we're going to show you a very cool video of Askill and David attempting to play chess in horrible air quality.
Ooh. Whoa, it's warm in here. Let's do this.
E4.
Okay, C6. How are you feeling?
It's getting warm. Bishop F4. The second wave. The second wave. It's quite humid now. Ooh, I'm so sweaty now. All right, the clock is completely dead.
Playing chess in a sauna. It was super warm in there, David. How difficult was it?
It was almost impossible at some point. I think it was 90-something degrees Celsius. I know Askill was struggling, and I was wearing this hat over my face trying to play blindfold chess. The sweat was dripping everywhere. Yeah. So, it was tricky, but it does show great air quality. It's important.
Exactly, because they're also going to play chess in a very spectacular place with perfect air quality. And is there a big difference? Did you actually sense it in this experiment?
Yeah, it was noticeable. We went from one extreme, the extreme heat, to the extreme cold. No surprises, but we went for a swim. And then we went to the perfect air quality, and it was just, it was clear. Immediately we sat down and suddenly we were relaxed again and we could focus and play a proper game. So yeah, I haven't seen that video yet. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. That full story is coming in the show tomorrow. That's going to be the final day of the Airthings Masters. Today is the first day in the final, and today and tomorrow will be the second day. But in today's match, 2 draws, but 2 quite spectacular games we have seen so far. So I'm super excited about Game 3. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces in that game coming up in about a minute. What do you guys expect now? Simon, what do you expect? Will we have a winner today, or do you think, with the way they're playing, that they're going to tie the first match?
I think both games have been incredibly exciting so far, so I would not be surprised if there's a winner in this game. I mean, Magnus has the white pieces, but Jan, I feel, has been pushing him a little bit more so far. Jan was pushing him with black in the first game, and the second game, well, okay, anyone could have won that one, so it's been very exciting so far.
So far, 1 game each with the white pieces. Jovanka, do you think they feel successful with their opening? Do you think Magnus will go for something similar than what he did in the first game?
I think he will try another approach, actually, because he might as well see what Nepomniachtchi has up his sleeve. So I think we're going to expect... I'm expecting to see maybe a different first move.
And here we go.
Okay. All right. Queen's pawn opening. No more English opening that we saw earlier in the match. So, yeah, early days. In the World Championship match, Magnus was relying mostly on the Catalan opening. Will we see that now? It's the Queen's Gambit declined. No Catalan. It's an opening. Actually, this position was the one where Pragnananda beat Magnus Carlsen earlier in the prelims. Slightly different variation now. We see a quick trade of some central pawns. Still very well-known territory here. The Tarash defense of the Queen's Gambit declined.
I think it was mentioned that this variation was prepared for Jan by Peter Leko in the World Championships with the black pieces. I think this is part of that preparation at least. Yeah. The isolated pawn, yet again, we were talking about this a lot yesterday.
Theme of the whole tournament.
Very big theme with black having this weak pawn in the centre, but also getting quite a lot of activity for that isolated pawn.
Yeah, and it was noticeable in the World Championship match that Magnus, I think he knew that this was one of the main lines that Nepomniachtchi would rely upon, but he completely dodged this opening. He avoided it. He went for something else in every single game where Magnus had white. So there we saw the reason maybe that white isn't always so happy to enter this opening is because the white queen does get kicked about a fair bit. That is one of the compensating factors for black's isolated pawn. Meanwhile, Jan just looking off to the side because he's trying to remember exactly what to do. He's studied this position before. He's probably spent countless hours looking at it. As Simon mentioned, Peter Leko, one of his seconds, probably looked at it for hours as well. And, OK, he brings out the black queen. And this is also very similar to a game from the World Cup between Duda and Sam Shankland. And that, of course, ended in a win for Duda.
OK.
Oh, sorry, not Sam Shankland, Sergei Karyakin. That ended in a win for Duda to clinch the World Cup.
OK, so this is a popular one, then.
I knew all that. Just thought I'd let David say it, you know. So I would have chipped in with the you know, the dates and the time and a day, but you know, we'll let David say these facts.
I think.
No, you're absolutely right. Definitely, it was definitely this pawn structure and this opening in that game. And this Queen 4-8 isn't necessarily the most popular, but it is a line. Certain grandmasters have been playing it. But it's much more popular, in fact, to reinforce the protection of the isolated queen's pawn in the middle and develop the light square bishop instead. So this is maybe why Magnus has taken some time out to think, because white generally tends to play in this position to the queen moving to the b5 square, so it offers herself up for an exchange.
Yeah, so there's a lot of pressure right now on this weak, undefended pawn, and I don't think there's time for white to get greedy and grab in the centre, because black's queen is going to be the most active piece if this happens, if this black queen takes the pawn. That's why a queen trade as well. Just strategically, long-term, if your opponent has a weaker pawn structure, here an isolated pawn, then it does make sense to trade queens. And earlier, Simon, you mentioned that the first game, the English opening, kind of transposed to a Sicilian defence with colours reversed. This is pretty much a complete transposition to another Sicilian defence with colours reversed, the C3 Sicilian. Just here, white, of course, would be playing the black side there, so black would normally have an extra tempo. Yep. And
David, your memory is
recognition.
Your memory is incredibly impressive, as you just showed there. Have you got any bits of advice you could give to improve your memory or your visualization as a chess player in general? Because it is a really important skill. So being able to memorize the work you've done, maybe before a tournament, or being able to sort of recall that memory. Is there anything that you do that's special, or?
Good question. I probably should do more, but I guess one thing that I did when I was young, from a young age, is I would read through books, magazines, just without a chessboard, and I would play through the games in my mind, and that just helps with the visualization. Also, it kind of forced me to concentrate a bit more, so I had to memorize things.
Yeah.
And in general, I would advise also playing things through on a board. I mean, I love, for example, resources like Chessable, where you can play through things on the computer screen. You can test yourself, replay it. Yeah. But putting it on a board, just feeling the pieces kind of is another level of...
I'm actually quite similar. I think one of the times where I really improved was actually I'd look at games, look at tactics, but I'd look at it without a chessboard. Mm-hmm. So I'd get a puzzle book. Famously, I'd read a puzzle book in the bath, and don't picture it. And
I am now.
I don't get too excited either. But that's where I really improved, actually, because I had to visualize them and solve them, and I try to solve two a day in the bath. And actually, that visualization was really helped me. And I would say, don't always use a board. It sounds weird, but try to just not move the pieces and just see in your mind's eye where they can move. And I don't know about you, Ivanka, do you have any bits of advice there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I had some good bits of advice, basically, that when you are doing these kind of exercises, calculation stuff, then you should actually make a note of everything that you've calculated. Because often, when you check the answer, you're like, yeah, I saw that, but you didn't. You only saw maybe like a fifth of the lines. And by writing it down, you hold yourself to account. And I can hear some noises telling me that some moves have been played. And Magnus didn't actually take the mainstream approach and instead lifted up his rook to defend the pawn and now completed his development.
Yeah, so very surprising move. White's rook in the middle looks a bit clumsy, as if it might get hit later in the game. But then again, it could be a great piece. White's rook on the second rank defending pawns. And if White does get the time to castle, Magnus hasn't castled very early in these 3 games we've seen so far in this final. But if White's king finally does shuffle off to safety, then the other White rook can step behind its counterpart, and its kind of fellow rook, and the rooks would double up. So Magnus spending a bit of time on the clock. It feels like he's trying to be a bit creative. But it looks like a decent position. Both sides doing all the right things so far.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing he likes doing, isn't it? I mean, he wants to keep this position the way it is until he gets castled, and then start pushing towards Black's weak pawn in the centre of the board, trying to gang up on that isolated pawn there. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
More fireworks on the board.
I like it. I love the way Jan's playing today. He's pushed that pawn in front of his king, opening up his king. Very aggressive move and very dangerous because your king is so weak now, but he's playing so brave today, which is great.
This pawn push so double-edged, right, Ivanka?
So double-edged. And I must confess that if it hadn't been for Nepomniachtchi or another grandmaster who had made it, I would have laughed because it would have been like, what are you doing? You pawns don't go backwards. You've exposed your king for a long, long time. Yeah, risky stuff. Now, Nepomniachtchi basically has to bank on dynamism to keep his position stable, because if his pieces aren't active, then I can easily see Magnus holding all the trumps. Like, for instance, he's got the pawn to aim forward to. He's got an easy hook there on the right side, as David's highlighting. Yeah.
Risky
strategy. Yeah, he's walking a tightrope now.
Yeah, and you mentioned dynamism, hence bringing his bishop out, trying to create a pin on this diagonal. And, OK, we have seen White finally belatedly castle his king. That was needed at some point, and now the Black Knight has jumped in, and this pin, is Black going to profit from it? The idea here is that, for example, if White's knight gets greedy and captures this Black Knight, after a trade in the centre, White will take back. At the very end, the rook would fall to the Black bishop. So I don't think White can get away with capturing yet, with his knight at least. You could make an argument for maybe taking with the bishop and then planting your knight in the centre of the board. But now Black's isolated pawn has kind of moved. It's, OK, this is about to happen, actually. It's captured in the centre, and maybe later in the game, Black will be able to join up his pawns and push them down the board. OK, this position now has happened, and big question for Jan Nepomniachtchi. The Black King's still open. If you compare it to White's King is safe as houses right now. So you've got to be a bit careful with Black. Also, this pawn, for now, is of target. That being said, Black has the bishop pair. I'm trying to look for pluses in Black's position. If Black gets organised, Black is doing well, but it takes so many moves to do that, and I'm still a bit afraid of this king being open. This is the first time in the final so far that Nepomniachtchi's king has been more of a target than Magnus's, and yeah, we'll see if that affects.
I don't really like it for Jan at the moment, actually. I mean, this G5 move was very aggressive, and it's nice to see these aggressive moves, but they can backfire. And that king, as you pointed out, is so weak compared to White's king. I mean, you have to keep trying to play energetically here, I guess. So can you move like a rook into the middle of the board to at least try to create some threats going against that White knight? I don't even know which rook, maybe this one.
Yeah, because I'm not sure which one either.
Because otherwise the knight might take the bishop, but this could lead to, well, I don't know. I mean, you're trying to win a pawn at least here. I guess White can just back up that knight with the rook, though, if you need to.
Double up these two rooks.
Yeah, I don't know. And if White stabilises, White's going to be doing well, right? So, because Black's king is always weak.
Yeah. Any type of position where the queens remain on the board, where knights remain on the board, this king is a target. You could easily imagine White's knight later on taking this pawn and jumping in with some annoying checks towards the Black king. So many holes around it. Meanwhile, as mentioned, this guy is safe, although Magnus would love an extra move to just kind of push this pawn forward, as mentioned, and give it some breathing space. later in the game. So right now, lots of questions for Jan Nepomniachtchi to answer in the current position. Will he trade off this knight? Will he bring his rook to the center of the board? The computer says 0.0, but this one is still really imbalanced.
Yeah. And whilst we're waiting for the players to make a decision, I do have an excellent question from Jan Berg-Koch, who asks us, what chess game would you like to watch as a movie?
Ooh.
The one we just saw, maybe?
Yeah, that was a good game, right? So I remember there was this famous game between Ivanchuk and Yosipov, and the story goes they were playing, it was when Ivanchuk was number 2 in the world, and I expect most people at home know Ivanchuk is a real character, and it was in a playoff. It was a brilliant game, but the story goes that he was winning, he threw the game away, he ran outside in the street and he started screaming, you know, just, you know, all that emotion. And he's, you know, and it was, I think you could make a movie about, you know, that, certainly. So that's Yosipov versus Ivanchuk in 1992, February the 4th, 3 p.m.,
nice.
Sarajevo, street name, Rulapol. Can't remember the street name, but apart from that, my memory's perfect.
You need to work on your memory, yeah.
I hope our audience fact check this. Don't.
Yeah, a great question. And if you also have any other chess questions you'd like to ask us, you can tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps, or you can show us some selfies where you're watching the show from. And talking about selfies, I do have to also show you another selfie. This one is from Zaroya, and this is how they're watching the show. And watch out for the mug. That's all I can say.
Is it the Askin mug?
It's not the Askin mug. It is the Team Howell mug.
Nice.
Very cool.
So that was Zaroya, then, I guess, was part of the team battle that I recently played on Chess24.
Yeah, that was so cool.
Did I play? I might have played in your team.
Simon played for my team, Askil played for my team, Stian played for my team.
And I cheered like crazy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I let the team down, but let's not mention that.
that was a super fun team event. I do love those team events. They're so much fun to follow.
Yeah, and more to come on Chess24 Twitch channel in future. Meanwhile, a move has been played, and Jan Nepomniachtchi playing a really risky option. I'm surprised by this. I thought he was just going to get rid of both of the white knights as quickly as possible, because those were the potential attackers of the black king. Black could have traded off one set of knights in the centre, maybe taken one of the other knights with his bishop. Instead, now black is attacking that white rook next to the white king. But that rook could simply move. Maybe there are options as well. Feels a bit loose by black for black right now. Black's queen is defending everything, but there's a lot of pieces to cover. And white's knight also has the option at some point of jumping into the f5 square that we mentioned quite a few times.
Knight takes pawn in some positions, followed by the other knight. There's lots of moves to consider here for Magnus, and they all look quite dangerous for Jan. You know, if you're in doubt, you just move the rook that's attacked. You know, you can just keep your position, keep those trumps alive. I just really don't like Jan's king at the moment. It's going to be something which is a target forever.
Now the knights have the simple path, as you mentioned, this knight going towards the king here, this knight going in, even at the cost of some material sometimes, right? You can sacrifice just to get through to the black king. I think, I just have a feeling it's Magnus's style as well, just to move his rook out of the way. And there we go. I don't think he's going to spend too long. It's just not practical spending 10 minutes calculating or 5 minutes calculating a knight jump when your rook's under fire. Just get the rook out of the fray, and still an attack incoming, most likely. Is black's plan to maybe trade off here and then plant a bishop in the centre of the board, just trying to block these two rooks? But this does allow white's knight to sneak in. If one knight gets to the black king, I think it's just going to be game over somehow. Just feels so dangerous.
Yeah, I just don't like black's position here. I think, practically speaking as well, it's often about king safety, as we're seeing throughout the tour, especially at the quicker time limits, the rapid time limit. King safety is often worth like half a pawn, and just compare the king safety here. White's king, 3 bodyguards. Black's king has 1 sort of bodyguard, the f-pawn near it, but it's really airy. It's got a lot of fresh air rushing in to get it there.
Yeah. Oh, there you can see a close-up of the mug.
Is that my face?
Team Howell,
Team Howell.
I hope the tea tastes extra better.
It does. And Yeah, no, when it kind of came to king safety, you really reminded me of when I sat down to write my first book on the Caro-Kann, and I had like these 6 elements of middle game chess, and I remember king safety was one of them. And I remember writing in the draft like one line, keep king safe, self-explanatory. And then I thought about it a bit more, and I was like, there's so much more to king safety than this. I mean, it's actually talking to your pieces, it's actually anticipating what your opponent wants to do, it's also thinking about your plans. And so then I was like, okay, let's write a little bit more than one sentence, because it's not that easy.
Yeah,
not
easy at all.
It's not, no.
And there's always kind of levels, right? It's like your king safety, it might be weak, but it's balanced out by other factors, more long-term factors. If you survive, then you're just winning. Sometimes, for example, here, black is weak at his own king, but if white's attack doesn't break through, then black's got a fantastic position. I mean, if you could pick up that black g-pawn on g5 right now, put it back in front of your king, black is better.
Yeah.
Black has the advantage because the black bishop is so strong. So, yeah, there's different levels of it, and Nepomniachtchi, actually, he's taking a big risk here.
You probably know what I would play as white here, right? I mean,
carry the h-pawn.
Of course. No, I'm just going to try to, nibble away, maybe try to get a target over there. That's a very sort of standard way to attack over there. I mean, it's not maybe terrible for black because that bishop is a great piece that Jan's managed to get in the middle, blocking things up, but it just seems a bit uncomfortable somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, knight f5 is the most aggressive move here, trying to go directly for the king, but it might be quite easy to defend that. You're only attacking with one piece. So you kind of need to get some other white pieces over towards the black king somehow. And it's not actually that easy to do that at the moment.
I mean, just visually, it looks so attractive for white. But then again, as you mentioned, it's all about the rooks. Those 2 rooks, worth 5 points each, worth 10 in total, dominated by just one bishop.
Maybe something clever like queen a3 with 2 ideas, trying to go rook b2, trying to bring the queen via d6 at the right moment. Something like that could be a way to potentially, another idea to try and improve.
Actually, I stumbled upon that idea as well, just at the same moment you said it, because I was thinking, okay, well, knight takes knight, and then how are you going to activate the rooks? And I really like the idea of trying
to get a rook around like
using the open lines.
But it's still not that scary for black after queen a3. It's just I just feel like when things do open up in this position, it's the black king. Well, he's gone for the most aggressive move.
Yeah.
Are we surprised?
Straight in. Yeah. Well,
I like this one though, Simon.
Yeah.
I liked Harry the h-pawn marching forward. And okay, the knight has jumped, and black plays a really sneaky move, attacking the white knight. And that's a pawn sacrifice, giving up this pawn. And Magnus doesn't take it because this knight would have been trapped on the side of the board pretty much. Now the knight is hit. Nowhere else to go. It has to step back, and this pawn marching forward would actually trap this white knight. So that was a really sneaky idea by Jan Nepomniachtchi. But Magnus had, of course, spotted it in advance. He reacts instantly after the queen attacked the knight.
Very interesting to take the bishop there. I'm always trying to get rid of this bishop, the light squared bishop. And maybe that was a good time for white to have taken it there.
On the last move?
Yeah, because I want to get my queen over. We've talked about that. And I just want to go queen g4. In this position, and okay, I've given up, but now I've got the queen and knight around your king. H4 strong, rook takes d3. That bishop d6, trying to win the exchange back.
Yeah, some big threats.
So maybe that was another possibility. Just to the rooks aren't doing anything. Let's give one of them up.
Yeah, that's really clever actually. This idea, giving up in this position the rook for the bishop just to open the position, and instead Magnus has planted his knight in the centre. This is also attractive, I guess.
Yeah.
Not just attacking this pawn, which isn't too relevant right now, but more importantly, attacking the central pawn, because it does team up with the white queen. So this pawn attacked twice, only defended once. If that pawn disappears, the black position crumbles, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So, okay, how do you defend this guy with black? Do you defend it? Oof, I hesitate to suggest, but do you defend it with a pawn? This looks too open. I guess the white queen will just sneak back with a check, and this is a bit unpleasant. I'm not sure how black answers this.
You can't even defend it with the queen, because say for instance, instead of defending with a pawn, you just step the queen one side to the right, because you can.
Yeah, maybe you can, but this would allow white to push forward, maybe at the very minimum grab a pawn over here. And the computer does say that black only has one move to keep the balance, and this is not an obvious one. Black's best move, according to Stockfish, is to push this pawn forward, hitting the white queen on the side of the board. But I don't know whether I would find that. That requires some calculation. For example, the white queen could move, or white's knight could step back, attacking the black queen. You would have to spot here that you can just move the black queen out of danger, and now it's a double attack against the white queen and the white knight. So I don't know if that move is obvious for a human. Would you find this, Simon? Every other move gives white a big advantage.
I don't know if I'd find it, but I guess Jan has to find it. That's the thing, because if you don't find this move, you're just a lot worse. And when you're in these situations, you kind of look outside of the box because you're forced to. You're forced to look for moves you wouldn't normally find, because Jan must realise the danger to his position here, and he really won't want to play that F-pawn forwards unless he absolutely has to, I feel. I mean, so I think he'll find it. I mean, bet?
Yeah, maybe.
A little cheeky bet.
What should we bet on? Because black's other moves, we should mention, this is by far the best. This one keeps the balance. Black's other moves, the second choice there by the computer is to trade queens. I doubt we'll see that happen. It's not Jan's style. And even that doesn't force the trade of queens. White can just step back with his queen. And the third choice move by the computer is to take this pawn. But that looks too greedy. As mentioned, black's central pawn would fall to the white knight. And after a trade here, it feels like the black king is just too open. So, Simon, what are we betting for about this pawn push?
I think the first drink tomorrow.
OK.
Yeah.
Deal.
So,
very nice.
Yeah.
OK, so let's go back to the players. Will Jan find this important pawn push? He's frowning, he's calculating.
Yeah.
And he spent a lot of time compared to normal. Jan is normally ahead on the clock, and I owe you a drink, Simon.
I only drink champagne, my friends.
Oh, yeah, because that wasn't specified.
Yeah, of course not.
Oh,
Norwegian champagne as well.
You're missing a trick,
only the
Simon.
best champagne.
Whiskey is a good bet.
Whiskey, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, whiskey would be good.
We're talking one glass, not a bottle, right?
I'll take anything in Norway. So, yeah.
I mean, these players, the whole day, actually, they seem quite close to their top form.
Yeah. I mean, they've amazed me,
right?
Yeah. I assumed the standard would be a lot worse. So I've been very impressed by how they turned it on today.
Sometimes we see finals where one player is really firing, the other one just struggling to get into the game, but both sides here, I mean, it's as if they're two boxers in a ring, one just punching each other, neither side staggering, neither side getting knocked down. Magnus shaking his head now as well. I think Magnus missed this because, to me, this doesn't seem obvious, this pawn push. And, OK, Magnus now, does he have to move his queen? That is the big question. If the white queen steps away, then black does have a move, no more threats to deal with. Black has a move to get organised. So, yeah, really critical moments already in the game.
Yeah.
And
good play.
Talking about this being a great match, Ewell says, which chess game can be considered the greatest of all time? So, yeah, the queen has actually found itself on the a6 square. It's a bit far away from the action.
And potential queen trades happening if black steps back with his queen.
If you push the pawn on, then I guess, well, I don't know, it's critical as well. But
which pawn, Simon? The B pawn?
B pawn, I was thinking, just that's maybe the obvious move to attack the queen, but there's many options for white there.
So a discovered attack, pushing this pawn forward, indirectly attacking the white queen with your bishop. Yeah, Simon, you're right. This is completely crazy now.
Yeah, it's very... I mean, you can go pawn takes pawn or rook takes bishop, I guess, or something else probably as well.
Pawn takes pawn, counter-attacking against the black queen, or maybe rook takes... This one looks tempting after pawn takes, dropping the white knight back, maybe.
Yeah.
Hitting the black queen.
Yeah.
Black queen doesn't have too many squares. The black queen has to stay defending her knight, so maybe drops back. Oof. Now you could take this pawn, threatening some knight checks. Super complicated.
Yeah, it's about the G pawn you mentioned. If that black pawn was back on its starting square, then black would be doing very well in nearly all of these positions.
That would just be almost winning in a lot of these positions, but it's all about the black pawn being very loose and weak. And in the current position, we're expecting maybe this pawn push or possibly this one, but either way, still, the computer says 0.3, but this one is wild and... Pawn pushes galore. Napoleon actually doesn't care about his king. He is going for white. He's going to try and trap this bishop. This is another crazy position.
Such a great final today. So exciting, the games.
And remember, we saw the aim chess stats before the start of today. Magnus, maybe the lowest number he had was resource. No, what was it?
Resourcefulness.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
So this kind of strategy from Jan Nepomniachtchi attacking him
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and this is the kind of chess we really wanted to see and we kind of wished for in the World Championship match, because this is Nepomniachtchi playing true to his personality. OK, the games aren't perfect, they're making mistakes, but it is a real fight. And both sides getting their chances. And now, like David mentioned, it's a huge threat in the air. You know, Black is simply having pushed the f-pawn 2 squares, is going to go 1 square more. And
what
that's
you
scary.
do?
What do I do?
It's actually, if I was Magnus, I'd maybe start to panic now. Because that Black's play, it's about who has the easier play as well in the game of chess, who has the simpler plan. And Black has a very, very simple plan. White doesn't have a simple plan. So, yeah, it's turned around, I think.
And it's the core of that plan for Black to push pawns, basically? Is it that simple?
And even trade queens.
White. Yeah, just keep pushing and attacking.
And I do think that a trade of queens would lead to a really good endgame for Black, because just look at that bishop sitting there on d3. It's not a great defender, but boy, is it a great attacker. Look at it, it's blocking 2 rooks.
I honestly don't know what Magnus can play here as a move, because suddenly his pieces are really disjointed. The queen's on one side, the rooks are on one side, the bishop's on the other side. They're not really coherently working together. As well. There's another problem. I mean,
maybe it's time to kind of sacrifice the material.
What, rook takes bishop?
Rook takes bishop is what I'm thinking.
You've still got this f4 problem at the end, haven't you? Maybe you have to try it, but I can't. Can you see a move, David? I'm
struggling, I must say. Maybe we can get the Stockfish suggestions on the screen, because we here as a panel, we're struggling to find a move for White. Magnus struggling as well.
OK, I'll tell you what, whatever the first choice is, I bet you that Magnus, you can choose if Magnus finds it or not to get your point back. OK, what is the first move?
OK, the choice... Oh, wow, this is difficult. This is almost impossible. White's best... I don't think he'll find this.
Do you want to have a bet, then?
Another drink.
Another drink. OK, good man.
And,
I'm going to be so sorted tomorrow. Come on, Magnus, play, what is it, A4?
So White has to just ignore all the tension with all of the pieces and push that innocent-looking pawn up the board. We've crowned her Alice, but that White A-pawn 2 squares up, and try and break down Black structure there. That is...
Come on, Magnus, do it for me. Do it for me. Let's make David go bust.
You think that...
I think he will play A4, even though I'm not sure he will. But he's done it. He's found all the moves so far.
Yeah, everything.
He's found it always. But this is... How can you play A4 here?
Because
the other 2 moves are just crazy as well. White's knight jumping into no man's land to a square, it might get trapped. The third choice move for White here, pushing a pawn to F3, opening up White's own king. Yeah. That's not going to happen, surely.
No. But how can you find A4? Because I was thinking Black moves the B pawn anyway. Yeah. So you're tempting into moving the B pawn. I mean, I don't know if any human could find this, but he's not really human, Magnus, so he'll find it. Yeah. He will find it.
That's a true sign of genius if he plays this move.
Yeah.
But I don't understand, why is this move so good?
Me neither.
I don't know either, but, Stockfish does, so we'll rely on him. No, I mean... Boom, boom.
Any viewers at home, if you want to lend me a fiver to afford this drink for
a fiver is not going to cover your drinks tomorrow, David. A fiver might get you a quarter of the drink. 2 drinks down.
How does he find this?
Boom!
How does Magnus Carlsen find a move like that? It looks like all the play is taking place on another side of the board. He just ignores it all and pushes a pawn.
That is insane. It's absolutely insane.
Speechless.
I don't know anyone who could find a move like that, because it just doesn't make any sense.
Especially with 3 minutes on the clock. As you mentioned, most humans would be panicking. It looks like White is about to just get steamrolled by the Black pawn advance, especially that White bishop about to get trapped. The White knight, if the bishop disappears, would also be under fire, but Magnus just pushes a pawn, ignoring it all. And let's try and figure out why this move is so classy. And it's all because, I guess, if Black now pushes forward, which is what he wants to do, trapping this White bishop, then White's just going to ignore it. White's just going to play pawn takes pawn. And, wow, I mean, this one is still crazy. It looks like the bishop is pinning everything to the queen anyway, but after pawn takes bishop, Magnus can escape by taking the Black knight. And any pawn captures here will just be answered by White recapturing. I mean, this looks super scary. Black's queen taking this pawn, but Magnus has got it all worked out. I think after a queen check, hitting the Black king, no matter where the Black king goes, there will be more checks, or at the very least, White can drop his knight back and block this scary file. So Magnus, he's worked all of this out. the lines I'm showing now on the screen, they're 4 or 5 moves deep. Magnus, for sure, has had to see this in order to survive. And right now, this is a big threat. And as Simon mentioned, if the pawn moves out of the way, for example, pushing forward, it's still scary. Magnus has to, I think, at some point, just sacrifice and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, even that line is incredibly hard to work out. So,
wow,
we have this move played.
In this direction, yeah, tracking the bishop. What could be more natural?
Yeah.
And Magnus, I expect him quickly to take this pawn because what else? Right now, the black is threatening this white bishop and black is threatening the knight. 2 pieces under fire, white has to counterattack, and he does play pawn takes pawn. Wow, what
knight
a fight.
Comes in.
And again, crazy position. Black's knight centralized. There is tension here. At least now you can save your bishop, maybe. You can trade here on this square and move your bishop because the white queen at least defends her knight, but this looks super scary. Black's pawn's about to march down the board. This is playing with fire. The computer likes white, though. Surprising.
It's white, wow. What's he played? He's taken that pawn.
Keeps finding the best moves, Magnus.
Yeah.
He has to save his bishop. He has to park it on the side of the board. Let's go back to the players. This one, I mean...
How many people in the history of chess could find A4 in a rapid play game, I wonder? Because, you know, I mean, I'm sure, obviously, you know, some people would, but I don't know. I mean, like, A4 is just incredible.
There's not that much time on the clock.
No.
Yeah.
It's
and
amazing.
Calculating all of those complications.
Yeah. I think if we had an hour, maybe, then process of elimination, we would see no other moves are working, no other moves seem logical, then maybe we would find it just because we'd stop looking for other moves. But to find it in a rapid game,
incredible.
That is, another level. And right now, I think white just has to move the bishop out of the way. It's attacked by a pawn. What else is Magnus considering? Is he thinking about a sacrifice? I don't think there's any reason to bring the white queen back and give a check yet. Simon?
No, I was thinking you could try knight takes pawn and queen check, but don't even ask me what's happening there.
Yeah.
Because there's so many open lines, you might be able to get a rook in or create, or then bring the bishop around. But moving the bishop straight away just seems very normal to stop Black's rook also coming to f6.
A lot to calculate,
There's
though.
a lot to calculate still, yeah.
Black's pawns, I mean, if the white bishop moves, Black's pawns marching down the board. I think it's OK for white, but I'm not 100% sure. And you called it. Magnus doesn't go for the safe option.
Right.
Neither player in the mood for peace today, on the board at least. And
Jan saw it, he takes it immediately, and now the queen does come here. But
I'm just frowning a little bit here.
That's a check.
I hadn't looked any further than this, so it just looked like there's a lot of white pieces.
It's scary for Black suddenly, maybe.
Yeah.
The Black king has to move, or you have to block this check. No matter where you block it, if you drop your knight back, the Black bishop might fall. If you put the Black rook in the middle of this check, the white rook can come up the board.
Magnus also under 2 minutes now, worth pointing out. They're both getting to critical point, and it's also worth noting that obviously this is the first leg of the final. We're playing tomorrow, but if either side wins this game, they've won the first bit, yeah. So it's a lot to play for in this game.
Yeah, this is still so sharp. And look at Jan's face.
Yeah.
He's sighing there. He's kind of shocked at this turn of events.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he was turning things in his favour.
He retreated the knight.
Wow. He doesn't look happy, does he?
No.
He doesn't. Well, I mean, he looks kind of...
A little bit of a smile there.
Yeah.
It's an ironic smile again.
Possibly. Knowing Jan, he thinks he was probably winning or had a big advantage, and he knows he's let it slip. Meanwhile, though, let's do a quick count. Things have... I mean, the dust is cleared. Things have slightly clarified, and Black has an extra knight, but White has 3 pawns temporarily in return. So that's balanced. A knight is the same as 3 pawns. That being said, the White king super safe, the Black king not safe at all. If the queens come off, I think Black is better because the knight is far more flexible than the pawns. The pawns are weak as well, White's pawns, but while the queens remain, not easy.
Yeah, and the pawns are also far back. You know, I once heard a little rule of thumb when it comes to piece versus pawns. So a piece versus 3 pawns, it tends to be a piece is better unless you have that something else. So it could be like maybe you're going to attack against your opponent's king, the pawns are super far advanced, and 2 pawns for a piece tends to be always better for a piece unless you have like a raging attack. So you need to have significantly more dynamic factors. I thought it was quite a nice little rule of thumb that you go for. As long as you have that something else, then go for the pawns.
And it seems here that White certainly has something else because he has the open file for the rooks, active queen, and a weak black king. So
Exactly.
I would take white here. I mean, I don't understand, again, the evaluation bar I've just seen is over in Jan's half, but practically speaking, again, it's practical. Who's got the easier position to play? And this is something you've always got to ask yourself. People don't do this enough. Which moves are easier to find? And I think, you can see Jan shaking his head. I think Magnus's moves are easier to play, right? I mean, you can bring the queen in at the right moment, get the rook to a better square, maybe go rook to block the queen coming back here. Looks like a nice idea, actually. I like that move, actually. Move it right into the middle of the board, because if you check with the queen in this position, then black will try to go for the ending that David mentioned before, just by bringing the queen all the way back. And that's a very nice defensive position. So you want to stop that maneuver so you can block that queen by moving the rook in the way of that defensive maneuver. And also this improves the rook because the rook might want to swing over to attack. And this looks very scary for black.
Yeah, suddenly the queen is locked out as a defender, right?
Yeah.
She would love to plant herself in front of her king, but no longer possible. And I think that's maybe one of the most likely moves. The two, I would say, are, your move, Simon, or this one that Magnus has played.
Right, yeah.
7th rank. We call it 7th heaven here.
7th heaven.
It's just, I mean, targets for the white rook, but also, I mean, if at some point it might sacrifice itself for the knight, or it might try and break through on this line. If you could put both of the white rooks on the 7th rank, it's just going to win for white. And also minimal risk, this type of position. You mentioned the ease of position to play. Even if the queens come off, if white can trade off these 2 pawns, I think it's a draw anyway. So, I think white is the one with all of the cards up his sleeve, and black really backs to the wall defensive job.
Yep.
I'm still surprised the evaluation bar in the middle.
And talking about the 7th rank, the 7 deadly chess sins, you can learn now how to avoid the 7 deadly chess sins if you go to chessable.com. There is a special offer right now. You can get the 7 deadly chess sins book and video valued at $150 for free. So use this QR code and get into Chessable to get that fantastic course. A bunch of moves. Are we seeing some deadly chess sins here?
Possibly. And Jan, he's just got to make sure he doesn't commit the sin of egoism, where he just gets carried away with the position that he could have been, focused too much on his plans. Here, I think he just needs to be completely objective as black and think, OK, I'm defending. I need to just survive now. And Magnus, meanwhile, switching the play. He went towards the black king with his queen. Now he's swung the whole way across the board. And now that black pawn is a big target. It might just fall off the board, the black A pawn. If it does, white has 2 avenues of attack. White's B pawn is very close to promotion. Also, the black king as well. As mentioned, a huge, huge target. But the position's repeated itself. I hope we're not going to see this fizzle out towards a draw. We might be headed in that direction.
The queen's gone.
OK, we've seen this position twice before. If Magnus brings the queen across again, it's a draw. 3rd time. Jan's smiling.
And Magnus says
no. Draw.
Oh, he's gone up.
Not for you today.
No, not today. It's not a drawing day today, is it? And it's an action day today. I just couldn't believe that offer. Is it really free? That 7 deadly sins? That's a really good offer, I'd say. It's a fantastic book. We all said how much of a great book it is, and you get the videos as well.
Yeah.
God,
okay.
Limited time offer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's. I mean, free things are good, right? Especially they're like great quality with. Yeah, everyone should get that.
Nothing better than free stuff.
Nothing better.
Especially when it's one of the best.
I will be saying that tomorrow while I'm enjoying my 2 beers, David.
2 beers.
I will sip them. I'll be like, yes, enjoy it.
Simon, not beers.
Champagne, sorry. Yeah, only champagne.
I'm actually
tomorrow.
checking out the menu at the Good Night to try to find the most expensive stuff
definitely.
they have on the menu.
The most.
If I ever won a bet in the studio, I lost one to you, Kaja. I had to dress up as a Teletubby. I lose bets to Jovanka all the time in the guess the move type of positions, and now Simon's robbing me blind.
I honestly thought that you had it in the bag with Simon's last bet, but then
shocking one.
A4 came, and Magnus proved that he's a machine.
Yeah, and look at the bar here now, you guys.
Can you go rook to D6? I've just seen all of a sudden.
Wow.
Well, could he have gone rook D6 there?
That looked quite good, actually.
Yeah, I mean,
possibly. Maybe we can show this on the board. So Magnus's last move, very nice as well. He's got some direct threats, but Simon mentioning that the rook could just step up the board, trying to swing across and pin the black queen. And if the rook gets captured by the black knight, then rook takes queen, and this position favourable for white. Queens and rooks, it's never clear whose are better, but the black king just too open, and white has pawns to push. So this would have been nice as well. But Magnus, he's maybe trying to be even more ambitious than grinding out this endgame. In the current position, if we catch up, the rook swung across. Black's rook leaping to the defence. Maybe he's got the same idea in mind, Simon.
Yeah, if he goes rook f6 here without allowing that idea we just saw, I mean, it's still incredibly scary for Black, isn't it?
But
if you get greedy, you could just take this pawn as well. Okay, he has just taken this pawn.
I mean, hang on a second. Aren't there like tricks in the air for Black?
Has Magnus just committed the sin of materialism, greed, just grabbing a pawn when suddenly, as Jovanka mentions, maybe some ideas against the white king? For example, you could deliver a check. If the king moves, then maybe try and get your queen into the game. Actually, maybe... it's so complicated here. I was wondering whether you could try and get this knight in at some point, but you just can't right now. Both kings are suddenly a target. Suddenly the white king less safe than it previously was. Black wants to get rid of Harry so that you could somehow check on this file, but not easy. Suddenly...
The bar has been on a roller coaster today, hasn't it? The bar's been all over the shop.
The bar's had a workout today.
It's had a proper workout today, yeah.
Could, in this position... Oh, no, it's not possible.
You'd love to move the knight right and bring it in, but unfortunately the knight moves. This comes with a check.
He's gone for bringing the queen in, and
okay, that makes sense.
This position, bring the queen in
without moving the rook. So I thought queen f6 would otherwise be a good move, but maybe you can't do that here because of knight e5 or something.
Wow.
I mean, is that
queen coming across looks so scary? But you're right. Just move this knight out the way, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm not sure where you go. Probably all of them are fine. And, hitting the queen, hitting the rook in a skewer. So sharp, this position. I mean, still all through results on the cards. Magnus needs to find a move.
Time situation is also worth pointing out. They're both now under a minute.
Oh, wow.
We're back into the action zone. Welcome to the danger zone.
Really bringing us entertainment in this
Can you name the film?
final.
Sorry. You can't name the film. Anyone? Welcome. That's probably the way I'm singing it. And I probably sung it wrong. Welcome to the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Okay, that's
Is it the danger zone? No one can name the film?
I was going to say...
Top Gun, yeah, I was thinking Top Gun.
Yeah. I was going to say Top Gun, I just didn't want to sound stupid if it was wrong.
Not as stupid as me singing, so don't worry about it. Why singing? Yeah. OK, what's happening, though?
Trying to work out. It looks like Black is about to checkmate White, but not yet. If the Black Queen slides back to check the White King from the front, White's Rook on the 4th rank can come across and block. So, it's hanging by a thread for Magnus suddenly. Things have turned. The momentum has changed. Magnus was the one attacking. Now it's Jan attacking. But there was no breakthrough, so the Black Queen had to step back. And a trade of queens would most likely result in a draw. White has a lot of pawns for that Black Knight. White has 3 pawns for it, but it feels like the Black Rooks will be able to stop those White pawns. And Magnus, can he find anything better than a queen trade? Queen trade is the safe option, but we've seen both players playing for the win throughout today in every single game.
It'd be very sad to swap the queens off in a way because White's had this pressure against Black's king for most of the game, and you really don't want to swap the queens off when your opponent's king is more airy, got a lot more air around it, and it still seems the Black king is probably weaker than the White king.
Then again, 5 seconds on the clock for Magnus.
5 seconds.
Wow. Okay.
Does allow the queen trade. The queen trade does happen, but Black now has to defend against a very far advanced pawn.
Yeah.
Not easy still for Nepomniachtchi.
And the White
Rooks, around 30 seconds.
The White Rooks, they're coordinating very well. It's not easy for Black to start mobilising his knight or his rook next to the king for that point.
He does activate his knight, and Magnus, gesturing there, shaking his head. I think maybe he underestimated this one. The reason this is fine is because White doesn't have time now to move the rook because the Black Knight is threatening a deadly check. Actually, if White moves the rook and the Black Knight comes to the g4 square with check, that would end in checkmate. Even White's king is not safe.
Wow.
Having all those pawns around it.
Wow, that's incredible, that checkmate, actually. Maybe you can show... Oh, OK, well, obviously you've seen it.
Yeah, he saw it. So White had to cover any checking squares from the Black Knight. That would have been a really nice pattern.
Yes.
Maybe we'll show that a bit later. But Magnus now pushing pawns on both sides of the board. He's going to try and overwhelm Black's pieces. But it's not going to be easy.
Wow. Who's the star player for each of these two now? Who is the Maradona in each camp?
Oof. I guess that White pawn on the a6 square is the potential goal scorer. But it's under lock and key right now.
I'm just seeing from Twitter that maybe I even got the words wrong. Is it highway to the danger zone? What did I say? Did I say welcome?
Welcome to the dangers, yeah. Oh, I love that.
So I kind of... that's my version, you know, a little bit of...
I have a friend that always sings, I am the tiger. I am the tiger.
That's even more catchy.
Yeah. All right, well, who's the tiger here? Will we have a winner? Will it be a draw?
At the moment, it looks like 2 tigers just balancing each other out. Really high level, really intense chess, and Magnus now just moving his king to the side, Does this allow black to go and capture a pawn with the black rook? Magnus, there we go. One pawn drops off. And now the knight under fire from the white rook.
It's shaking.
Magnus knows that the win is no longer likely. What is most likely to happen is black giving up the knight for that white A pawn. As we mentioned, Alice, the A pawn, will cost black the knight, but not enough pawns left. Here we go. Knight takes pawn is about to happen. And the players, I think they've just agreed to a draw.
Yep.
We're about to see a drawn rook endgame.
Both shaking their head again. This is I mean, it's been such a great day, and it takes it to the last game, right? So
we're shaking our heads in amazement. They're shaking their heads. I mean, so intense.
Yeah.
It's another draw, you guys. Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi still tied in the final 3 games played. One more rapid game to go in the first match. And Jovanka, how will you describe this first day in the final so far?
Wild.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. It's been insane, tense, all the exciting adjectives you can think of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable what the two players have come up with and how they've been so resourceful in those moments of trouble. I mean, I'm still like in shock about some of those last moves. And to top it all off, Simon has won 2 drinks.
Yeah.
There's always a winner every day.
And one of those drinks was won in this game. Or both of them were won in this game.
I think they both won.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you want to bring up those moments, David, or is there other moments from this game?
There's just one moment in this game that I would like to point out, and that was the moment maybe where Magnus let the final winning chances slip. Black had defended great over the last few moves. Things had been turning in Magnus Carlsen's favour, but Jan Nepomniachtchi was able to defend well. And here, this queen trade, Magnus allowed it, and the game fizzled out to a draw. However, if he'd stepped back with his queen, there's a few choices, there's a few squares. For example, this one, teaming up on the 4th rank, maybe trying to slide the white rook across with a nasty check. Still some winning chances for white, and I think minimal risk. Maybe Magnus will regret not keeping the queens on. Another thing we promised to show, after the queen trade, after the rook stepped forward and the queens came off the board, this knight jump, another rook trade, actually threatened a checkmate. For example, white would love to slide the rook across. Maybe Magnus thought he was winning here, with the pawn stepping through, promoting to a queen, but the knight check would have been deadly. King stepping forward, knight takes pawn, and no matter where the white king goes, up or down the board, it is checkmate. So with this trick, Jan Nepomniachtchi managed to scare Magnus, and the game did eventually fizzle out to that draw.
And that means... And that means the two players are still tied in the first match in the final. One more game to go today in the first match in the final, and Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces. That game is coming up in about 13 minutes. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in 4 minutes.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, I'm Grandmaster David Howell. One of my favorite chess books in the world is The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rousen. We are looking at the first sin, thinking. Now, thinking might not sound like a sin, but if you're thinking in positions that don't actually require thinking, or if you're overthinking, that might lead to blunders. But here Magnus tried to be a bit too clever. He actually sacrificed his queen for the rook. The reason for this blunder was that after queen takes rook, he had forgotten a simple check. If you want to find out more about the 7 deadly chess sins, go to chessboard.com/sins to enjoy the exclusive video course by Jonathan Rousen.
I love sports, so that's how I train. I do football, I've started playing paddle recently. I also do some exercises with a personal trainer, but he always tries to make it about competition because that is what motivates me. I do not know if it's essential to be in good shape to be a good player, but I know that I play a lot better when I do feel well and that I'm at my best physically, for sure.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first day in the final in the Airthings Masters. I'm just having a cup of coffee, leaning back, because the players are giving us huge entertainment today.
Yeah, just throwing everything at each other. So far, no decisive results, but some of the most exciting games that we've ever seen on the Champions Chess Tour.
Yeah, and the fourth and final rapid game of today is coming up in a few minutes. But before that time, we've had some amazing chess moves today. And now David is going to show us the FTX exchange of today.
For today's exchange of the day, I want to highlight a series of sacrifices, counter-sacrifices and exchanges from Game 2 of this dramatic final. In this position, Jan Krzysztof as white threw everything towards the black king. He tried to break open the defense around this black king by playing knight takes pawn. Now, maybe he had missed Magnus Carlsen's next move. Instead of exchanging here, instead of trading off and taking this white knight, which would lead to disaster for the black king, Magnus came up with a great resource. He played rook takes bishop, eliminating a potential attacker of the black king. A great move, and after rook takes rook, suddenly the reason was revealed. The black knight stepped across as a defender, gaining time against this white queen, and after the white queen moved, we saw pawn takes knight, another exchange, another capture, and once the black king parked itself in the middle of the board, it was safe, guarded by the black knight. We saw many twists and turns later in this game, of course, the game ending in a draw, but what a fight, and what resources both spotted by these two great players.
Definitely. And to play those great moves in online chess, you definitely need great equipment. And Magnus, well, he started off with a setup that he wasn't too happy with, and now he's improved, and now he thinks he has a very fresh setup to play in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
In online chess, is equipment and having the right equipment more important?
It's very hard to say exactly how important it is because we don't have a lot of data. But it does feel as though when I have a good setup that I feel better and I should play better. At the start, I would play a couple of tournaments just with my laptop and like with a webcam and a very simple setup, and I didn't like that as much as like having. Like when you have a good chair and you have a monitor and
feels a bit fresher.
Are you a one monitor kind of guy, or two, or three, even?
No, I mean, you can only have one monitor when you play, but when I do other things, I will I like having more monitors so that I can, like, for instance, if I'm watching football or I'm watching NBA, it's good to have several screens.
How about the mouse? Do you have like a specific kind of mouse and brand that you have to use, or?
I don't have a particular preference when it comes to mouse. I'm not that speedy anyway, so I'm not sure. I'm not really sure it matters.
I thought you were known to be very speedy, aren't you?
No, I'm like very good at chess and just fast enough that I can sort of get by in bullet chess.
Are you practicing it all though? Like the mouse skills, for example?
No, I haven't done that in a long time.
It is important in online chess to practice pre-moving, practice the mouse skills. And I was surprised to hear Magnus saying here that he's not that speedy, because I really did think that he was one of the speediest players.
He's one of the speediest, maybe players like Alireza Firouzja, slightly speedier, Hikaru Nakamura, renowned for his speed. I'm not sure Magnus is reliant on the speed. He's always just focused so much on the board. That's why he's saying that. He just wants to win on the board every time.
But that is a big question. So they are tied now after 3 games in the first match in the final. Tomorrow, another match. And if they are tied after all that, we do go to those tie breaks, Simon. And blitz chess, do you actually think that Jan will feel like he is the favorite in that?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, Jan is a very good blitz player, but Magnus, I know he says he doesn't play. He's great at blitz chess as well. So I think it'll just be 50-50. Really, I think either of them could win it if it goes to blitz.
Yeah, I have to say that, you know, Magnus is famous for going online and just playing blitz and bullet chess for 8 hours non-stop, and maybe it's not even 8 hours, it's more than that. So, you know, he's pretty experienced. I mean, for me, the interesting part would be if they got to Armageddon.
Ah, yes.
Who would choose the white pieces? Who would choose the black?
And
who would start with fight?
Jan can choose right, because he ended on top of table in preliminaries.
Exactly. So it'll be interesting. It's kind of fashion these days to choose the white pieces, but, you know, that's kind of even getting ahead of ourselves there. But that would be the ultimate.
White pieces in Armageddon means you have to win, but you will have less time on the clock. But that is all tomorrow if they are tied after the 2 matches. Jan will now have the white pieces in the final game today. And from what we've seen so far, he's going to push for the win, right?
Yeah, just more of the same, please, Jan. And it's been so dramatic with white, with black, both players taking risks, pushing, doing some really unexpected, unorthodox things, surprising us here in the studio on every turn. And Jan, I think his best chances lie in that type of game, in that type of position where he can be a bit wild, where he can be a bit crazy. And with white, he'll fancy himself to do that.
All right. And Magnus, do you think he's... I'm not saying he's scared of Jan, but the way that Jan has been playing today, you have talked about it, that he's just attacking in, you know, situations that Magnus maybe is less comfortable with.
Yeah. But I have to say, you know, maybe Magnus was maybe a little bit less comfortable. He has found himself in slightly difficult positions, but he's risen to the occasion. And when he's needed to, he's found those critical moves. You know, it's been like a human machine. So, and he's been most impressive, as has Jan. You know, Jan has been resourceful. He's really played all those right moves. And I can't sing enough praises for both of these players.
Definitely. And Jan has arrived to the board, snacking up, I think, a little bit before the 4th and final game. Will they be a little bit tired now? Playing the kind of chess they played today must be a little bit exhausting.
Yeah, it's draining when you're calculating on every move. When, I mean, Jovanka made a good point there. Actually, all of those times we've been praising the players, often it's Magnus, only one move to survive. He's finding it every time, but it takes energy. It's draining emotionally when you're walking that tightrope every turn. Jan is the one who's maybe got more options on every turn. And either way, tiring, but the players, they will be quite full of adrenaline. They do like these types of exciting games. I know, Simon, you thrive on this type of chess, right?
Yeah, but it's been very exciting, and they're both just coming at each other, so, you know, with everything they got. But I think it's a good point that actually it has been Magnus who's had to find the moves, in actual fact. So maybe Jan's got the slightly better end of it so far.
Yeah. And he's going to have the white pieces. Your guessing game is strong today, Simon. What kind of opening do you
Pretty
think we're
good. Yeah, I'm going to go for... No, not one more. Not tempted. Let's see if we can make you go broke by the end of the commentary.
It's a Magnum champagne bottle now.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. But I'm going to go Catalan.
Catalan.
I wish I'd taken a bet now.
Yeah. I'm just trying to tempt you in with some stupid bets now.
Why is Catalan a stupid bet? And here we go.
Catalan is off the board already.
You won a champagne there. So,
No, it's a King's Pawn opening, and it's the Italian game. So we actually saw a battle in the World Championship match when Jan had to win. He was in a must-win situation in this opening. And that means a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of tension. We actually mentioned this opening yesterday. Right, guys? It's just full of life, full of rich, complex kind of nuances for later in the game. Magnus, meanwhile, pushing a pawn on the side of the board, and Jan looking off to the side, just trying to work out what he had planned. And, OK, the black bishop retreats very early on. This is exactly what Magnus did in the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And in that game, we criticised Jan for maybe taking a step back with the white knight on that last move, but this time he goes forward with the white knight. So the game has diverted away from that World Championship match, and white trying to break forward in the centre, at least trying to occupy the centre with pawns. Black, however, castled, and look at that black dart-squared bishop. What a journey it's been on already, now blocked by its own pawns. But Magnus will try and rectify that over the next few turns. Black is rock solid, but white is more active for now.
Yeah, very complex position, these. I mean, there's lots of manoeuvring that needs to be done, but it is a very strange position of the black bishops. I mean, they're next to each other, and one of the black squares looks rather pathetic at the moment. I mean, it is tucked away there, but I think it's the potential in Magnus's position that you have to watch out for. If he can free that bishop up, then he's going to be OK. But, I mean, just at the moment, from my eyes at least, it looks very nice for Jan. But this must still be the World Champ preparation.
Well, guess what? OK, so there has been one game in my database played, and it was played in 2022. And the player of the white pieces was Sergei Karyakin, Nepomniachtchi's second. And the player of the black pieces was Jordan van Foreest. Guess who's second? Magnus Carlsen second.
Battle of the seconds. Yeah. And what was the result?
Sergei Karyakin won.
Interesting.
That was just over a month ago in Vaikanze. And a very dramatic game there.
OK.
Will we see the paths diverge from that game? The black knight stepping back, white's pawn now moving forward. Are we still on path?
We're still on path.
Yeah.
OK.
I remember watching that game and thinking, OK, black's position looks solid, but not much fun to play. Still some work to be done to just get black's pieces out from their starting squares, from their starting rank. And white's last pawn push has also created a nice hole for the white knight to step back to. And, yeah, maybe we can jump into the position just to show some of the ideas for both sides. And it's all about these pawns for white. White would love to gain even more space, maybe step this guy forward, potentially even capture in the centre of the board. But black says no, he's just going to park both of his knights on this king side. They're going to act as defenders and later maybe march forward to try and attack as well. And I'm expecting maybe the white bishop to come out. I don't think white wants to shut down the centre yet. If you shut the centre down too soon, we might see a kickback begin, the white knight forced to retreat, and then black's bishop suddenly becoming active on this diagonal. So I think white will just develop his pieces, maintain the tension. What do we think, guys? In this current position, who do we prefer? And also, is this still the game between Karyakin and van Foreest?
Yes, it's still very much the game.
It seems like this is often Magnus's strategy, that he's willing to take these positions which are probably a little bit worse, right? I mean, a really small bit worse. And if it was me playing, or like, I don't know, like a number of other people, you just get in trouble. Yeah. But, you know, when it's Magnus playing, he's very happy to take these positions and just equalise at some point. Very confident in them.
But here's the new move, the capture of the pawn.
Okay.
After that, this is the players are on their own.
Yeah, I'm surprised because in a position like this, black has less space, black's pieces are cramped, not doing much. Exchanging is against the nature of the position when you have more space. It just frees up black's position. That being said, as you guys mentioned, Magnus just loves this pawn structure, a rock-solid structure in the centre. So after a trade and a trade of knights as well, we see white pushing forward, trying to clamp down on the position. And the knight finally kicked back. But who does this favour? To me, I don't like what Nepomniachtchi is doing, because black has an easy plan out of bringing his bishop out. Maybe this bishop will come to the side, attack this pawn in conjunction with the knight as well. And this pawn looks a bit weak. I don't see white's pieces really activating quickly enough to cause black any trouble. OK, right now, still slightly more space for white, but can he utilise it? That's the question. Magnus, very, very solid. Next move, he's going to bring his bishop out. He's going to connect his rooks. And healthy enough for black for now.
All right. Well, we were talking about the tour badges and NFTs we're talking about. And if you want a free NFT from the tour collection, then if you go to chesschamps.io and subscribe to the newsletter, you can actually get a free NFT, which is very cool.
Is it Christmas? So much free stuff.
I know, yeah.
So much free stuff on
Free stuff everywhere.
You're paying for it, David.
Yeah. I just want to record it tomorrow when I pick up my free drinks. I just want to sit back, you know, just
Have David bring some grapes as well.
Yeah.
You'll just be reclining. I'll feed you some. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah,
I'll be the waiter for the night.
I'll take it easy. So yeah.
Meanwhile, I know that Magnus has an NFT, right, from last season's tour.
Yeah. And the winner in this one will get that NFT trophy that you see in the bottom of the screen. And one NFT trophy is also available for auction for the highest bidder. So head into chesschamps.io to make your bid for that trophy. And I have to say, Jan switched his cup is one thing I have to say. And the other thing is that Magnus looks super into this position, leaning forwards, very focused.
Yeah, and that's body language we didn't really see from him in the prelim stage.
Yeah.
It looked like he was just lacking energy following his COVID infection. And it looks like he's back, feeling healthy, feeling focused. And that's shown today in his play. And meanwhile, both sides have played very quickly up to this point, almost moved 20. Jovanka, do you think this is still preparation from Nepomniachtchi, potentially? He's diverted from that game you mentioned, but look at the clock. He's gained time from when he started. We're already at move 19.
Mm-hmm. I think this is definitely a preparation because he played that pawn push, taking some space there on the left side of the board. He played that very quickly. And so he certainly, maybe it might not be exactly theory, but he's aware of the plans. And Magnus just sitting and trying to figure out how exactly he's going to develop his pieces.
Yeah, this pawn structure arises quite often from the King's Indian defence. Very often from the King's Indian defence, and it all depends on whether black is able to trade off pieces before white gets organised. If white gets organised, maybe relocates the white knight round to maybe the c4 square, so in front of it. It has some targets. There are some outposts potentially for the white knight. And black's dark squared bishop, I mentioned, maybe it will try and attack white's far advanced pawn, but then again, that will just be defended, and black's dark squared bishop may be the problem piece, the problem child in this position for Magnus.
Certainly seems a bit harder for black to play. If you look at weak squares, and black's moved the bishop to at least cover the big weakness there, which is the b6 square. Mm-hmm. If white's going to try to maybe get a knight into that square. If Magnus is going to play an opening like this, he's got to expect to get a position like this, right?
Yeah.
Because you're maybe very slightly worse because you've got some weaker squares, a little bit less space, but you're incredibly solid. And it's very hard to break the position down. I'd always like to be white, though, in this type of structure, because it's you shouldn't really lose this unless you do something outrageous, and you can just try to improve your pieces and come into the squares. And he's just slowly improving Jan with this last move. And maybe the a5 pawn is going to be weak later on as well. The black pawn on the side of the board, potentially. So it looks very comfortable for Jan. When a draw is an OK result, you draw day one, but you've got that chance to push for a win. And playing with the white pieces, that's the kind of position you want, right?
Yeah.
Risk-free kind of way to push.
Yeah, and one manoeuvre that white might try is to, for example, if black just waits and doesn't do too much, bring the knight to the side of the board. If black just continues to wait, maybe relocate the knight back and into this square. And then you can kind of peer at these two outposts, just check out that maybe pawn on the side of the board. You mentioned, Simon, the pawn in the centre. And I don't think black ever wants to trade off a bishop for one of the knights, because the two bishops might become very strong later in the game. Obviously, you have to prepare this, not exactly in this move order, but just one idea for later.
And just checking out the selfies. Quite interesting how some of you are telling us some stories. Some of you are watching from Uruguay. Some of you on dinner dates with your wives. Big hello to you all. And I have a question from Rina of Kernia. It's quite interesting, actually. Are chess players better decision takers in general outside of chess?
Interesting.
No.
I would say, if anything, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I would say, knowing chess players, probably the opposite, actually. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you, David. Just, it's like that saying, oh, chess players are really intelligent, you know, there's, because they play chess. And everyone thinks that generally chess players are much more intelligent than normal people. Well, I say normal people, but people who don't play chess.
That's what I tell everyone, Simon.
That's an absolute load of rubbish as well, I think, you know. So maybe some of them, of course, you know, but in general, I don't think that's true, you know. So, yeah. Or do you think? I don't know. Do you think chess players are more intelligent than non-chess players?
I think chess players in general. I think the average IQ for chess players is higher than the normal public.
I think it's a big myth. I think anyone can be a chess player, and we're all kind of quite normal. But I think the thing is, chess players they tend to be very confident, especially the higher up in ratings you go, and so they sound very clever. And but one thing I do think chess really helps you with. I do think it's good with decision taking, but not necessarily in the taking part, but in assessing all the consequences. We are very good at sitting there and go, what happens if option A, option B? And we take a very considered, planned approach there.
The problem is life doesn't really work like that. Often you see all the options, you know that you could do all these different things, but then you become indecisive. I know that I know myself, but also a lot of chess players, they procrastinate because they know, oh, OK, I could do this, but then this could happen, A could happen, B could happen, C could happen, D could happen. Oh, it's too complicated. And then they don't take decisions at all. So actually, I think the stronger the chess player, the less likely they are to make big life decisions unless given a push.
I once overheard a conversation between two grandmasters who were a couple, and he spent 10 minutes agonising whether he should have the room key or whether his wife should have the room key. And I kid you not, at the end, I felt like intervening and going, I will have the room key. Enough.
Well, one thing we do know about decision-making that Airthings is teaching us is that you should never make a decision after a very long meeting in a room because the air quality will be bad. So you need to get some fresh air and then make the decision.
Yeah, or make the decision early in the meeting. And lots of decisions being made on the board as we see the moves fly in, but not too much has changed. We see White has centralised his rooks, now dropping back his bishop, allowing one trade of rooks. I'm surprised he's rushed with that. But then again, maybe there was nothing else to do, and Magnus will try and get all the rooks off the board. We just see some manoeuvring. If all the rooks disappear, Magnus is slightly closer to equality, and the black pieces will no longer be fighting for the same squares. Black was cramped for space, and that's less of an issue now.
I'm a little bit worried about Black's A pawn, though.
Yeah, that's the one target,
pawn.
right?
Yeah, I mean, if White can just move the queen up one square and then put the knight into this hole, I'm not sure how Black's going to defend that pawn in the long run. That's the one, the one target, as you say, that is in Black's position here.
Yeah, this pawn, I mean, it's a bit of a similar case to the other game, right? If you could kind of just put it back on its start square, maybe Black's just equal, maybe Black's doing OK. But, yeah, right now it's defended by its bishop, and this plan you highlighted, Simon, I'm trying to find a good way to make it happen. For example, if we step our rook forward one square, for example, and we see a trade here, if Black, again, doesn't do too much, then the white knight will step forward. This is what you're highlighting, right? Just cutting, severing the connection between the bishop and this pawn, and now this pawn attacked by the white queen. And only one way to actually defend it, that's to trade off. And most likely, this would backfire on Black because this pawn's still under fire, and White has the bishop pair now. This pawn as well, very close to promotion.
Interesting decision here, David, because you can go for that pawn, but actually Jan's deciding to go for another pawn in the position. So
yeah, really interesting. He brought his rook across. I guess he just doesn't want to allow a trade. And yes, Black has access to the open file now, but what's he going to do with it? No squares, no entry squares in the white half. Every square is covered by one of White's bishops. Yep. Now the knight coming back, maybe just scared of your idea at some point, Simon, the knight jumping in.
Yeah, covering.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jan's going to rush with this pawn push. I think he just wanted to keep the pieces on, but what else could he do? Maybe he could trade a set of bishops. Maybe he could drop this knight back, bring it round this way. just a different avenue. Still pleasant for white, right?
Yeah, I think so. Even if you go push the A pawn and then the B pawn, and then you can certainly just slowly try to encroach on black's position here.
Baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps. But black is solid, so it's you know, heating up slowly.
I must admit, I really like your plan, David, of retreating the knight and then relocating it to the c4 square, because from there that knight is very powerful. Now obviously you have to look after the white c pawn on c5, but once you have that covered, then you can maybe get another small advantage that maybe black is obliged to capture that knight, and then you have the bishop pair, and then you have the potential to open up the b line, so there's like two little things that you can get excited about.
Yeah, I think we can combine the plans in a way, because if black just waits again, for example, the white knight can't really jump forward yet because of this capture. So maybe now we go to Simon's plan, push these forward first, push these pawns, and then plant the white knight on this really nice square. And lots of plans for white, but just putting them together in the right order, that is what Jan is trying to do. And meanwhile, black is a bit stuck. White can play moves such as pushing the pawn forward, such as retreating the knight. He can play those things at his leisure. And it's not clear entirely what black does. I mean, this bishop is stuck, this knight is on its ideal defensive square, this rook behind it a bit stuck as well. I don't think black's ever going to initiate play on this side of the board, on the king side, because white is just too solid over there. It's very symmetrical on the right half of the board. So, yeah, play will switch over to this left side, and if anyone's better there, it is white. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Well, if we do have a winner in this game, then that player will be the winner of the first match in the final and be up by 1 point before the second and final match tomorrow. And I guess it's still early days in this game, but is this a game that both of them can win?
I think it's more likely white will win. It feels like black's just on the defensive, just trying to hold the line, just trying to stay solid. But, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I like white's position.
Yeah, maybe just a very clever opening choice that Jan has prepared, you know, before, because he probably realises he's got the chances to win and he shouldn't lose this position, which is what you want with the white pieces against Magnus.
Incidentally, I did see a tweet earlier on that Peter Lecker, who's also commenting on another channel, or Tanya Sajdev, he actually said that they were very, very disappointed in the opening in that World Championship game at the end, that game 11, that Nepomniachtchi retreated the knight. Everyone was betting that he would play the knight forward. In fact, that's what they had prepared. Oh. And Nepomniachtchi didn't play it.
Wait, I'm trying to remember the position you mean there.
It was a move 11, so the knight, you know, the knight came up and attacked the bishop.
Right, okay.
It was, white's knight earlier jumping forward to the b5 square rather than retreating to c2.
Right, yes, that's what we saw here. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So this game could have happened in the World Championship. We could have had this position in the World Championship, basically.
This is the kind of thing which could have changed the World Championships, actually. I mean, like, yeah, certainly.
And when you make a mistake like that, you forget your theory, and then everyone comes and tells you off afterwards, like, why didn't you do this?
It's quite good news, isn't it? Because it means, like, even these guys who are playing for the World Championships, they'd be preparing it, and they forget their move on move 9 or something. Yeah. It's like they're mortal. Yeah. And it's like, you know, they are actually human beings, and it can happen to anyone. So it's quite it's quite nice to hear that in a way, So it gives us all hope of, you know, if we make mistakes, it's normal. So
But don't you find that every time you make a mistake, you tend to remember? You tend to remember afterwards. Oh yeah, I made that mistake here, so therefore.
So immediately afterwards, or
even a long time afterwards. I remember once. So I was playing some blitz games online, and then I lost quite badly in one of my favourite openings, and then I was like, why did I lose so badly here? And I actually went and I analysed my game, and then it stuck with me. Like, okay, you needed to do this just as you had analysed in 2007. And I was like, okay, yeah, I need to do that. And then it came in 2015 and I remembered because of this mistake. So I think mistakes are good to make in preparation, and also maybe good in real life as well, so that next time you find yourself in that situation, you remember.
Is that why often when they do prepare, and I did see Magnus from his training camp, they would talk about some openings and he would play blitz games with his seconds. Is that to basically make mistakes and remember easier?
Yeah, I think it's exactly what Jovanka said, and it also goes back to what we were talking about earlier today about memory. If you play it on the board, if you discuss it with your opponent afterwards, it's more likely to stick in your mind. If you just look at it on a computer screen, if you just tap an arrow, just going, okay, memorize, it won't stay. It's like preparing for exams, basically. It's the same thing. You have to be active with your revision. You can't just be lazy and just assume that it will sink in.
Yeah.
So, okay, meanwhile, a couple of moves on the board. Simon, this plan you mentioned, pushing the pawn forward, he didn't even prepare it as white.
I'm a little bit surprised because white's pawn structure is now worse than black's pawn structure, and that's quite dangerous to do that against Magnus, because if things backfire, you know, you could be in a worse ending. But it also is quite logical because your rook is attacking the pawn. I mean, you're opening up your rook. You're playing with your pieces, though, now, more than your pawns. I think it's quite interesting you talk about blitz and playing blitz to improve positions, and they had that big thing in poker, really, when poker went online. The quality improved like so drastically, because if you used to play poker, you could only play, I don't know, let's say 50 hands in a day because you have to wait for the dealer. When you're playing online, you're playing 50 hands in like 5 minutes. So the amount of information you're gathering is exponentially higher. So you're getting so much more information. You're learning from that information at such a higher rate. And it's the same with blitz chess, right? You can play blitz at such a higher, you know, you get more games in and absorb more information. And I think you can see all the young grandmasters do that now, don't they? They just practice online bullet chess, and they get all the information a lot quicker. So it's probably why another reason has been a big rise in the strength of players, I guess. So
that's why they're becoming grandmasters younger and younger at 12 years old now, because at the age of 12 they probably played more games than maybe 30 years ago players had played by the time they were 25. So just more kind of more games to analyze as well, a bigger sample size of games where you can learn from your mistakes and study. And okay, meanwhile, Jan getting up, looking confident. Jan was shaking his head, kind of not in a bad way, just confused about Magnus's last move. And to be honest, I'm surprised that Magnus moved so quickly. If we dive into the position, just to catch up with what has happened over the last few turns, we see a really dramatic moment that I was about to say didn't happen on the board, but it has now just happened on the board. White stepped forward with this pawn. We thought he would prepare this, and after a trade, I was expecting black to pick up this pawn and maybe push it forward, utilising the fact that en passant here would drop a rook. Still complicated, but if white takes this pawn as if it just moved once, then black could zoom forward and capture the white rook. Still very complicated after pawn takes bishop, for example, and the rook blocking. Maybe Jan was expecting this, Magnus just not going for this, but he's gone for it in a different way. So if we catch up with the current position, the black rook just slid across to defend this pawn. Now after the white queen sidestepped, we see this black pawn push en passant, looking like it's just a very strong move. And it was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Magnus's idea is to bring his bishop out, allowing en passant, allowing this strong passed pawn to survive white to pawn up. But look at this, the white rook is actually trapped. These two black bishops actually cover all of the escape squares for this rook. So it's really complicated right now. I'm expecting Jan, well, there's two options, basically. This rook is doomed. You either step forward with your pawn and allow the capture and then take back with your pawn. You're actually down on material of rook for a bishop, but you have this strong pawn as compensation. Or the alternative is to just sidestep with the rook, also giving it up, but getting a very strong bishop in return and looking towards the enemy king now. So Magnus is about to go material up, but the evaluation bar still in the middle means that the computer thinks white has great compensation here.
Decision time. Which bishop do you want? I think I would choose the light squared bishop. I'm going first.
Yeah, I'd probably, you know, instinctively say the same, because in those kind of positions, it's a great attacking piece towards your opponent's king. So, they both look nice there, because if you do it the other way, you get the c5 square, which is really tempting. You know, you can put a piece on that one. So either way, they look good, right? I mean, I think I take white in both positions, actually. So
this move or this one are the two ones we're expecting, and yeah, as you guys say, you can give up your rook, but okay, he chooses to give his rook up for this bishop. And after the pawn push, we see a trade. I don't think we'll see the queen take back this bishop. It feels like white wants to keep the queen on the board. There we go. White's queen is potentially a great piece on this diagonal and maybe along this file as well, this line.
Looks like a really nice sacrifice. I mean, because that pawn is 2 squares away from queening, and I don't think you can ever eliminate that pawn. I mean, how bad is this for black, actually? I mean, the computer says that black's better, which I find surprising.
Yeah, me too.
Because that pawn just seems so strong here, so advanced up the board. is always going to have some tactical ideas around just queening it at some point. So I like, and also it's kind of position Jan likes playing, right? He likes having the initiative. He's got the initiative and he's got a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, this is the type of position it might say roughly 0.0, but I mean, one wrong slip and it's going to shoot off in White's favour.
Yeah.
I doubt we'll see it go off in the other direction. Feels like Magnus is the one who has to be most accurate, and maybe this is also the type of position as the computer thinks more, as the horizon gets further and further, it will realise this is a long-term advantage for White, this just having this pawn here, and it does balance out the material deficit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I'm not even sure what Black's plan is as well. Again, it's going back to that idea, who's got the easier plan, and White can improve his queen, try to get the c5 square, so c6 square. So yeah,
White can bring the bishop out and push the pawn even further at some point. Plenty of ideas. White, as you mentioned, you can jump into this square at some point as well. I don't see what Black does at all.
Can Black play for perhaps eliminating that dangerous pass pawn and returning the material and just say,
let's... the queen back and then
let's
taking. Yeah, actually, maybe Ivanka does.
It's kind of not that nice and it's not aggressive, but maybe it's necessary.
But maybe you go queen d2 against that one, and then try to come into the central square and d6.
Gosh.
And not win, but just annoy the opponent.
Yeah, but if I could come right into d6 and maybe you can go rook a8, but rook a8 looks very risky.
Yeah, it's scary times. I mean, even if the rook moves, you just step back with the knight, or at the minimum. Actually, maybe you can even jump forward with the knight.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the tactics seem to work out in White's favour, all due to this pawn being strong. For example, knight takes pawn. We'd see some trades, just to show an example. And the White bishop's also very, very good. Bishop takes knight, and White would be winning. Two bishops stronger than the rook.
I think I'm actually thinking like this is really bad for Black. As in
current position?
It feels like there might be a bet coming on here.
Oh, I'm not brave enough to take you on in this one. I know they say third time lucky, but...
Yeah, third time's the charm. You sure? Do you want to check your wallet first and see if you can...
I have to call the bank first to see how much I can
I will give you draw odds with Black. You can have a draw or win from Magnus, the world champion. And I'm gonna go for a Jan win with White.
Simon, you're very brave.
What are we playing for? This
I still want you to owe me one drink, so maybe just one drink. I don't know. What would you like to go for if you did take it?
So you are banking on a White win, and I would get
the odds.
Draw and a Black win.
It's like bargain of the century.
Yeah, but I'm not a gambler, and you're an expert, and
I don't know about that.
Not at gambling, I meant like at chess, clearly.
Oh, I don't know.
Take it, David. Take it.
Okay.
One beer. So if one drink. So if I win this, you
he's
owe me
offering the hand,
3
Simon.
drinks.
Take
Bang,
it.
we're in.
Okay. Right,
We're
we
in.
have a bet in the studio.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, the clock times are in Magnus's favour. I'm going to be looking for any small benefit for Black. I love White's position. That's why I'm a bit stressed about this bet. But
his position seems nice.
Okay.
Queen b6.
Just putting the Black queen on a slightly better square and...
Bishop e2.
Calm.
Why?
Not the move you like there, Simon?
I mean...
So Simon's going to need a win for Jan in this game to win that bet.
I don't like Bishop e2. It just seems...
Black win. Good for David.
That's why you were brave, Simon.
Well, I didn't expect him to play that, but... OK, rook a8.
It was a calm move by White, but yeah, just a bit slow. Right?
It seemed very slow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to play, but OK.
OK, so White's knight under fire from this Black rook. That knight most likely just has to move.
I don't like the way the bar's going that way. What's happening with that bar? Is it going the wrong way?
Yeah, I'm just staring at that bar, trying to use my telekinesis to make it go in Black's direction now.
So what? OK, I mean... It wasn't clear what White should have played instead of Bishop e2, but Bishop e2 is like, what's it actually doing?
Yeah, you're not really instantly as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're not playing with a purpose. You need to play with a purpose, and it's a very safe move, but you're not really worried about the queen coming down anyway. So, I mean, it just...
White's queen feels like it could have been improved.
Yeah.
But wait one second here. I mean, is there an issue with the knight?
The White knight?
The White knight. I'm just looking at the board, and I'm just thinking... Where's it going to go? It's only really got one square.
What are some problems?
The bishop now is bad on e2 because of rook a2 ideas, right? So,
I mean, you can't move your queen because if you move the queen to defend the knight, then the pawn on b4 is hanging.
Yeah.
You can't jump in with your knight forward because, the pawn on b6 lacks protection. So Either you have to... Yeah, and my bishop, even better than that. The bishop is hanging. OK, so if you retreat the knight, that's like one step in the wrong direction.
Now maybe the queen drops back and you round up this pawn.
Yeah. OK, so maybe you can't even do any decoys.
Still complicated, but looking like Magnus may be turning things in his favour. How does Jan keep his knight defending this pawn? Maybe this pawn, which we highlighted as a strength, might not be defensible anymore.
You feeling good, Dave?
I'm feeling better. Do you want to up the stakes, Simon?
No.
If I win the bet, you'll dress up as a Teletubby?
No chance. What the hell? No way is that happening ever. No chance.
I like that the stakes are getting higher here.
Yeah, this is... No.
OK, interesting move there by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Struggling to defend his knight, he decided to counterattack against the black queen. And now he's maybe hoping that the bishop gets traded and black captures it with the knight, because now the white pawn, I guess, will recapture. And these guys, as a combo, are going to be hard. OK, this does happen.
It's taken it.
Wow.
These guys are going to be hard to break down long term. Then again, maybe it's just very, very concrete here. Maybe black can just trade the queens. Oof,
this is the thing that
really sharp.
That Magnus and I noticed a lot in their play. It looks incredibly risky to take that knight, but they just have so much supreme confidence in their calculation. And maybe he's just calculated he can just get away with this and, I don't know, swap the queens off or something.
I think he can.
Exchange up.
I mean, like David highlighted, once the queen comes off, basically all you need is the light square bishop to keep an eye on the passed pawn sitting on b6, and then the rook is free to wander the board, and it's going to create a lot of mischief.
That being said, it's still quite concrete. White could push forward with his pawn, rendering the black rook passive, and now defend it with his bishop. And maybe this pawn, it looks strong, but the white king can march over and deal with it. Still super complicated. To me, it's not clear anymore.
I got quite excited because I was like, oh, what happens if the bishop gives herself up?
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting.
Like this?
Yes.
But I think knight b6.
But then the knight comes and sits on b6, and then...
Yeah, so black's rook gets active, but it can be blocked off by the white knight. And in the current position, Nepomniachtchi is thinking, not this position, after this one, black's knight captured, and does he take with a pawn, which is by far the most natural, establishing two strong connected pawns, or is he possibly contemplating taking with the knight?
Look at his time as well, David. His time, he's got...
He's taken with the knight.
Wow. Okay. So he's allowing the black rook into the position with a skewer. OK, the bar going up in Magnus's favour. But at least now this is one strong piece and the pawn is pushing forward.
Whoa, look at the bar.
Wow. What is his trick? Has he just missed something here? Because black surely can just jump in with the rook. And as mentioned, this is a skewer. The black rook protected by a bishop. And if the queen moves, the bishop falls behind it. What is the idea? Does he just want to move his queen and then bank on this pawn?
He's got to rely on the B pawn, yeah? But
the queen is looking at it, and the queen can keep a real close eye, and she can move herself back to the square that David indicated, and...
I can't see it myself.
Rook down.
Yeah. It's going to take white an age to break through. If you try and swing your queen across to try and dislodge the blockader of white's pawn, then the black rook just swings back across, and the white queen can't infiltrate. She can't get through.
That was the worst bit of the day. As soon as I played, as soon as we...
Let's go back to the players. It's really tense, but it looks like Magnus has a winning move here by bringing his rook in.
Wow.
And he finds it.
Yeah, he played it.
Maybe it's just an oversight by Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he just forgot that the queen is guarding the promotion square.
See, if his bishop was back on next to the king, then this would be absolutely fine. So it's that little bishop move he played instantaneously, which really changed the position, I feel.
It's just really funny because it was quite a small, innocuous-looking bishop move, and somehow it's had this like butterfly effect, where it's created all these complications, and unfortunately, they're all in Magnus's favour.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Jan, it's a bit of déjà vu. It's similar to some of his blunders at the World Championship match, where he just took his eye off the ball for 1 second and maybe misevaluated or saw something that wasn't really there, or overestimated his position.
I like some of the... I like that Twitter.
Yeah.
I like the animals when we bring the animals into Twitter, and that is one
and this is
cool-looking dog
from our control room, just a couple meters away from here, because I recognize Bella, the dog, the dog of our producer.
Nice.
Is taking control of this show.
Hello, Bella.
That is Jarle, our producer. Normally, now Bella's in control.
Was it the producer is on the toilet?
Luckily,
taking over. Yes,
we have a good replacement.
Yeah.
Nature calls, you know.
Very nice.
It's
a
like
good
Blue
touch.
Peter, right? And the cats.
Yeah.
How's Charlie doing, Simon?
Charlie's doing great. Yeah. He's an old cat, but he's doing very well. So hello to Charlie the cat.
Definitely.
We'll try to get
Another pet with a Twitter account, right?
He has got a Twitter account, Charlie the Chess Cat. So definitely.
So actually, white's pawn has marched forward. Magnus went for the winning move, taking the white bishop off the board. Black is a whole rook up. But Jan is arguing that his pawn, that white pawn on b7 that has just pushed, is worth a whole rook. We think it isn't. The evaluation bar thinks that pawn isn't worth a rook. But Jan's still looking relatively optimistic. And still some tricks in the air. White actually has a threat. White's knight wants to go to the edge of the board to the a6 square to support the advance of that white pawn. So maybe black needs to prevent this. And how do you do that? I guess by just using the black queen as a blockade.
Yeah, I think Ivanka's just, the move of bringing the queen in front of the pawn looks pretty simple. And then are you just going to bring the rook around to a7 and take it? I mean, something like that.
Something like that.
Simple. I mean, simple-ish.
The only thing that I can think of that could potentially be in the air is that maybe white has some captures, knight takes bishop, and then the queen can dive down. But unfortunately, the rook is a really powerful long-range piece, and it can just slide to the open D line and just bring itself back.
I just think the winning idea is queen b8, rook a2, rook a7. I mean, I can't.
We think this is the winning move, and as Simon mentions, the plan is just to bring the rook back and eliminate this pawn, even at the cost of a rook. As long as you get the white knight in the process, black will have an extra bishop. And as Ivanka mentions, a bit of a complicated line here, but knight takes bishop. I mean, if black wants to play it safe, you just take this pawn and probably you're winning anyway. But the most ambitious is also maybe the best. Take this knight off, and after queen takes pawn, this is a deadly threat, actually eliminating the black queen and promoting a white pawn. But rooks are great defenders, and this rook can just step to the side and slide back to defend the 8th rank. And even after queen takes pawn, white has 3 pawns now for a rook, but it's not enough. The black rook will simply step back, and eventually these pawns will drop one by one. And the long way round, but it is winning. Okay, Magnus chooses a different square for his queen. So this one just looks so natural, blockading, but he drops it back 1 square.
Wow.
Oh, the bar is going. Whoa.
Okay.
What has happened?
The computer thinks...
What has happened?
A huge shock. So just to explain, white now has swung the queen across, and Magnus has put his queen on a bad square. Because now the move he wants to play is to bring his rook across, hitting the white queen. But now knight takes bishop would be winning, because black's put his queen on the wrong square. There's no time to take the white knight because the rook would fall off.
And they both have their body language. I mean, Magnus head in his hands, and Jan suddenly jumps up.
Yeah.
What a blunder!
It's just careless. He put his queen on the wrong square. He didn't look into the future.
Rising from the dead. We had written Napomny Ashiov, and suddenly one big mistake.
And now a few moves suggested by the computer, but they're not easy actually here. Magnus has to go into defensive mode. He's shaking his head. He has to bring his rook back and swing it back. Wow. The other moves are not obvious at all. Giving a check doesn't help black's situation. White's king will hide safely. And black's third choice move here, which is also fine, putting the king on the side, that's not obvious either. White has a simple plan of bringing the queen up and making a second queen. Magnus can't stop it, really.
That's phenomenal, right?
That's good news for your bet.
Oh, yeah. Get in there, son!
I still win the
Come on.
Well, what is the most likely now with this chaos and clock ticking?
Come on, Jan.
Momentum's on the white side.
Yeah.
I think,
Magnus was
and look at Magnus reacting. He knows.
Yeah.
He blundered.
Yeah.
He just put his queen on a square within range of the white knight.
Totally.
And now knight takes bishop will always hit the black queen. And he knows it's just careless. It's complacent. Maybe he thought he was just winning instantly. And he's reacting.
Look at that.
He's cursing himself, and
it's going to be hard to come back from that, though, because I mean, queen b8 is probably just game over, and you just realised you blundered. It's been a long day of chess. Even the top players can make mistakes, and how do you recover from that? Will he recover, or will he give me that third pint? Oh yeah.
I think he'll recover. I think he just has to. He's got 2 minutes. He's got to get it out of his system, stop cursing himself, and look for the best moves.
Yeah.
2 minutes, though. He's got 2 minutes.
But he's out of it, you can see.
Yeah.
That's it. He's now gone back into the concentration mode, and he's trying to find a way how to survive. And he has a few options, as David mentioned.
But they all of the options, I think, involve bringing the black rook into the defence. And that, the most obvious move to me is probably the safest, just moving that black rook across to the left 1 square and bringing it back the whole way. I think in that fashion you can give up the rook for white's very strong pawn, and most likely secure a draw, but it's just about whether Magnus can calm himself down. He does
found
that.
it, yeah, okay. I mean, all the games have been so much drama today. Yeah. I mean, there's just drama. It's incredible, yeah? So how much has been going on. And that's a bit disappointing, that move. So, but a good move. So,
that's why he's the world champion, because he can recover from these setbacks. Everyone blunders. He's human as well. Yeah. And he blundered away the win, but he just took a few minutes, got it out of his system, and now finds a good defensive move. Now White's queen going up to the top of the board, check, is going to be blocked by Black's rook. And White now can bring the knight over to try and promote to a second queen. We might see a position with 3 queens on the board temporarily, but Black's rook will give itself up when that pawn pushes forward.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, when it comes to that resulting ending, queen and knight against queen and bishop, it's going to be Nepomniachtchi who's going to be grinding away.
Wow. And maybe he'll win a pawn in the process. The black c6 pawn might be dropping if black isn't careful here. Magnus still defending. He's the one on the back foot for sure. Not just the momentum changing, but also some serious threats. White is threatening the black queen with his knight, and also black's rook, if it goes and takes the white queen, will allow white to replace that queen with a new one. The white pawn protecting that queen.
It's a little bit worse for him, definitely. Yeah. I mean, and it's, I wouldn't be able to cope with this turnaround personally. I'd be so annoyed myself, I'd just crumble. You have to have extreme mental, endurance to be able to just handle a turn of events like that when you know you're completely winning and suddenly you have to defend.
Simon, okay. Wow, I was going to say, is he going to promote to a rook? He didn't. He promoted to a queen. Okay, I'm slightly surprised Jan did it in this fashion. He was hoping that he would see a queen exchange and then White's knight would have come round and taken the black c6 pawn. It was indefensible, but Magnus finding a clever move. He wants the queen trade, but on his own terms. So if White takes the queens off now, the black bishop will recapture and everything will be protected. It's hanging by a thread for Magnus. But
I mean, that's the kind of ending where you're a little bit worse, but if you're Magnus, you draw, right?
Yeah.
Because the knight is better than the bishop if the queens come off the board. It's got a lovely square in front of the black pawn, but it's not enough to win because you don't really have any weaknesses to attack. So I think you're still okay. I think things are looking all right.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it will be Nepomniachtchi who's having all the fun. And with that tiny pawn move, there's kind of ghosts in the air, perhaps the white king taking a wander.
Yeah.
A nice little path onto the left.
Black plays copycat, so it's complete symmetry with the pawns on the right half of the board. It just depends whose pieces are better, the knight or the bishop. Should White keep the queens on? What do you guys think?
I think if he wants to win, he should, because the problem with any ending is that White's pawns on the king side are also on light squares. So you've got to try to get your king to the c6 pawn on the other side of the pawn, but then you leave all your pawns on the same colour square as black's bishop, and I feel that would always give black enough counterplay. So he's playing for the win. I mean, this is, if you want to play for a win, you keep the queens on the board, and he's done that. So, okay, I think it's still a bravish decision to play for the win here.
One thing that does worry me, actually, by keeping the queens on the board, is that the white king doesn't have a safe home. Yes, it can tuck itself in the corner, but, it's still on an open diagonal, and if the black queen manages to find herself on a good circuit, she's going to be checking that white king for a long, long time.
It's a big if, though. I'm not sure how the queen gets there. Maybe black will have to take some big decisions in the meantime, and Magnus can't take those big decisions with much time on his clock.
35 seconds.
Okay.
Incredible.
The bet is still in the balance, that's for sure.
No, it is. I have to say, I'm feeling a lot more confident than I was. Definitely. I mean, knight and queen are just tremendous at working together.
Yeah, they combine so well. And meanwhile, black's king, a bit scared of any potential attacks. It has tucked itself away. I expect white to do the same before Jovanka's idea becomes really effective. Now it's harder for the black queen to go for those checks directly.
Yeah.
And both kings super safe, but the queen and knight looking better coordinated for now than the queen and bishop.
Yep.
Oof. Yeah, this one, it could come down to the clock as well.
Yep.
Magnus pushing pawns.
Again.
Carry the h-pawn when in doubt.
Designed to kind of keep the white king unsafe. That's the main purpose. And again, you just use up some time on the clock. There's really not that much that black can do, apart from push pawns.
Look at Magnus's face as well, shaking his head, leaning back, frowning. Yeah. The black queen is almost stuck, just defending the pawn in front of her.
Because you can't move the black queen into the corner to come down. I guess you just go queen to a5. You just block the queen. And
Got to be careful. White's queen doesn't come in towards the black king as well.
This is a good positional move to stop black from playing that move and having more chances to check with the black queen. So keeping the pressure up. I mean, but okay, how is white going to win this? That's the question. I mean, you can try a lot of things, but there's no obvious way if Magnus just moves his king around like he's doing.
Well, Magnus actually gave us a little bit of a masterclass yesterday in the semis. He kind of said, you know, there's no obvious win, so you just be patient and you just keep prodding and poking and seeing what you can achieve.
Yeah, wait for the mistake.
They're both under a minute now. Both under a minute, so the tempo's very slow. At some point, it's going to have to go. It's going to have to speed up because otherwise, they're just going to lose on time. So, you know, they're playing like a classical game here, but they've got like 30 seconds left. So it's like,
this is a real chilled out.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
for now,
bullet
for
game.
Under a minute.
Both sides copying each other as well, pushing pawns in symmetry. And now the black king came forward, the white king came forward, black's king stepping back. I think they're a winning plan, that's the question.
I think the problem is if white ever tries to move his queen, it allows the black queen to come in, because at the moment the white queen is covering some very important squares. So, well, is he going to go for, he can't go for the draw now, can he?
He's going to push.
But look at Jan's face, shaking his head. He's down on the clock now as well. Yeah. Maybe it's a good practical decision just to escape with that draw. Allow me to win the bet, please.
Yeah, that's it.
What else is there? Okay, he goes for the win.
Good man.
Good man. We like.
He's been so brave today. I mean,
every game,
brilliant. He's often turned down the draw today.
Fighting chess index score going up and up for both players.
He deserves it.
And, OK, white's queen on the 7th rank, but as you mentioned, this does allow the black queen to finally step away from the defence of her c6 pawn. Now the black queen has an open line to try and break through on, maybe a diagonal towards the white king.
I think if the queens come off, then, OK, he's playing this. This is... OK, I feel now black should be all right because his queen's going to dive into the position.
Black can go active.
Lots of perpetual checks, lots of attacks against g2. I guess so.
Yeah, I think black can pretty much secure the draw now by bringing the queen active. And this is instructive. You don't want to go passive. You don't want to just defend that black pawn with your queen. That will give white time. Now diving in.
Yeah, active defence, always the best if you can do it. We talked about this before. Don't go passive if you've got a choice to go active.
Black unfortunately doesn't have the opportunity to ask for more from the position by introducing the bishop. He does. He does go for it. But OK, now it's Nepomniachtchi who has to force the draw.
And look at him. He's smiling. He has to repeat moves. Otherwise, white is about to get checkmated. And there we go. More drama in this match. But it's a draw again.
And they're both shaking their head again. It's like, incredible day of chess.
Incredible. 4 draws in the first match in the final, but they have been 4 incredibly entertaining draws with 2 fighting players who is giving us their best chess and this final game as well, David. What happened?
Yeah, I just want to show the moment that Magnus blew the win. We saw him shaking his head. Jan had taken some serious risks beforehand, but they had backfired. And here, Magnus could have sealed the win, sealed today's match, just by retreating his queen to this square, blockading the white pawn. The queen now very safe, and also after white's queen sidesteps, trying to break through, this could be prevented by black's rook sliding across. Protected by its bishop, the white queen has no way into the black camp. Magnus, though, put his queen on the wrong square, and this was nearly fatal. The queen now in range of the white knight, and after white's queen did sidestep, black was no longer able to go for this defence, because if he brought his rook across, knight takes bishop is winning for white. Attacking the queen, and if the knight is captured, the black rook falls. So after a trade here, we would see a position where white's pawn is unstoppable. Magnus missed this, and it let Jan back into the game. What a fight, though. Both sides taking risks, and a draw is a fair result.
Incredible. And we're joined by Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, wow, what a day. What is your reaction to the first day in the final here?
Yeah, a lot of things happened. We clearly both missed chances, but I think overall, the result is fair enough.
And, the final game here, let's talk about that first. After almost 4 very intense hours, how difficult was it to play that game?
Yeah, it was tough. I was put under some serious pressure. And he had a pretty stable positional advantage, which he chose to cash in with a concrete tactical sequence. but I'm not sure if that was a good practical choice since I got very serious counterplay there. Later I just missed this trick of Queen A3 and then wanted Rook A2, but 96 wins for him, which was a bit unfortunate since I was deciding between going Queen B8 and Queen C7, but I wasn't so sure even about Queen B8 because I thought he would have tricks with Queen D3 and then take on E6 and Queen D7, and I thought probably I would have to take a draw there by taking his pawn on B7 instead. I just checked briefly after the game. It turns out I had a trick there which won. But so that's a bit unfortunate. But what can you do?
Did you feel that Jan was playing some serious, fearless chess today?
Yeah, he was certainly giving it his all, that makes for very very exciting games, of course. I think he saw some things for sure that I didn't see, but he also missed a few things. But yeah, it was a very good fight.
And then game 3, I think it was move 23. You pushed your pawn to A4, and that was the top computer move. But our expert they were just in shock that you found that move. Can you take us through your thinking behind making that move?
Everything else clearly just lost, so it was an easy choice.
But how did you find it?
Process of elimination, trying to find any move that can sort of dig at his position. I wouldn't, as long as you sort of think of the move, it's clearly the only one that doesn't lose on the spot.
And Magnus, do you feel that if Jan played maybe more fearless chess in the World Championship like he did today, that he would have stood a better chance?
I think that's overly simplistic.
All right. Now, the fighting chess index, I don't have the updated number, but I do have a feeling that number will skyrocket for both of you. Will you be eager to see if you're increasing on the index?
Well, I don't know how it works, but we made 4 draws, so I don't know.
Fighting draws, though. And, in the final, Magnus, one more day, one more match. Will it be more of the same tomorrow? Will we get more of this incredible entertainment?
We will see. I will certainly try my best, mostly to win, of course, but maybe to entertain as well. But overall, it's been a good final so far, and everything to play for. I've had some of these days as well when it's been 2-2 after the first day, and that's
all right.
In a way, it's it just makes it more exciting because this means that it's just a one day match.
Definitely. Well, Magnus, thank you so much for the entertainment and good luck on the final day tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Wow, what a day, you guys. And this was only the first day in the final. We have one more day. And I do hear rumors that we do actually have the Fighting Chess Index updated now for Magnus and Jan. And it's actually gone down. But that must be due to the games ending up in draws then.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really get more fighting chess than the players have been playing. Yes, they ended in draws, all the games, but so many twists and turns, both sides playing for wins, taking risks, being aggressive, and yeah, Magnus still stuck in 11th place, and Jan now, I think, down to 8th. I'm surprised, I must admit.
Yeah, well, what a day for chess, you guys. Fantastic chess by world champion Magnus Carlsen and Jan Poniaci. These are the results after the first day and the final. All 4 games ending up in draws, but there has been huge winning chances for both players. They have been giving us their all, and it's been just a fantastic day for chess. And it's been a quite good day for you as well, Simon. didn't end quite as you hoped it would.
It's still pretty good. I won a solid drink off David.
Yeah.
I would say that's successful.
Yeah.
So I will look forward to cashing that in tomorrow, David. So yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to have you down at the Good Night tomorrow to bring us some live entertainment.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day. Final day of the Airthings Masters is tomorrow. It's nothing is decided. Jan Nepomniachtchi or Magnus Carlsen will win the tournament, and we're hoping for more drama tomorrow. And we are also hoping that you will be back following the drama of the final. But for now, have a good evening or day wherever you are in the world.